Attention, St. Patrick, by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Attention, St. Patrick, by Murray Leinster. Legends do, of course, get somewhat distorted in the passage of time. In the future, the passage across space to other planets may cause a slight modification here and there. President O'Harahan of the planetary government of Eire listened unhappily to his official guest. He had to, because Sean O'Donohue was chairman of the Dail of Eire on Earth, Committee on the Condition of the Planet Eire. He could cut off all support from the still struggling colony if he chose. He was short and opinionated. He had sharp gimlet eyes. He had bristling white hair that once had been red, and he was the grandfather of Moira O'Donohue, who'd traveled to Eire with him on a very uncomfortable spaceship. That last was a mark in his favor, but now he stood foursquare upon the sagging porch of the presidential mansion of Eire and laid down the law. "I've been here 3 days," he told the president sternly, while his granddaughter looked sympathetic. "And I'm of the opinion that there's been shenanigans going on to keep this fine world from becoming what it was meant for, a place for the people of Eire on Earth to emigrate to when there was more of them than Erin has room for, which is now." "We've had difficulties," began the president uneasily. "This world should be ready," snapped Sean O'Donohue accusingly. "It should be waitin' for the Caseys and Bradys and Fitzpatricks and other fine Earth's people to move to and thrive on, while the rest of the galaxy goes to pot with its newfangled notions. That's the reason for this world's very existence. What set aside Erin on Earth, where our ancestors lived and where their descendants are breathin' down each other's necks because there's so many of them? There was no snakes there. St. Patrick drove them out. What sets this world apart from all the other livable planets men have put down their smelly spaceships on? There's no snakes here. St. Patrick has great influence up in heaven. He knew his fine Earth's people would presently need more room than there was on Earth for them, so he'd a world set aside and marked by the sign that no least trace of a serpent could exist on it. No creature like the one that blarneyed Mother Eve could be here. No. "Our trouble's been the dinies," began the president apologetically, but he froze. Something dark and sinuous and complacent oozed around the corner of the presidential mansion. The president of Eire sweated. He recognized the dark object. He'd believed it safely put away in pleasant confinement until the Dail Committee went away. But it wasn't. It was Timothy, the amiable 6-foot black snake who faithfully and cordially did his best to keep the presidential mansion from falling down. Without him, innumerable mouse-sized holes gnawed by mouse-sized dinies would assuredly have brought about its collapse. The president was grateful, but he'd meant to keep Timothy out of sight. Timothy must have escaped, and as a faithful snake, loyal to his duty, he'd wriggled straight back to the presidential mansion. Like all Eire, he undoubtedly knew of the pious tradition that St. Patrick had brought the snakes to Eire, and he wasn't one to let St. Patrick down. So he'd returned and doubtless patrolled all the diny tunnels in the sagging structure. He'd cleaned out any miniature dinosaur-like creatures who might be planning to eat some more nails. He now prepared to nap with a clear conscience. But if Sean O'Donohue saw him... Perspiration stood out on President O'Harahan's forehead. The droplets joined and ran down his nose. "It's evident," said the chairman of the Dail Committee with truculence, "that we're a pack of worthless, finagling, and maybe even Protestant renegades from the ways and the traditions of your fathers. There's been shenanigans going on. I'll find 'em." The president could not speak, with Timothy in full view. But then what was practically a miracle took place. A diny popped out of a hole in the turf. He looked interestingly about. He was all of 3 inches long, with red eyes and a blue tail, and in every proportion he was a miniature of the extinct dinosaurs of Earth. But he was an improved model. The dinies of Eire were fitted by evolution, or Satan, to plague human settlers. They ate their crops, destroyed their homes, devoured their tools, and when other comestibles turned up, they'd take care of them, too. This diny surveyed its surroundings. The presidential mansion looked promising. The diny moved toward it, but Timothy, nap plans abandoned, flung himself at the diny like the crack of a whip. The diny plunged back into its hole. Timothy hurtled after it in pursuit. He disappeared. The president of Eire breathed. He'd neglected that matter for some minutes, it seemed. He heard a voice continuing formidably. "And I know you'll try to hide the shenanigans that have destroyed all these sacrifices Earth's made to have Eire a true Erse colony, ready for Erse lads and colleens to move to and have room for their children and their grandchildren, too. I know you'll try, but unless I do find out, not another bit of help will this colony get from Earth. No more tools. No more machinery that you can't have worn out. No more provisions that you should be raising for yourselves. Your cold storage plant should be bulging with food. It's nearly empty. It will not be refilled. And even the ship that we pay to have stop here every 3 months for mail. No ship." "It's the dinies," said the president feebly. "They're a great trouble to us, sir. They're our great handicap." "Blather and nonsense," snapped Sean O'Donohue. "They're no bigger than mice. Ye could have trapped 'em. Ye could have raised cats. Don't tell me that fancy-colored little lizards could hinder a world, especially set aside by the intercession of St. Patrick for the Erse people to thrive on. The token's plain. There's no snakes, and with such a sign to go by, there must have been shenanigans going on to make things go wrong. And till those shenanigans are exposed and stopped, there'll be no more help from Earth for ye blackguards." He stamped his way into the presidential mansion. The door slammed shut. Moira, his granddaughter, regarded the president with sympathy. He looked bedraggled and crushed. He mopped his forehead. He did not raise his eyes to her. It was bad enough to be president of a planetary government that couldn't even pay his salary, so there were patches in his breeches that Moira must have noticed. It was worse that the colony was, as a whole, entirely too much like the remaining shanty areas in Eire back on Earth. But it was tragic that it was ridiculous for any man on Eire to ask a girl from Earth to join him on so unpromising a planet. He said numbly, "I'll be wishing you good morning, Moira." He moved away, his chin sunk on his breast. Moira watched him go. She didn't seem happy. Then, 50 yards from the mansion, a luridly colored something leaped out of a hole. It was a diny some 8 inches long, in enough of a hurry to say that something appalling was after it. It landed before the president and took off again for some far horizon. Then something sinuous and black dropped out of a tree upon it, and instantly violent action took place in a patch of dust. A small cloud arose. The president watched with morbid interest as the sporting event took place. Moira stared incredulous. Then out of the hole from which the diny had leaped a dark, round head appeared. It could have been Timothy, but he saw that this diny was disposed of. That was that. Timothy, if it was Timothy, withdrew to search further among the diny tunnels about the presidential mansion. Half an hour later the president told the Solicitor General of Eire about it. He was bitter. And when it was over, there was Moira staring dazed like from the porch, and the bedamned snake picked up the diny it killed and started off to dine on it in private, but I was in the way, so the snake waited, polite, with the diny in its mouth, for me to move on. But it looked exactly like he'd brought over the diny for me to admire, like a cat'll show dead mice to a person she thinks will be interested. "Holy St. Patrick!" said the Solicitor General, appalled. "What'll happen now?" "I reason," said the president morbidly, "she'll tell her grandfather, and he'll collar somebody and use those gimlet eyes on him, and the poor Omadum will blurt out that on Eire here it's known that St. Patrick brought the snakes and is the more reverenced for it. And that'll mean there'll be no more ships or food or tools from Earth, and it'll be lucky if we're evacuated before the planet's left abandoned." The Solicitor General's expression became one of pure hopelessness. "Then the jig's up," he said gloomily. "I'm thinking, Mr. President, we'd better have a cabinet meeting on it." "What's the use?" demanded the president. "I won't leave. I'll stay here, alone though I may be. There's nothing left in life for me anywhere, but at least as the only human left on Eire I'll be able to spend the rest of my years knocking dinies on the head for what they've done." Then suddenly he bellowed, "Who let loose the snakes? I'll have his heart's blood!" The Chancellor of the Exchequer peered around the edge of the door into the cabinet meeting room. He saw the rest of the cabinet of Eire assembled. Relieved, he entered. Something stirred in his pocket, and he pulled out a reproachful snake. He said, "Don't be indignant now. You were walking on the public street. If Sean O'Donohue had seen you—" He added to the other members of the cabinet, "The other two members of the Dail Committee seem to be good, honest drinking men. One of them now, the shipbuilder I think it was, wanted a change of scenery from looking at the bottom of a glass. I took him for a walk. I showed him a bunch of dinies playing leapfrog, trying to get one of their number up to a rain spout so he could bite off pieces and drop 'em down to the rest. They were all colors, and it was quite something to look at. The committee man, good man that he is, staggered a bit and looked again, and said grave that whatever of evil might be said of Eire, nobody could deny that its whiskey had imagination." He looked about the cabinet room. There was a hole in the baseboard underneath the sculptured coat of arms of the colony world. He put the snake down on the floor beside the hole. With an air of offended dignity, the snake slithered into the dark opening. "Now, what's the meeting for?" he demanded. "I'll tell you immediate that if money's required, it's impractical." President O'Hanrahan said morbidly, "'Twas called, it seems, to put the curse of O'Cromwell on whatever let the black snakes loose. But they'd been cooped up, and they knew they were not keeping the dinies down, and they got worried over the work they were neglecting, so they took turns digging, like prisoners in a penitentiary, and presently they broke out, and, like the faithful creatures they are, they set anxiously to work on their backlog of diny catching, which they're doing. They've ruined us entirely, but they meant well." The Minister of Information asked apprehensively, "What will O'Donohue do when he finds out they're here?" "He's not found out yet," said the President without elation. "Moira didn't tell him. She's an angel. But he's bound to learn. And then if he doesn't detonate with the rage in him, he'll see to it that all of us are murdered, slowly, for treason to the Erse and blasphemy directed at St. Patrick." Then the President said with a sort of yearning pride, "Do you know what Moira offered to do? She said she'd taken biology at college, and she'd try to solve the problem of the dinies. The darlin'!" "Being gathered together," observed the Chief Justice, "we might as well try again to think of something plausible." "We need a good shenanigan," agreed the President unhappily, "but what could it be? Has anybody the trace of an idea?" The Cabinet went into session. The trouble was, of course, that the Erse colony on Eire was a bust. The first colonists built houses, broke ground, planted crops, and encountered dinies. Large ones, 50 and 60 feet long, with growing families. They had thick bodies with unlikely bony excrescences. They had long necks which ended in very improbable small heads, and they had long tapering tails which would knock over a man or a fence post or the corner of a house impartially if they happened to swing it that way. They were not bright. That they ate the growing crops might be expected, though cursed, but they ate wire fences. The colonists at first waited for them to die of indigestion, but they digested the fences. Then, between bales of more normal foodstuffs, they browsed on the corrugated iron roofs of houses. Again the colonists vengefully expected dyspepsia. They digested the roofs, too. Presently the lumbering creatures nibbled at axes, the heads, not the handles. They went on to plows. When they gathered sluggishly about a ground car and began to lunch on it, the colonists did not believe. But it was true. The dinies' teeth weren't mere calcium phosphate like other beasts. An amateur chemist found out that they were an organically deposited boron carbide, which is harder than any other substance but crystallized carbon. Diamond. In fact, diny teeth, being organic, seemed to be an especially hard form of boron carbide. Dinies could chew iron. They could masticate steel. They could grind up and swallow anything but tool steel reinforced with diamond chips. The same amateur chemist worked it out that the surface soil of the planet Eire was deficient in iron and ferrous compounds. The dinies needed iron. They got it. The big dinies were routed by burning torches in the hands of angry colonists. When scorched often enough, their feeble brains gathered the idea that they were unwelcome. They went lumbering away. They were replaced by lesser dinies, approximately the size of kangaroos. They also ate crops. They also hungered for iron. To them steel cables were the equivalent of celery, and they ate iron pipe as if it were spaghetti. The industrial installations of the colony were their special targets. The colonists unlimbered guns. They shot the dinies. Ultimately they seemed to thin out, but once a month was Shoot a Diny Day on Eire, and the populace turned out to clear the environs of their city of Tara. Then came the little dinies. Some were as small as 2 inches in length. Some were larger. All were cute. Colonists' children wanted to make pets of them until it was discovered that miniature they might be, but harmless they were not. Tiny diny teeth smaller than the heads of pins were still authentic boron carbide. Dinies kept as pets cheerily gnawed away wood and got at the nails of which their boxes were made. They ate the nails. Then, being free, they extended their activities. They and their friends tunneled busily through the colonists' houses. They ate nails, they ate screws, they ate bolts, nuts, the nails out of shoes, pocket knives and pants buttons, zippers, wire staples, and the tacks out of upholstery. Gnawing even threads and filings of metal away, they made visible gaps in the frames and moving parts of farm tractors. Moreover, it appeared that their numbers previously had been held down by the paucity of ferrous compounds in their regular diet. The lack led to a low birth rate. Now, supplied with great quantities of iron by their unremitting industry, they were moved to prodigies of multiplication. The chairman of the Dahl Committee of the Condition of the Planet Eire had spoken of them scornfully as equal to mice. They were much worse. The planetary government needed at least a Pied Piper or two, but it tried other measures. It imported cats. Descendants of the felines of Earth still survived, but one had only to look at their frustrated, neurotic expressions to know that they were failures. The government set traps. The dinies ate their springs and metal parts. It offered bounties for dead dinies, but the supply of dinies was inexhaustible, and the supply of money was not. It had to be stopped. Then upon the spaceport of Eire a certain Captain Patrick Brannicut of Boston, Earth, descended. It was his second visit to Eire. On the first he'd learned of the trouble. On his second he brought what still seemed the most probable solution. He landed 1,800 adult black snakes, 2,000 teenagers of the same species, and 2 crates of soft-shelled eggs he guaranteed to hatch into fauna of the same kind. He took away all the cash on the planet. The government was desperate. But the snakes chased dinies with enthusiasm. They pounced upon dinies while the public watched. They lay in wait for dinies. They publicly digested dinies, and they went pouring down into any small hole in the ground from which a diny had appeared or into which one vanished. They were superior to traps. They did not have to be set or emptied. They did not need bait. Except that snakes, when overfed, tend to be less romantic than when hungry. In 10 years a story began, encouraged by the Ministry of Information, to the effect that St. Patrick had brought the snakes to Eire, and it was certain that if they didn't wipe out the dinies, they assuredly kept the dinies from wiping out the colony. And the one hope of making Eire into a splendid new center of Earth's culture and tradition, including a reverence for St. Patrick, lay in the belief that some day the snakes would gain a permanent upper hand. Out near the spaceport there was an imported monument to St. Patrick. It showed him pointing somewhere with his bishop's staff while looking down at a group of snakes near his feet. The sculptor intended to portray St. Patrick telling the snakes to get the hell out of Eire, but on Eire it was sentimentally regarded as St. Patrick telling the snakes to go increase and multiply. But nobody dared tell that to Sean O'Donohue. It was past history in a way, but also it was present fact. On the day of the emergency cabinet meeting it was appalling fact. Without snakes the planet Eire could not continue to be inhabited because of the little dinies. But the Republic of Eire on Earth would indignantly disown any colony that had snakes in it. And the colony wasn't ready yet to be self-supporting. The cabinet discussed the matter gloomily. They were too dispirited to do more. But Moira, the darlin', did research. It was strictly college freshman biology lab research. It didn't promise much, even to her, but it gave her an excuse to talk anxiously and hopefully to the president when he took the Dahl Committee to McGillicuddy Island to look at the big dinies there, while the populace tried to get the snakes out of sight again. Most of the island lay 2 miles off the continent named for County Kerry back on Earth. At one point a promontory lessened the distance greatly, and at one time there'd been a causeway there. It had been built with great pains, and with pains destroyed. The president explained as the boat bearing the committee neared the island. The big dinies, he said sadly, trampled the fences and houses and ate up the roofs and tractors. It could not be borne. They could be driven away with torches, but they came back. They could be killed, but the people could only dispose of so many tons of carcasses. Remember, the big males run 60 feet long, and the most girlish females run 40. You wouldn't believe the new hatched babies. They were a great trial in the early days. Sean O'Donohue snorted. He bristled. He and the other 2 of the committee had been dragged away from the city of Tara. He suspected shenanigans going on behind his back. They did. His associates looked bleary-eyed. They'd been treated cordially, and they were not impassioned leaders of the Erse people like the O'Donohue. One of them was a shipbuilder, and the other a manufacturer of precision machinery, elected to Dahl for no special reason. They'd come on this junket partly to get away from their troubles and their wives. The shortage of high-precision tools was a trouble to both of them, but they were forgetting it fully. "So the causeway was built," explained President O'Hanrahan. "We drove the big beasts over and rounded up all we could find, driving them with torches. And then we broke down the causeway. So there they are on McGillicuddy Island. They don't swim." The boat touched ground, a rocky, uninviting shore. The Solicitor General and the Chancellor of the Exchequer hopped ashore. They assisted the committee members to land. They moved on. The president started to follow, but Moira said anxiously, "Wait a bit. I've something to tell you. I said I'd experiment with the dinies. I did. I learned something." "Did you now?" asked the president, his tone at once admiration and despair. "It's a darlin' you are, Moira, but I wondered how they knew where iron was," said Moira hopefully. "And I found out. They smell it." "Ah, they do they?" said the president with tender reverence. "But I have to tell you, Moira, that—" "And I proved it," said Moira, searching his face with her eyes. "If you change a stimulus and a specimen reacts, then its reaction is to the change. So I made the metal smell stronger." President O'Hanrahan blinked at her. "I heated it," said Moira. "You know how hot metal smells? I heated a steel hairpin and the dinies came out of holes in the wall. Right away. The smell drew them. It was astonishing." The president looked at her with a strange expression. That's all I had time to try," said Moira. "It was yesterday afternoon. There was an official dinner. I had to go. You remember. So I locked up the dinies." "Moira, darlin'," said President O'Hanrahan gently, you don't lock up dinies. They gnaw through steel safes. They make tunnels and nests in electric dynamos. You don't lock up dinies, darlin'." "But I did," she insisted. "They're still locked up. I looked just before we started for here." The president looked at her very unhappily. "There's no need for shenanigans between us, Moira." Then he said, "Couldn't ye be mistaken? Keepin' dinies locked up is like bottlin' moonlight, or writing down the color of Moira O'Donohue's eyes, or—" He stopped. "How did you do it?" "The way you keep specimens," she told him. "When I was in college we did experiments on frogs. They're cold-blooded, just like dinies. If you let them stay lively, they'll wear themselves out trying to get away. So you put them in a refrigerator, in the vegetable container. They don't freeze there, but they do get torpid. They just lay still till you let them warm up again to room temperature." The president of the planet Eire stared. His mouth dropped open. He blinked and blinked and blinked. Then he whooped. He reached forward and took Moira into his arms. He kissed her thoroughly. "Darlin'," he said in a broken voice, "sit still while I drive this boat back to the mainland. I've got to get back to Tara immediate. You've done it, my darling, you've done it, and it's a great day for the Irish. It's even a great day for the Erse. It's your birthday will be a planetary holiday long after we're married, and our grandchildren think I'm as big a nuisance as your grandfather, Sean O'Donohue. It's a fine, grand marriage we'll be having." He kissed her again and whirled the boat about and sent it streaking for the mainland. From time to time he whooped. Rather more frequently he hugged Moira exuberantly. And she tended to look puzzled, but she definitely looked pleased. Behind them, of course, the committee of the Dail on the condition of the planet Eire explored McGillicuddy Island. They saw the big dinies, 60-footers and 50-footers and lesser ones. The dinies ambled aimlessly about the island. Now and again they reached up on elongated, tapering necks with incongruously small heads on them to snap off foliage that looked a great deal like palm leaves. Now and again, without enthusiasm, one of them stirred the contents of various green scummed pools and apparently extracted some sort of nourishment from it. They seemed to have no intellectual diversions. They were not interested in the visitors, but one of the committee members, not Moira's grandfather, shivered a little. "I've dreamed about them," he said plaintively, "but even when I was dreaming I didn't believe it." Two youthful dinies, they would weigh no more than a couple of tons apiece, engaged in languid conflict. They whacked each other with blows which would have destroyed elephants, but they weren't really interested. One of them sat down and looked bored. The other sat down. Presently, reflectively, he gnawed at a piece of whitish rock. The gnawing made an excruciating sound. It made one's flesh crawl. The diny dozed off. His teeth had cut distinct curved grooves in the stone. The manufacturer of precision machinery back on Earth turned pale. "Let's get out of here." The committee and the two members of the cabinet returned to the shore. There was no boat. It was far away, headed for the mainland. "Shenanigans," said Sean O'Donohue in a voice that would have curdled sulfuric acid. "I warned him no shenanigans. The dirty young bog-trotters left us here to be eaten up by the beasts." The Solicitor General said hastily, "Divil a bit of it, sir. We're his friends, and he left us in the same boat. No, he left us out of the same boat. It must have been that something important occurred to him." But it was not convincing. It seemed highly unconvincing later, because some long-delayed perception produced a reaction in the dinies' minuscule brains. They became aware of their visitors. They appeared in a slow-motion fashion to become interested in them. Slowly, heavily, numbly, they congregated about them, the equivalent of a herd of several hundred elephants of all the colors of the rainbow, with small heads, wearing plaintive but persistent expressions. Long necks reached out hopefully. "The devil!" said the Chancellor of the Exchequer fretfully. "I'm just thinking. You've iron in your shoes and mainsprings in your watches, and maybe pocket knives in your pockets. The dinies have a longin' for iron, and they go after it. They'll eat anything in the world that's got the barest bit of taste of iron in it. Oh, it's perfectly all right, of course, but you'll have to throw stones at them till the boat comes back. Better find a good stout stick to whack them with, only don't let 'em get behind you." "Ye will!" roared the Solicitor General vengefully. "Take that!" Whack! Trying to take something out of the gentleman's hip pocket and aiming to grab the rump beyond it just to make sure. Whack! A large head moved plaintively away. But another reached hopefully forward, and another. The dinies were not bright. The three committeemen and two members of the cabinet were thigh-deep in water when the boat came back. They still whacked valorously, if wearily, at intrusive diny heads. They still had made no progress in implanting the idea that the dinies should go away. The men from the mainland hauled them into the boat. They admitted that the President had returned to Tara. Sean O'Donohue concluded that he had gone back to supervise some shenanigans. He had. On the way to the mainland, Sean O'Donohue ground his teeth. On arrival, he learned that the President had taken Moira with him. He ground his teeth. "Shenanigans!" he cried hoarsely. "After him!" He stamped his feet. His fury was awe-inspiring. When the ground car drivers started back to Tara, Sean O'Donohue was a small, rigid embodiment of raging death and destruction, held only temporarily in leash. On the way, even his companions of the committee were uneasy, but one of them, now and again, brought out a small piece of whitish rock and regarded it incredulously. It was not an unusual kind of rock. It was ordinary milky quartz, but it had tooth marks on it. Some diny at some time had gnawed casually upon it as if it were soft as cheese. Faint cheering could be heard in the distance as the ground cars carrying the committee neared the city of Tara. To those in the vehicles, it seemed incredible that anybody should dare to rejoice within at least 2 light years of Sean O'Donohue as he was at this moment. But the cheering continued. It grew louder as the cars entered a street where houses stood side by side. But there came a change in the chairman of the Dahl Committee, too. The cars slowed because the pavement was bad to non-existent. Trees lined the way. An overhanging branch passed within 2 yards of Moira's grandfather. Something hung on it in a sort of graceful drapery. It was a black snake. On Eire! Sean O'Donohue saw it. It took no notice of him. It hung comfortably in the tree and looked with great interest toward the sounds of enthusiasm. The deathly pallor of Sean O'Donohue changed to pale lavender. He saw another black snake. It was climbing down a tree trunk with a purposeful air, as if intending to look into the distant uproar. The ground cars went on, and the driver of the lead car swerved automatically to avoid 2 black snakes moving companionably along together toward the cheering. One of them politely gave the ground car extra room, but paid no other attention to it. Sean O'Donohue turned purple. Yet another burst of cheering. The chairman of the Dahl Committee almost, but not quite, detonated like a fission bomb. The way ahead was blocked by people lining the way on a cross street. The cars beeped, and nobody heard them. With stiff, jerky motions, Sean O'Donohue got out of the enforcedly stopped car. It had seemed that he could be no more incensed, but he was. Within 10 feet of him, a matronly black snake moved along the sidewalk, with a manner of such assurance and such impeccable respectability that it would have seemed natural for her to be carrying a purse. Sean O'Donohue gasped once. His face was then a dark purple. He marched blindly into the mob of people before him. Somehow the people of Tara gave way, but the sides of this cross street were crowded. Not only was all the population out and waiting to cheer, but the trees were occupied by black snakes. They hung in tasteful draperies among the branches, sometimes 2 or 3 together. They gazed with intense interest at the scene below them. The Solicitor General, following Sean O'Donohue, saw a black snake wriggling deftly between the legs of the packed populace. Packed as if to observe a parade, to get a view from the very edge of the curb. The Chancellor of the Exchequer came apprehensively behind the Solicitor General. Sean O'Donohue burst through the ranks of onlookers. He stalked out into the empty center of the street. He looked neither to right nor left. He was headed for the presidential mansion, there to strangle President O'Hanrahan in the most lingering possible manner. But there came a roar of rejoicing which penetrated even his single-tracked, murder-obsessed brain. He turned, purple-faced and explosive, to see what the obscene sound could mean. He saw. The lean and lanky figure of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the planet Eire came running down the street toward him. He bore a large slab of sheet iron. As he ran, he played upon it the blue flame of a welding torch. The smell of hot metal diffused behind him. The Chief Justice ran like a deer, but he wasn't leaving anything behind but the smell. Everything else was close on his heels. A multicolored, multitudinous, swarming tide of dinies filled the highway from gutter to gutter. From the 2-inch dwarfs to the purple striped variety, which grew to 8 inches and sometimes fought cats, the dinies were in motion. They ran in the wake of the Chief Justice, enthralled and entranced by the smell of hot sheet iron. They were fascinated. They were bemused. They were aware of nothing but that ineffable fragrance. They hopped, ran, leaped, trotted, and galloped in full cry after the head of the planet's Supreme Court. He almost bumped into the stunned Sean O'Donohue. As he passed, he cried, "Duck, man! The dinies are coming! Tra-la, tra-la!" But Sean O'Donohue did not duck. He was fixed, stuck, paralyzed in his tracks. And the dinies arrived. They ran into him. He was an obstacle. They played leapfrog over each other to surmount him. He went down and was merely a bump in the flowing river of prismatic colorings which swarmed after the racing Chief Justice. But there was a limit to things. This was not the first such event in Tara this day. The dinies this time filled no more than a block of the street. They swarmed past him. They raced on into the distance, and Sean O'Donohue struggled to a sitting position. His shoes were in shreds. Dinies had torn them swiftly apart for the nails in them. His garters were gone. Dinies had operated on his pants to get at the metal parts. His pockets were ripped. The bright metal buttons of his coat were gone. His zippers had vanished. His suspenders dangled without any metal parts to hold them together. Nor were there any pants buttons for them to hold on to. He opened his mouth, and closed it, and opened it again, and closed it. His expression was that of a man in delirium. And even before the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Solicitor General could lift him gently and bear him away, there came a final catastrophe for the O'Donoghue. The snakes, who had watched events from the curbs as well as those which had gazed interestedly from aloft, now began to realize that this was an affair which affected them. They came out and began to follow the vanishing procession, very much as small dogs and little boys pursue a circus parade. But they seemed to talk uneasily to each other as they flowed past Sean O'Donoghue, sitting in the dust of the street, all his illusions vanished and all his hopes destroyed. But the people of Tara did not notice. They cheered themselves hoarse. President O'Hanrahan held himself with some dignity in the tumble-down reception hall of the presidential mansion. Moira gazed proudly at him. The two still active members of the Dahl Committee looked uncomfortably around them. The cabinet of Eire was assembled. "It's sorry I am," said the president of Eire, "to have to issue a defiance to the Eire on Earth we owe so much to. But it can't be helped. We had to have the black creatures to keep the dinies from eating us out of house and home altogether. We've been fighting a rear guard battle, and we needed them. In time we'd have won with their help, but time we did not have. So this mornin' Moira told me what she'd done yesterday. The darlin' had used the brains God gave her, and maybe Holy St. Patrick put a flea in her ear. She figured out that dinies must find metal by its smell, and if its smell was made stronger by simply heatin', they'd be unable to resist it. And it was so. Ye saw the Chief Justice running down the street with all the dinies after him." The two members of the committee nodded. "He was headin'," said the president, "for the cold storage plant that Sean O'Donoghue had twitted me was empty of the provisions we had to eat up because of the dinies. It's no matter that it's empty now, though. We can grow victuals in the fields from now on, because now the cold rooms are packed solid with dinies that ran heedless into a climate they are not used to, and fell— what was the word, Moira darlin'?" "Torpid," said Moira, gazing at him. "Torpid," agreed the president. "From now on, when there's too many dinies, we can send somebody running through the streets with a hot plate to call them into cold storage. We've Pied Pipers at will, to help out the black creatures that have done so much for us. If we've offended Eire on Earth by having the black creatures to help us, we're sorry, but we had to. Till Moira and doubtless St. Patrick gave us the answer ye saw today. If we're disowned, be damned if we don't hang on. We can feed ourselves now. We can feed some extra mouths. There'll be a ship dropping by out of curiosity now and then, and we'll trade with them. If we're disowned, we'll be poor. But when were the Irish ever rich?" The committeeman, who was a manufacturer of precision machinery, mopped his forehead. "We're rich now," he said resignedly. "You'd be bound to learn it. Do you know what the dinies' teeth are made of?" "It's been said," said President O'Hanrahan, "that it's boron carbide in organic form. What that means I wouldn't know, but we've got a fine crop of it." "It's the next hardest substance to diamond," said the committeeman dourly. "It's even been guessed that an organic type might be harder. It's used for the tools for lathes and precision machinery, and it sells at close to the price of diamonds of industrial quality. And I'll make a deal to handle all we've got. What Earth don't need, other planets will. You're rich." The president stared. Then he gazed at Moira. "It's a pity we're being disowned," he said mournfully. "It would be a fine thing to be able to tell the grandfather Eire's rich and can feed more colonists, and even maybe pay back what it's cost to keep us here so long. It would be a fine thing to hire colonists to build the houses they'll be given free when they're finished. But since Sean O'Donoghue is a stern man—" The ship owner scratched his head. He'd paused on the way to the presidential mansion. He'd had restoratives for his distress. He'd looked at the bottom of a bottle and seen the facts. "I'll tell you," he said warmly, "it's the O'Donohues been battling to keep the colony going against the politicians that wanted to economize. He's made a career of believing in this world. He's ruined if he stops, so it might be that a little bit of Blarneyan, with him desperate to find reasons to stay friends, black creatures or no black creatures. The president took Moira's hand. "Come, my darling," he said sadly. "We'll reason with him." Long, long minutes later he shook his head as Sean O'Donohue stormed at him. "The back of my hand to you," said Sean O'Donohue in the very quintessence of bitterness. "And to Moira, too, if she has more to do with you. I'll have naught to do with shenanigan and renegades and blasphemers that actually import snakes into a world St. Patrick had set off for the Erse from ancient days." It was dark in the old man's room. He was a small and pathetic figure under the covers. He was utterly defiant. He was irreconcilable, to all seeming. "Renegades?" he said indignantly. "Snakes, ye say? The devil a snake there is on Eire. I'll admit that we've some good black creatures that in a bad light and with prejudice ye might mistake. But snakes? Ye might as well call the dinies lizards, those same dinies that are native Eirean porcupines. Bad luck to them." There was an astounded silence from the bed. "It's a matter of terminology," said the president sternly. "And it's not the name that makes a thing, but what it does. Actio sequitur esse, as the saying goes. You'll not be denyin' that. Now, a diny hangs round a man's house, and it eats his food and his tools, and it's no sort of good to anybody while it's alive. Is that the action of a lizard? It is not. But it's notorious that porcupines hang around men's houses and eat the handles of their tools for the salt in them, ignoring the poor man whose sweat had the salt in it when he was laborin' to earn a living for his family. And when a thing acts like a porcupine it is, and nothing else. So a diny is an Eirean porcupine, native to the planet, and no man can deny it." "And what then is a snake?" demanded President O'Hanrahan oratorically. "It's a creature that sneaks about upon the ground and poisons by its bite when it's not Blarneyan unwise females into tasting apples. Do the black creatures here do anything of that sort? They do not. They go about their business plain and open, giving a half of the road and a howdy do to those they meet. They're sober and they're industrious. They mind their own business, which is killing the Eirean porcupines we inaccurately call by the name of dinies. It's their profession. Did ye ever hear of a snake with a profession? I'll not have it said that there's snakes on Eire, and I'll denounce ye as a conscienceless politician if ye dare to put such a name on an honest, friendly, industrious Eirean porcupine eaters that's up to this moment have been the savin' of the colony. I'll not have it." There was a long silence. Then Sean O'Donohue spoke dryly. "Porcupine eaters, you say? Not snakes?" "Not snakes," repeated the president defiantly. "Porcupine eaters." Said Sean O'Donohue. "That's better. The doll's not immune to Blarney when it's needful to accept it. And Eire back on Earth is hard put for breathin' room you say can be had from now on. What would be the reason for Moira standin' so close to you?" "She's marrying me," said President O'Hanrahan firmly. Sean O'Donohue's voice was waspish. "But I forbid it," it said sharply, "until I'm up and about and able to be givin' her in marriage as her grandfather ought to be doin'. You'll wait the few days till I'm able. Understand?" "Yes, sir," said the president. Meekness seemed called for. "Then be gone," snapped Sean O'Donohue. Then he added sternly, "Remember, no shenanigans." The Solicitor General watched them depart on a wedding journey to a cottage in Ballyhanninch, which was on Donegal Peninsular, fronting the Emmet Sea. He waved like the assembled populace, but when they were out of sight he said darkly to the Chief Justice and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, "I didn't have the heart to bring it up before, but there's the devil of a problem building up against the time he comes back." "Which problem?" asked the Chancellor of the Exchequer warily. "It's the porcupine killers," said the Solicitor General. "Things look bad for them. They're out of work. Even Timothy. There's no dinies to speak of for them to earn a livin' by killin'. It's technological unemployment. They earned their way faithfully, doin' work they knew and loved. Now they're jobless. There's no work for them. What's to be done? Put 'em on retirement?" There was a pause. The Solicitor General said firmly, "I mean it. They've a claim on us, a claim of the highest order. They can't starve, it's sure. But would you have to hold mass meetin's and set up picket lines and the like to get justice done them?" "Ah," said the Chief Justice, "some way we'll turn up to handle the matter. Like Sean O'Donohue was saying to me yesterday, at the very bottom of a bottle, we Erse can always depend on St. Patrick to take care of things." End of Attention, St. Patrick by Murray Leinster.
Bad Medicine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Megan Argo. Bad Medicine by Robert Sheckley. On May 2nd, 2103, Elwood Caswell walked rapidly down Broadway with a loaded revolver hidden in his coat pocket. He didn't want to use the weapon, but feared he might anyhow. This was a justifiable assumption, for Caswell was a homicidal maniac. It was a gentle, misty spring day, and the air held the smell of rain and blossoming dogwood. Caswell gripped the revolver in his sweaty right hand, and tried to think of a single valid reason why he should not kill a man named Magnuson, who, the other day, had commented on how well Caswell looked. What business was it of Magnuson's how he looked? Damn busybodies, always spoiling things for everybody. Caswell was a choleric little man with fierce red eyes, bulldog jowls, and ginger red hair. He was the sort you would expect to find perched on a detergent box, orating to a crowd of lunching businessmen and amused students, shouting, "Mars for the Martians! Venus for the Venusians!" But, in truth, Caswell was uninterested in the deplorable social conditions of extraterrestrials. He was a jet bus conductor for the New York Rapid Transit Corporation. He minded his own business, and he was quite mad. Fortunately, he knew this at least part of the time, with at least half of his mind. Perspiring freely, Caswell continued down Broadway toward the 43rd Street branch of Home Therapy Appliances, Inc. His friend Magnuson would be finishing work soon, returning to his little apartment less than a block from Caswell's. How easy it would be, how pleasant to just saunter in, exchange a few words, and... No! Caswell took a deep gulp of air, and reminded himself that he didn't really want to kill anyone. It was not right to kill people. The authorities would lock him up. His friends wouldn't understand. His mother would never have approved. But these arguments seemed pallid, over-intellectual, and entirely without force. The simple fact remained. He wanted to kill Magnuson. Could so strong a desire be wrong, or even unhealthy? Yes, it could. With an agonized groan, Caswell sprinted the last few steps into the Home Therapy Appliances store. Just being within such a place gave him an immediate sense of relief. The lighting was discreet, the draperies were neutral, the displays of glittering therapy machines were neither too bland nor obstreperous. It was the kind of place where a man could happily lie down on the carpet in the shadow of the therapy machines, secure in the knowledge that help for any sort of trouble was at hand. A clerk with fair hair and a long supercilious nose glided up softly, but not too softly, and murmured, "May one help?" "Therapy," said Caswell. "Of course, sir," the clerk answered, smoothing his lapels and smiling winningly. "That is what we are here for." He gave Caswell a searching look, performed an instant mental diagnosis, and tapped the gleaming white and copper machine. "Now this," the clerk said, "is the new alcoholic reliever, built by IBM and advertised in the leading magazines. A handsome piece of furniture, I think you will agree, and not out of place in any home. It opens into a television set." With a flick of his narrow wrist, the clerk opened the alcoholic reliever, revealing a 52-inch screen. "I need—" Caswell began. "Therapy," the clerk finished for him. "Of course. I just wanted to point out that this model need never cause embarrassment for yourself, your friends, or loved ones. Notice, if you will, the recessed dial which controls the desired degree of drinking. See? If you do not wish total abstinence, you can set it to heavy, moderate, social, or light. That is a new feature, unique in mechanotherapy." "I am not an alcoholic," Caswell said with considerable dignity. The New York Rapid Transit Corporation does not hire alcoholics." "Oh," said the clerk, glancing distrustfully at Caswell's bloodshot eyes. "You seem a little nervous. Perhaps the portable Bendix anxiety reducer." "Anxiety's not my ticket either. What have you got for homicidal mania?" The clerk pursed his lips. "Schizophrenic or manic depressive origins?" I don't know," Caswell admitted, somewhat taken aback. "Oh, it really doesn't matter," the clerk told him. "Just a private theory of my own. From my experience in the store, redheads and blondes are prone to schizophrenia, while brunettes incline toward the manic depressive." "That's interesting. Have you worked here long?" "A week." "Now then, here is just what you need, sir." He put his hand affectionately on a squat black machine with chrome trim. "What's that?" "That, sir, is the Rex Regenerator, built by General Motors. Isn't it handsome? It can go with any decor and opens up into a well-stocked bar. Your friends, family, loved ones need never know." "Will it cure a homicidal urge?" Caswell asked. "A strong one?" "Absolutely. Don't confuse this with the little 10-amp Neurosis models. This is a hefty, heavy-duty 25-amp machine for a really deep-rooted major condition." "That's what I've got," said Caswell with pardonable pride. "This baby'll jolt it out of you. Big, heavy-duty thrust bearings, oversized heat absorbers, completely insulated, sensitivity range of over—" "I'll take it," Caswell said. "Right now. I'll pay cash." "Fine. I'll just telephone storage and—" "This one'll do," Caswell said, pulling out his billfold. "I'm in a hurry to use it. I want to kill my friend Magnuson, you know." The clerk clucked sympathetically. "Oh, you wouldn't want to do that. Plus 5% sales tax. Thank you, sir. Full instructions are inside." Caswell thanked him, lifted the Regenerator in both arms, and hurried out. After figuring his commission, the clerk smiled to himself and lighted a cigarette. His enjoyment was spoiled when the manager, a large man, impressively equipped with pince-nez, marched out of his office. "Haskins," the manager said, "I thought I asked you to rid yourself of that filthy habit." "Yes, Mr. Follansby. Sorry, sir," Haskins apologized, snubbing out the cigarette. "I'll use the display denicotinizer at once. Made rather a good sale, Mr. Follansby. One of the big Rex Regenerators." "Really?" said the manager, impressed. "It isn't often we— Wait a minute. You didn't sell the floor model, did you?" Why, I'm afraid I did, Mr. Follansby. The customer was in such a terrible hurry. Was there any reason—" Mr. Follansby gripped his prominent white forehead in both hands, as though he wished to rip it off. "Haskins, I told you. I must have told you. That display Regenerator was a Martian model for giving mechanotherapy to Martians." "Oh," Haskins said. He thought for a moment. "Oh." Mr. Follansby stared at his clerk in grim silence. "But does it really matter?" Haskins asked quickly. "Surely the machine won't discriminate. I should think it would treat a homicidal tendency even if the patient were not a Martian." "The Martian race has never had the slightest tendency towards homicide. A Martian Regenerator doesn't even process the concept. Of course the Regenerator will treat him. It has to. But what will it treat?" "Oh," said Haskins. "That poor devil must be stopped before— Oh, you say he was homicidal? I don't know what will happen. Quick, what is his address?" "Well, Mr. Follansby, he was in such a terrible hurry." The manager gave him a long, unbelieving look. "Get the police! Call the General Motors Security Division! Find him!" Haskins raced for the door. "Wait!" yelled the manager, struggling into a raincoat. "I'm coming too!" Elwood Caswell returned to his apartment by taxicopter. He lugged the Regenerator into his living room, put it down near the couch, and studied it thoughtfully. "The clerk was right," he said after a while. "It does go with the room." Aesthetically, the Regenerator was a success. Caswell admired it for a few more moments, then went into the kitchen and fixed himself a chicken sandwich. He ate slowly, staring fixedly at a point just above and to the left of his kitchen clock. "Damn you, Magnuson! Dirty, no-good, lying, shifty-eyed enemy of all that's decent and clean in the world!" Taking the revolver from his pocket, he laid it on the table. With a stiffened forefinger, he poked it into different positions. It was time to begin therapy. Except that Caswell realised worriedly that he didn't want to lose the desire to kill Magnuson. What would become of him if he lost that urge? His life would lose all purpose, all coherence, all flavour and zest. It would be quite dull, really. Moreover, he had a great and genuine grievance against Magnuson. One he didn't even like to think about. Irene. His poor sister, debauched by the subtle and insidious Magnuson, ruined by him and cast aside. What better reason could a man have to take his revolver and... Caswell finally remembered that he did not have a sister. Now was really the time to begin therapy. He went into the living room and found the operating instructions tucked into a ventilation louver of the machine. He opened them and read. To operate all Rex model regenerators. 1. Place the regenerator near a comfortable couch. A comfortable couch can be purchased as an additional accessory from any General Motors dealer. 2. Plug in the machine. 3. Affix the adjustable contact band to the forehead. And that's all. Your regenerator will do the rest. There will be no language bar or dialect problem since the regenerator communicates by direct sense contact, patent pending. All you must do is cooperate. Try not to feel any embarrassment or shame. Everyone has problems, and many are worse than yours. Your regenerator has no interest in your morals or ethical standards, so don't feel it is judging you. It desires only to aid you in becoming well and happy. As soon as it has collected and processed enough data, your regenerator will begin treatment. You make the sessions as short or as long as you like. You are the boss. And of course you can end a session at any time. That's all there is to it. Simple, isn't it? Now plug in your General Motors regenerator and get sane. Nothing hard about that, Caswell said to himself. He pushed the regenerator closer to the couch and plugged it in. He lifted the headband, started to slip it on. Stopped. I feel so silly, he giggled. Abruptly he closed his mouth and stared pugnaciously at the black and chrome machine. So, you think you can make me sane, huh? The regenerator didn't answer. Oh well, go ahead and try. He slipped the headband over his forehead, crossed his arms on his chest, and leaned back. Nothing happened. Caswell settled himself more comfortably on the couch. He scratched his shoulder and put the headband at a more comfortable angle. Still nothing. His thoughts began to wander. Magnuson, you noisy, overbearing oaf, you disgusting... Good afternoon, a voice murmured in his head. I am your mechanotherapist. Caswell twitched guiltily. Hello, I was just sort of... Of course, the machine said soothingly. Don't we all? I am now scanning the material in your preconscious with the intent of synthesis, diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment. I find... Yes? Just one moment. The regenerator was silent for several minutes. Then, hesitantly, it said, This is beyond doubt a most unusual case. Really? Caswell asked, pleased. Yes, the coefficients seem... I'm not sure. The machine's robotic voice grew feeble. The pilot light began to flicker and fade. Hey, what's the matter? Confusion, said the machine. Of course, it went on in a stronger voice, the unusual nature of the symptoms need not prove entirely baffling to a competent therapeutic machine. A symptom, no matter how bizarre, is no more than a signpost, an indication of inner difficulty, and all symptoms can be related to the broad mainstream of proven theory. Since the theory is effective, the symptoms must relate. We will proceed on that assumption. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Asked Caswell, feeling light-headed. The machine snapped back, its pilot light blazing. Mechanotherapy today is an exact science and admits no significant errors. We will proceed with the word association test. Fire away, said Caswell. House. Home. Dog. Cat. Fleeful. Caswell hesitated, trying to figure out the word. It sounded vaguely Martian, but it might be Venusian or even... Fleeful, the regenerator repeated. Marfouche, Caswell replied, making up the word on the spur of the moment. Loud. Sweet. Green. Mother. Thanagoys. Patamathonga. Arides. Nexothesmodrastica. Cathenohelgonoptices. Rigmaru laticentric propatria. Caswell shot back. It was a collection of sounds he was particularly proud of. The average man would not have been able to pronounce them. Said the Regenerator. The pattern fits. It always does. What pattern? You have, the machine informed him, a classic case of theme desire, complicated by strong dwarkish intentions. I do? I thought I was homicidal. That term has no referent, the machine said severely. Therefore I must reject it as nonsense syllabification. Now consider these points. The theme desire is perfectly normal. Never forget that. But it is usually replaced at an early age by the Hovendish revulsion. Individuals lacking in this basic environmental response... I'm not absolutely sure I know what you're talking about, Caswell confessed. Please, sir, we must establish one thing at once. You are the patient, I am the mechanotherapist. You have brought your troubles to me for treatment, but you cannot expect help unless you cooperate. All right, Caswell said, I'll try. Up to now he had been bathed in a warm glow of superiority. Everything the machine had said seemed mildly humorous. As a matter of fact, he had felt capable of pointing out a few things wrong with the mechanotherapist. Now that sense of well-being had evaporated, as it always did, and Caswell was alone, terribly alone and lost, a creature of his compulsions, in search of a little peace and contentment. He would undergo anything to find them. Sternly he reminded himself that he had no right to comment on the mechanotherapist. These machines knew what they were doing, and had been doing it for a long time. He would cooperate, no matter how outlandish the treatment seemed from his layman's viewpoint. But it was obvious, Caswell thought, settling himself grimly on the couch, that mechanotherapy was going to be far more difficult than he had imagined. The search for the missing customer had been brief and useless. He was nowhere to be found on the teeming New York streets, and no one could remember seeing a red-haired, red-eyed little man lugging a black therapeutic machine. It was all too common a sight. In answer to an urgent telephone call, the police came immediately. 4 of them, led by a harassed young lieutenant of detectives named Smith. Smith just had time to ask, "Say, why don't you people put tags on things?" when there was an interruption. A man pushed his way past the policeman at the door. He was tall and gnarled and ugly, and his eyes were deep-set and bleakly blue. His clothes, unpressed and uncaring, hung on him like corrugated iron. "What do you want?" Lieutenant Smith asked. The ugly man flipped back his lapel, showing a small silver badge beneath. "I'm John Rath, General Motors Security Division." "Oh, sorry, sir," Lieutenant Smith said, saluting. "I didn't think you people would move in so fast." Rath made a non-committal noise. "Have you checked for prints, Lieutenant? The customer might have touched some other therapy machine." "I'll get right on it, sir," Smith said. It wasn't often that one of the operatives from GM, GE, or IBM came down to take a personal hand. If a local cop showed he was really clicking, there just might be the possibility of an industrial transfer. Rath turned to Follansby and Haskins and transfixed them with a gaze as piercing and as impersonal as a radar beam. "Let's have the full story," he said, taking a notebook and pencil from a shapeless pocket. He listened to the tale in ominous silence. Finally he closed his notebook, thrust it back into his pocket, and said, "The therapeutic machines are a sacred trust. To give a customer the wrong machine is a betrayal of that trust, a violation of the public interest, and a defamation of the company's good reputation." The manager nodded in agreement, glaring at his unhappy clerk. "A Martian model," Rath continued, "should never have been on the floor in the first place." "I can explain that," Follansby said hastily. "We needed a demonstrator model, and I wrote to the company telling them—" "This might," Rath broke in inexorably, "be considered a case of gross criminal negligence." Both the manager and the clerk exchanged horrified looks. They were thinking of the General Motors reformatory outside of Detroit, where company offenders passed their days in sullen silence, monotonously drawing microcircuits for pocket television sets. "However, this is out of my jurisdiction," Rath said. He turned his baleful gaze upon Haskins. "You are certain that the customer never mentioned his name?" "No, sir. I mean, yes, sir, I'm sure," Haskins replied rattly. "Did he mention any names at all?" Haskins plunged his face into his hands. He looked up and said eagerly, "Yes! He wanted to kill someone, a friend of his." "Who?" Rath asked with terrible patience. The friend's name was, let me think, Magneton? Yes, that was it, Magneton. Or was it Morrison? Oh dear. Mr. Rath's iron face registered a rather corrugated disgust. People were useless as witnesses. Worse than useless, since they were frequently misleading. For reliability, give him a robot every time. Didn't he mention anything significant? Let me think, Haskins said, his face twisting into a fit of concentration. Rath waited. Mr. Follansby cleared his throat. I was just thinking, Mr. Rath, about that Martian machine. It won't treat a Terran homicidal case as homicidal, will it? Of course not. Homicide is unknown on Mars. Yes, but what will it do? Might it not reject the entire case as unsuitable? Then the customer would merely return the regenerator with a complaint, and we would... Mr. Rath shook his head. The Rex regenerator must treat if it finds evidence of psychosis. By Martian standards, the customer is a very sick man, a psychotic, no matter what is wrong with him. Follansby removed his pince-nez and polished them rapidly. What will the machine do, then? It will treat him for the Martian illness most analogous to his case. Theme desire, I should imagine, with various complications. As for what will happen once treatment begins, I don't know. I doubt whether anyone knows, since it has never happened before. Offhand, I would say there are two major alternatives. The patient may reject the therapy out of hand, in which case he is left with his homicidal mania unabated, or he may accept the Martian therapy and reach a cure. Mr. Follansby's face brightened. Ah, a cure is possible? You don't understand, Rath said. He may effect a cure of his non-existent Martian psychosis, but to cure something that is not there is, in effect, to erect a gratuitous delusional system. You might say that the machine would work in reverse, producing psychosis instead of removing it. Mr. Follansby groaned and leaned against a Bell Psychosomatica. The result, Rath summed up, would be to convince the customer that he was a Martian. A sane Martian, naturally. Haskins suddenly shouted, I remember now! He said he worked for the New York Rapid Transit Corporation. I remember distinctly. Now that's a break, Rath said, reaching for the telephone. Haskins wiped his perspiring face in relief. And I just remembered something else that should make it easier still. What? The customer said he had been an alcoholic at one time. I'm sure of it, because he was interested at first in the IBM alcoholic reliever, until I talked him out of it. He had red hair, you know, and I've had a theory for some time about red-headedness and alcoholism. It seems... Excellent, Rath said. Alcoholism will be on his records. It narrows the search considerably. As he dialed the NYRT Corporation, the expression on his crag-like face was almost pleasant. It was good, for a change, to find that a human could retain some significant facts. But surely you remember your Gorikai, the regenerator was saying. No, Caswell answered wearily. Tell me then about your juvenile experiences with the Thorastrian fleet. Never had any. Blockage, muttered the machine. Resentment, repression. Are you sure you don't remember your Gorikai and what it meant to you? The experience is universal. Not for me, Caswell said, swallowing a yawn. He had been undergoing mechanotherapy for close to 4 hours, and it struck him as futile. For a while he had talked voluntarily about his childhood, his mother and father, his older brother. But the regenerator had asked him to put aside those fantasies. The patient's relationships to an imaginary parent or sibling, it explained, were unworkable and of minor importance psychologically. The important thing was the patient's feelings, both revealed and repressed, towards his Gorikai. Oh, look, Caswell complained. I don't even know what a Gorikai is. Of course you do. You just won't let yourself know. I don't know. Tell me. It would be better if you told me. How can I? Caswell raged. I don't know. What do you imagine a Gorikai would be? A forest fire, Caswell said. A salt tablet, a jar of denatured alcohol, a small screwdriver. Am I getting warm? A notebook, a revolver. These associations are meaningful, the regenerator assured him. Your attempt at randomness shows a clearly underlying pattern. Do you begin to recognize it? What in hell is a Gorikai? Caswell roared. The tree that nourished you during infancy and well into puberty, if my theory about you is correct. Inadvertently, the Gorikai stifled your necessary rejection of the theme desire, This, in turn, gave rise to your present urge to dwark someone in a vlendish manner. No tree nourished me. You cannot recall the experience? Of course not, it never happened. You are sure of that? Positive. Not even the tiniest bit of doubt? No, no Gorokai ever nourished me. Look, I can break off these sessions at any time, right? Of course, the Regenerator said, but it would not be advisable at this moment. You are expressing anger, resentment, fear. By your rigidly summary rejection... Nuts! Said Caswell, and pulled off the headband. The silence was wonderful. Caswell stood up, yawned, stretched, and massaged the back of his neck. He stood in front of the humming black machine and gave it a long leer. You couldn't cure me of a common cold, he told it. Stiffly, he walked the length of the living room and returned to the Regenerator. Lousy fake! He shouted. Caswell went into the kitchen and opened a bottle of beer. His revolver was still on the table, gleaming dully. Magnuson, you unspeakable, treacherous filth! You fiend incarnate! You inhuman, hideous monster! Someone must destroy you! Magnuson! Someone! Someone? He himself would have to do it. Only he knew the bottomless depths of Magnuson's depravity, his viciousness, his disgusting lust for power. Yes, it was his duty, Caswell thought. But strangely, the knowledge brought him no pleasure. After all, Magnuson was his friend. He stood up, ready for action. He tucked the revolver into his right-hand coat pocket and glanced at the kitchen clock. Nearly 6:30. Magnuson would be home now, gulping his dinner, grinning over his plans. This was the perfect time to take him. Caswell strode to the door, opened it, started through, and stopped. A thought had crossed his mind. A thought so tremendously involved, so meaningful, so far-reaching in its implications, that he was stirred to his depths. Caswell tried desperately to shake off the knowledge it wrought, but the thought, permanently etched upon his memory, would not depart. Under the circumstances, he could do only one thing. He returned to the living room, sat down on the couch, and slipped on the headband. The Regenerator said, "Yes?" "It's the damnedest thing," Caswell said. "But do you know, I think I do remember my Gorokai." John Rath contacted the New York Rapid Transit Corporation by televideo and was put into immediate contact with Mr. Bemis, a plump, tanned man with watchful eyes. "Alcoholism?" Mr. Bemis repeated after the problem was explained. Unobtrusively, he turned on his tape recorder. "Among our employees." Pressing a button beneath his foot, Bemis alerted Transit Security, Publicity, Intercompany Relations, and the Psychoanalysis Division. This done, he looked earnestly at Rath. "Not a chance of it, my dear sir. Just between us, why does General Motors really want to know?" Rath smiled bitterly. He should have anticipated this. NYRT and GM had had their differences in the past. Officially, there was cooperation between the two giant corporations. But for all practical purposes... "The question is in terms of the public interest," Rath said. "Oh, certainly," Mr. Bemis replied with a subtle smile. Glancing at his tattleboard, he noticed that several company executives had tapped in on his line. This might mean a promotion if handled properly. "The public interest of GM," Mr. Bemis added with polite nastiness. "The insinuation is, I suppose, that drunken conductors are operating our jet buses and helis?" "Of course not. I was searching for a single alcoholic predilection, an individual latency. There's no possibility of it. We at Rapid Transit do not hire people with even the merest tendency in that direction, and may I suggest, sir, that you clean your own house before making implications about others." And with that, Mr. Bemis broke the connection. No one was going to put anything over on him. "Dead end," Rath said heavily. He turned and shouted, "Smith, did you find any prints?" Lieutenant Smith, his coat off and sleeves rolled up, bounded over. "Nothing usable, sir." Rath's thin lips tightened. It had been close to 7 hours since the customer had taken the Martian machine. There was no telling what harm had been done by now. The customer would be justified in bringing suit against the company. Not that the money mattered much, it was the bad publicity that was to be avoided at all costs. "Beg pardon, sir," Haskins said. Rath ignored him. What next? Rapid Transit were not going to cooperate. Would the armed services make their records available for scansion by somatotype and pigmentation? "Sir," Haskins said again, "what is it?" "I just remembered the customer's friend's name. It was Magnuson." "Are you sure of that?" "Absolutely," Haskins said, with the first confidence he had shown in hours. "I've taken the liberty of looking him up in the telephone book, sir. There's only one Manhattan listing under that name." Rath glowered at him from under shaggy eyebrows. "Haskins, I hope you are not wrong about this. I sincerely hope that." "I do too, sir," Haskins admitted, feeling his knees begin to shake. "Because if you are," Rath said, "I will... Never mind, let's go." By police escort, they arrived at the address in 15 minutes. It was an ancient brownstone building, and Magnuson's name was on a second-floor door. They knocked. The door opened, and a stocky, crop-headed, shirt-sleeved man in his 30s stood before them. He turned slightly pale at the sight of so many uniforms, but held his ground. "What is this?" he demanded. "You Magnuson?" Lieutenant Smith barked. "Yeah? What's the beef? If it's about my hi-fi playing too loud, I can tell you that old hag downstairs—" "May we come in?" Rath asked. "It's important." Magnuson seemed about to refuse, so Rath pushed past him, followed by Smith, Follansby, Haskins, and a small army of policemen. Magnuson turned to face them, bewildered, defiant, and more than a little awed. "Mr. Magnuson," Rath said in the pleasantest voice he could muster, "I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. Let me assure you it is in the public interest as well as your own. Do you know a short, angry-looking, red-haired, red-eyed man?" "Yes," Magnuson said slowly and warily. Haskins let out a sigh of relief. "Would you tell us his name and address?" asked Rath. "I suppose you mean... Hold it! What's he done?" "Nothing." "Then what do you want him for?" "There's no time for explanations," Rath said. "Believe me, it's in his own best interest too. What's his name?" Magnuson studied Rath's ugly, honest face, trying to make up his mind. Lieutenant Smith said, "Come on, talk, Magnuson, if you know what's good for you. We want the name and we want it quick." It was the wrong approach. Magnuson lighted a cigarette, blew smoke in Smith's direction, and inquired, "You got a warrant, buddy?" "You bet I have," Smith said, striding forward. "I'll warrant you, wise guy." "Stop it," Rath ordered. "Lieutenant Smith, thank you for your assistance. I won't need you any longer." Smith left, sulkily, taking his platoon with him. Rath said, "I apologize for Smith's overeagerness. You had better hear the problem." Briefly, but fully, he told the story of the customer and the Martian therapeutic machine. When he was finished, Magnuson looked more suspicious than ever. "You say he wants to kill me?" "Definitely." "That's a lie. I don't know what your game is, mister, but you'll never make me believe that. Elwood's my best friend. We've been best friends since we were kids. We've been in service together. Elwood would cut off his arm for me, and I'd do the same for him." "Yes, yes," Rath said impatiently. "In a sane frame of mind he would. But your friend Elwood, is that his first name or last?" "First," Magnuson said tauntingly. "Your friend Elwood is psychotic." "You don't know him. That guy loves me like a brother. Look, what's Elwood really done? Defaulted on some payments or something? I can help out." "You thick-headed imbecile!" Rath shouted. "I'm trying to save your life, and the life and sanity of your friend." "But how do I know?" Magnuson pleaded. "You guys come busting in here." "You can trust me," Rath said. Magnuson studied Rath's face and nodded sourly. "His name's Elwood Caswell. He lives just down the block at number 341. The man who came to the door was short, with red hair and red-rimmed eyes. His right hand was thrust into his coat pocket. He seemed very calm. "Are you Elwood Caswell?" Rath asked. "The Elwood Caswell who bought a regenerator earlier this afternoon at the Home Therapy Appliances store?" "Yes," said Caswell. "Won't you come in?" Inside Caswell's small living room, they saw the regenerator, glistening black and chrome, standing near the couch. It was unplugged. "Have you used it?" Rath asked anxiously. "Yes." Follansby stepped forward. "Mr. Caswell, I don't know how to explain this, but we made a terrible mistake. The regenerator you took was a Martian model for giving therapy to Martians." "I know," said Caswell. "You do?" "Of course. It became pretty obvious after a while." "It was a dangerous situation," Rath said, "especially for a man with your, troubles." He studied Caswell covertly. The man seemed fine, but appearances were frequently deceiving, especially with psychotics. Caswell had been homicidal. There was no reason why he should not still be. And Rath began to wish he had not dismissed Smith and his policemen so summarily. Sometimes an armed squad was a comforting thing to have around. Caswell walked across the room to the therapeutic machine. One hand was still in his jacket pocket. The other he laid affectionately upon the regenerator. "The poor thing tried its best," he said. "Of course, it couldn't cure what wasn't there." He laughed. "But it came very near succeeding." Rath studied Caswell's face and said, in a trained, casual tone, "Glad there was no harm, sir. The company will, of course, reimburse you for your lost time and for your mental anguish." "Naturally," Caswell said. "And we will substitute a proper Terran regenerator at once." "That won't be necessary." "It won't?" "No." Caswell's voice was decisive. "The machine's attempt at therapy forced me into a complete self-appraisal. There was a moment of absolute insight during which I was able to evaluate and discard my homicidal intentions towards poor Magnuson." Rath nodded dubiously. "You feel no such urge now?" "Not in the slightest." Rath frowned deeply, started to say something, and stopped. He turned to Follansby and Haskins. "Get that machine out of here. I'll have a few things to say to you at the store." The manager and the clerk lifted the regenerator and left. Rath took a deep breath. "Mr. Caswell, I would strongly advise that you accept a new regenerator from the company gratis. Unless a cure is effected in a proper mechanotherapeutic manner, there is always a danger of a setback." "No danger with me," Caswell said, airily but with deep conviction. "Thank you for your consideration, sir, and good night." Rath shrugged and walked to the door. "Wait!" Caswell called. Rath turned. Caswell had taken his hand out of his pocket. In it was a revolver. Rath felt sweat trickle down his arms. He calculated the distance between himself and Caswell, but it was too far. "Here," Caswell said, extending the revolver butt first. "I won't need this any longer." Rath managed to keep his face expressionless as he accepted the revolver and stuck it into a shapeless pocket. "Good night," Caswell said. He closed the door behind Rath and bolted it. At last he was alone. Caswell walked into the kitchen. He opened a bottle of beer, took a deep swallow, and sat down at the kitchen table. He stared fixedly at a point just above and to the left of the clock. He had to form his plans now. There was no time to lose. Magnuson, that inhuman monster who cut down the Caswell Goricae. Magnuson, the man who, even now, was secretly planning to infect New York with the abhorrent theme desire. Oh, Magnuson, I wish you a long, long life filled with the torture I can inflict on you. And to start with... Caswell smiled to himself as he planned exactly how he would dwark Magnuson in a Vlendish manner. End of Bad Medicine by Robert Sheckley. Read by Megan Argo.
Blessed are the meek. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Blessed are the meek by G.C. Edmondson. The strangers landed just before dawn, incinerating a good li of bottom land in the process. Their machines were already busily digging up the topsoil. The Old One watched, squinting into the morning sun. He sighed, hitched up his saffron robes, and started walking down towards the strangers. Griffin turned, not trying to conceal his excitement. "You're the linguist. See what you can get out of him."
"I might," Kung Su ventured sourly, "if you'd go weed the air machine or something. This is going to be hard enough without a lot of kibitzers cramping my style and scaring old Pruneface here half to death."
"I see your point," Griffin answered. He turned and started back towards the diggings. "Let me know if you make any progress with the local language." He stopped whistling and strove to control the jauntiness of his gait. "Must be the lower gravity and extra oxygen," he thought. "I haven't bounced along like this for 30 years. Nice place to settle down if some promoter doesn't turn it into an old folks' home." He sighed and glanced over the diggings. The rammed earth walls were nearly obliterated by now. "Nothing lost," he reflected. "It's all on tape, and they're no different from 1,000 others at any rate." Griffin opened a door in the transparent bubble from which Albañez was operating the diggers. "Anything?" he inquired.
"Nothing so far," Albañez reported. "What's the score on this job? I missed the briefing."
"How'd you make out on 3, by the way?"
"Same old stuff, pottery shards, and the usual junk. See it once, and you've seen it all."
"Well," Griffin began, "it looks like the same thing here again. We've pretty well covered this system, and you know how it is. Rammed earth walls here and there, pottery shards, flint, bronze and iron artifacts, and that's it. They got to the Iron Age on every planet, and then blooey."
"Artifacts all made for humanoid hands, I suppose. I wonder if they were close enough to have crossbred with humans."
"I couldn't say," Griffin observed dryly. "From the looks of old Pruneface, I doubt if we'll ever find a human female with sufficiently detached attitude to find out."
"Who's Pruneface?"
"He came ambling down out of the hills this morning and walked into camp."
"You mean you actually found a live humanoid?"
"There's got to be a first time for everything." Griffin opened the door and started climbing the hill towards Kung Su and Pruneface. "Well, have you gotten beyond the 'Me, Charlie' stage yet?" Griffin inquired at breakfast 2 days later. Kung Su gave an inscrutable East Los Angeles smile.
"As a matter of fact, I'm a little farther along. Joe is amazingly cooperative."
"Joe?"
"Spell it Cho if you want to be exotic. It's still pronounced Joe, and that's his name. The language is monosyllabic and tonal. I happen to know a similar language."
"You mean this humanoid speaks Chinese?" Griffin was never sure whether Kung was ribbing him or not.
"Not Chinese. The vocabulary is different, but the syntax and phonemes are nearly identical. I'll speak it perfectly in a week. It's just a question of memorizing 2,000 or 3,000 new words. Incidentally, Joe wants to know why you're digging up his bottomland. He was all set to flood it today."
"Don't tell me he plants rice!" Griffin exclaimed.
"I don't imagine it's rice, but it needs flooding, whatever it is."
"Ask him how many humanoids there are on this planet."
"I'm way ahead of you, Griffin. He says there are only a few thousand left. The rest were all destroyed in a war with the barbarians."
"Barbarians?"
"They're extinct."
"How many races were there?"
"I'll get to that if you'll stop interrupting," Kung rejoined testily. "Joe says there are only 2 kinds of people. His own dark, straight-haired kind, and the barbarians. They have curly hair, white skin, and round eyes. You'd pass for a barbarian, according to Joe, only you don't have a face full of hair. He wants to know how things are going on the other planets."
"I suppose that's my cue to break into a cold sweat and feel a premonition of disaster." Griffin tried to smile, and almost made it.
"Not necessarily, but it seems our Iron Age man is fairly well informed in extraplanetary affairs."
"I guess I'd better start learning the language." Thanks to the spade work Kung Su had done in preparing hypno-recordings, Griffin had a working knowledge of the rational people's language 11 days later when he sat down to drink herb-infused hot water with Joe and the other Old Ones in the low-roofed wooden building around which clustered a village of 200 humanoids. He fidgeted through interminable ritualistic cups of hot water. Eventually Joe hid his hands in the sleeves of his robe and turned with an air of polite inquiry. Now we get down to business, Griffin thought. Joe, you know by now why we're digging up your bottomland. We'll recompense you in one way or another. Meanwhile, could you give me a little local history? Joe smiled like a well-nourished bodhisattva.
Approximately how far back would you like me to begin?
At the beginning.
How long is a year on your planet?
Joe inquired. Your year is 8.5 days longer. Our day is 300 heartbeats longer than yours. Joe nodded his thanks.
More water?
Griffin declined, suppressing a shudder.
5 million years ago, we were limited to one planet, Joe began. The court astronomer had a vision of our planet in flames. I imagine you'd say our sun was about to nova. The Empress was disturbed and ordered a convocation of seers. One fasted overlong and saw an answer. As the dying seer predicted, the Son of Heaven came with fire-breathing dragons. The fairest of maidens and the strongest of our young men were taken to serve his warriors. We served them honestly and faithfully. 1,000 years later, their empire collapsed, leaving us scattered across the universe. 3,000 years later, a new race of barbarians conquered our planets. We surrendered naturally, and soon were serving our new masters. 500 years passed, and they destroyed themselves. This has been the pattern of our existence from that day to this.
You mean you've been slaves for 5 million years? Griffin was incredulous.
Servitude has ever been a refuge for the scholar and the philosopher.
But what point is there in such a life? Why do you continue living this way?
What is the point in any way of life? Continued existence. Personal immortality is neither desirable nor possible. We settled for perpetuation of the race.
But what about self-determination? You know enough astronomy to understand novae. Certainly you realize it could happen again. What would you do without a technology to build spaceships?
Many stars have gone nova during our history. Usually the barbarians came in time. When they didn't.
You mean you don't really care?
All barbarians ask that sooner or later. Joe smiled. Sometimes towards the end they even accuse us of destroying them. We don't. Every technology bears the seeds of its own destruction. The stars are older than the machinery that explores them.
You use technology to get from one system to another.
We used it, but we were never part of it. When machines fail, their people die. We have no machines.
What would you do if this sun were to nova?
We can serve you. We are not unintelligent.
Willing to work your way around the galaxy, eh? But what if we refused to take you?
The race would go on. Kung Su tells me there is no life on planets of this system, but there are other systems.
You're whistling in the dark, Griffin scoffed. How do you know if any of the rational people survive?
How far back does your history go? Joe inquired.
It's hard to say exactly, Griffin replied. Our earliest written records date back some 7,000 years.
You are all of one race?
No, you may have noticed Kung Su is slightly different from the rest of us.
Yes, Griffin, I have noticed. When you return, ask Kung Su for the legend of creation. More hot water?
Joe stirred, and Griffin guessed the interview was over. He drank another ritual cup, made his farewells, and walked thoughtfully back to camp. "Kung," Griffin asked over coffee next afternoon, "how well up are you on Chinese mythology?"
"Oh, fair, I guess. It isn't my field, but I remember some of the stories my grandfather used to tell me."
"What is your legend of creation?" Griffin persisted.
"It's pretty well garbled, but I remember something about the Son of Heaven bringing the early settlers from a land of 2 moons on the back of his fire-breathing dragon. The dragon got sick and died, so they couldn't ever get back to heaven again. There's a lot of stuff about devils, too."
"What about devils?"
"I don't remember too well, but they were supposed to do terrible things to you and even to your unborn children if they ever caught you. They must have been pretty stupid, though. They couldn't turn corners. My grandfather's store had devil screens at all the doors, so you had to turn a corner to get in. The first time I saw the lead baffles at the piled chamber doors on this ship, it reminded me of Home Sweet Home. By the way, some young men from the village were around today. They want to work passage to the next planet. What do you think?"
Griffin was silent for a long time.
"Well, what do you say? We can use some hand labor for the delicate digging. Want to put them on?"
"Might as well," Griffin answered. "There's a streetcar every millennium, anyway."
"What do you mean by that?"
"You wouldn't understand. You sold your birthright to the barbarians." The End. Blessed are the meek.
Has anyone here seen Kelly? By Bryce Walton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Has anyone here seen Kelly? By Bryce Walton. The body tanks had to be replenished, and the ship had to be serviced, and the crew was having a lotus dream in its bed of protoplasm, but Kelly knew how to arouse them. The crew pulsed with contentment, and its communal singing brought a pleasant kind of glow that throbbed gently in the control room. Has anybody here seen Kelly? Kelly? Shut up and dig my thought. Kelly's stubborn will insisted. I'm going on out for a while. The delicate loom of the crew's light pattern increased its frequency a little, and the song stopped. Better not, the crew said. But why not? No need. We could be running into something bad, Kelly thought. No danger now, Kelly. Checking the ship is just a waste of time. How can you waste what you have so damn much of? Kelly thought. Do not leave us again, Kelly. We love you, and you are the most interesting part of the crew when you're with it. The ship ought to be checked. Our bodies ought to be looked at. We know there is no danger any more, Kelly. Do not go. There are so many interesting experiences we have not even begun to share yet. We are only halfway through your life, and we have not even started to experience your impressions of your colorful and complex Earth culture. And we have not even started on the adult lives of Lekrit or Lijub. Come back with your crew, Kelly. But no one's checked the ship for over a year. Please do not worry about the ship, Kelly. In 50 years, nothing has gone wrong. We can trust the ship thoroughly now. It will take care of us. It will take care of us? That's a hell of a way to look at it. There can be no danger now, Kelly. In 50 years, we have encountered every conceivable danger, every imaginable kind of world or possible menace. Have we? Kelly thought. Every danger from outside, maybe, and I'm not even sure of that. But how about danger from inside? Inside? Us. How about apathy, for instance? Apathy, a real danger. You talk about this space can like it was a big metal mother. Listen, I'm supposed to see that this tub holds together, at least until we get back somewhere near enough to the solar system so we'll feel we've been somewhere else. But Kelly, I'm getting out for a while, I tell you. All right, the crew sighed. The light loom faded a bit, down to a self-indulgent glow. Hurry back to us, Kelly. I'll give some thought to it. So Kelly concentrated on the increasingly painful and difficult task of tearing his consciousness free of the big glob of protoplasm in the tank and getting it back into his body that hibernated in the bunk room. As usual, the switch was too painful. It stretched and finally snapped in an all too familiar explosion of shocking light. His bones creaked. His skin rustled as he sat up and looked around. There was the old feeling that there was dust over everything when there was no dust. There was all that emptiness sweeping away into the endless silence, and he thought again, as he always did, how comforting and cozy it was being part of the crew. But someone had to check the ship. It was only machinery after all, and machinery could wear out, sooner or later. And he wasn't at all sure, as he kept insisting, that they had encountered all the possible dangers. It might seem that in 50 years you could run into everything, but 50 years was no time at all out here where time had no real meaning any more. His body squeaked as he took a few tentative steps about the bunk room. One did not actually forget how to walk. It was just awkward as the devil. And the blood, the entire autonomic system, tended to slow down. It seemed reluctant to step up general metabolism. Apathy. Sure, it was a danger. This time, Kelly decided, I'll do something about it. He was the engineer, and he had signed on the Great Odyssey to keep the ship going. But the crew was part of the ship. Was not there an obligation even greater to keep the crew going? The 4 others lived but almost imperceptibly in some very low state of slowed metabolism there in the bunk room, and Kelly looked at them. The faithful and the wonderful ones. The ones with whom he had shared so many dangers and awful silences that the 5 of them had been able to evolve the idea of the protoplasm in the tank and merge their consciousness in it. Q, the Venusian, in her bowl of self-renewing nitrate. Lakrit, from a Jovian satellite, a fluorine fellow of distinction inside a sphere of gaseous sulfur. A crystalline character with a sense of humor named Eljub, whose form gave off a pale glint as if nourished itself on silicates. And a highly intelligent but humble 6-foot-long sponge labeled Urdaz, stuck in a foundation of chemical sediment at the bottom of a tank of reprocessing salt water. Each with their own special kind of appendages and sensitivities, each able to move his special closed system about through the ship by means of clever types of mobility. But basically, in outward form, they were too alien to have much in common. Only as intelligences, as life forces, could they share a common bed. And it had evolved to that in 50 years. A bed of protoplasm in a shock-absorbent tank. Kelly looked at them warmly, and thought about how it had worked out. The strange thing was that it did have a lot of good things to recommend it. Or had them. It had solved the problem of intimate communication and driven back the tides of loneliness. It had lessened the dangers of mental and physical illnesses in the material bodies and assured a prolongation of the life of each body, which was important in itself, for this trip had proven to be a lot longer than even the most pessimistic had anticipated. The crew, pulsing in its tank, Kelly thought oddly, is a new life form, one that had evolved to meet the exigencies of deep space, which had proven to be alien to any adaptability common to any world that rotated through it. But maybe they were too damn happy, Kelly thought. Too contented. If they ran into a real emergency now, the ship would be finished. The crew in the tank was, itself, incapable of action of any overt kind. It could not manipulate anything. It could only be happy. And the bodies here in the bunkroom could not rally fast enough to meet a sudden crisis. And they had agreed that the first law was survival. But to survive this way might well mean destruction in another. So Kelly walked and thought about it, and weighed the precarious balance. He slipped through the silent ship and to the control room. He peered into the viewscope. Some galaxy or other spun its giant pinwheel outward toward some destiny of its own. The high noon of the endlessness had been unfamiliar for years. He checked the ship's instruments. The crew in the big tank simmered and throbbed in its introspective bliss, utterly oblivious to Kelly now. Kelly saw the red dwarf a few 100 million kilos away. 3 planets ground their familiar path around it. The second in distance had a breathable oxygen, according to the scopes, but little else to recommend it. Kelly straightened up. He had no idea when the plan had really started forming, but now it was formed. When Kelly made up his mind to a thing, there was no other course but to conclude it. He knew what he had to do. Somehow, even as a part of the crew, some part of Kelly had been able to keep that forming plan a secret, which was a lucky miracle, for if the crew had known his intentions, it would certainly not have let him out this time. Even if you wanted out, Kelly reasoned, the crew would keep you in, and maybe after long enough you did not care to get out. But once out, he wondered, could it keep you out if it decided to blackball a man for one reason or another? Like wrecking the ship? In the chrome strip above the control panel, Kelly saw his face grinning strangely back at him, a bearded, hollowed, paled face with an unfamiliar glitter in the eyes. Every time he had left the crew to enter and reactivate his own body, that body had seemed a little less familiar. This time it seemed to be almost entirely someone else. He stared at the face in the chrome, then whispered the hell with that, and he flipped the controls over to manual. He sat down. Behind him, the crew whispered in its tank, protoplasm developed in the labs and quivering now with some unified sensation that was purely subjective and blissfully unconcerned with what happened outside itself. "It's sick," Kelly concluded, with an emphatic clamp of his jaws. "It's not right." True, sharing the intimate sensations of alien life forms like Q, the female Venusian, had been exciting, especially the sex experiences, which, in a flower of Q's type, was certainly something. There were interesting things to being a part of the crew all right, but the main purpose, survival, had been forgotten. Now being the crew was an end in itself. Kelly could imagine the crew business going on until finally even the material bodies in the bunkroom would be forgotten entirely and allowed to rot away to dust, about which the crew would no longer care. And that was very bad. It should not have worked out that way. But it was not too late to do something, shake them out of the Lotus dream. He checked the scopes again. Now the second planet revealed plenty of breathable atmosphere settled in the lower valleys. He headed straight for it. The crew was soon going to get one devil of a jolt. He put the ship into a close orbit around the planet. It seemed nothing but a fearsome forest of oxidized spikes rising in corrosive silence, with here and there a lean slash of valley. There was no indication of life, no vegetation visible or revealed by the scopes. One of the valleys had a thin mouth of water stretching down the length of its face. Kelly set the speed and the controls and ran for the bunkroom and the shock-absorbent cushions. He strapped himself in and waited. It was done. As long as the thing had gone so far, Kelly decided, the truth should never be revealed, because that would lessen the therapeutic value of his action. He would wreck the ship. Not too badly. Not so badly that all of the bodies, distinct, separate, individual bodies again, couldn't put the ship back together, as in the old days. And that would keep them in their bodies gladly for a while where they belonged, where the good Lord had intended for them to stay. They would not be rocked away to apathy in a phony metal mother womb, thinking the ship was going to take care of them. The more Kelly thought about it, the better he felt. He stretched inside the straps. He felt his slightly atrophied muscles luxuriate over the tissues and bones of his big frame. Any body, no matter what its shape, should be proud of itself. That was Kelly's belief, and this thing that had happened seemed somewhat blasphemous. Without bodies and their complex sensory recording apparatus, the rich consciousness enjoyed by the crew could not exist, would never have been created at all. The crew was living off the largesse of experience built up by their bodies. The crew was just narcotized enough that it did not realize that the body banks had to be replenished. Metal shrieked. Kelly yelled feebly. He fought. He grappled with the threatening blackout like a man fighting with an invisible opponent on an endless flight of stairs. The grinding, rolling terror of the sound, the ripping, twisting, tearing scream of it cried on and on. Kelly knew one thing then. He had not figured it right. His calculations were off. The ship had hit too damn hard. Later, when he managed to get the straps off and tried to move, he fell painfully onto the tilted deck. One of his eyes felt sticky. He rubbed it, and his hand was smeared with blood. He shuffled around in a stumbling circle. Minor damages could have been repaired. But this. The ship was peeled open in glaring strips like a breakfast canister. A cold wind moaned through the ship that was now nothing but a metal sieve. A hazy light filtered down and ran off the metal like cold flour rust. Kelly fell to his knees. "Q," he whispered. "Lchub. Urdas. Lakrit." The Venusian flower lady was sliced down the middle like a cabbage, and the nitrate bowl was shattered, and Q was dead in a pool of fading green blood. Smashed into the bulkhead was Lakrit's sulfuric bathtub, and his atmosphere had already filtered away with the wind to wherever it was going. Lchub's pale glow was out for good, and his crystalline heart was as opaque as a dead eye. Only a few pieces of Urdaz's tank were visible, and Urdaz himself had already turned to a powdery food that the wind ate slowly in long trailing streamers. What in the name of God have I done?" Kelly whispered. "All dead." "No!" He slammed at the bulkhead until the warped metal gave, and he ran to the control room. "The crew! The crew!" He stared at the tank. Through a jagged opening in the ship's walls, the wind whined and plucked at Kelly's red hair. The wind was colder now. He kept on looking at the tank. He reached out and touched the big transparent curve of it, and then jerked his hand back with a whimper in his breath. There was nothing in the tank, nothing but a blob of slowly drying slime. He pressed his nose to the tank. "Crew," he whispered. There was no life in the slime. When he pounded on the tank, the stuff collapsed in upon itself in withering flatness. Kelly yelled. The cold wind froze at his teeth. It sucked at his breath and dried at the interior of his mouth. He ran and climbed. The jagged periphery of the opening sliced at his flesh. But he did not feel it, and he fell 20 feet without feeling that either, down the side of the ship. He started crawling over the hard, naked belly of the rock. He got to his feet. He ran stumbling down an incline of shale worn round and shiny by the wind that had blown here just as it blew now, and would blow for God alone possibly knew how long. He fell and rolled to the edge of the water. He looked into it. He felt of it. He jerked his hand away. The stuff was icy. But it was worse than icy. It was dead. It was dead water. It was without any bottom and without any life in it, anywhere. You could tell by looking into it. The wind moved over the top of it as though the water were glass, and the water was the color of a slightly transparent, naked blue steel. There was no life here. Maybe there had been once. Who knew when? Who could guess how long ago? But there was none now, and even the water had forgotten it. Kelly cried out as he stood up. "What have I done?" He raised his arms at the hazy red sun lying over the spires of towering stone and metal like a bloated balloon scraping precariously over rusty spikes. "God, what have I done?" The cry echoed tinnily on the rocks and fled on the wind. Kelly ran for a long way, falling and stumbling and getting up again. Kelly had always had one primary drive, and that was to keep going, no matter what. So now he tried to keep going. But there was no life on this planet. He had known that before. Some strange kinds of intelligence could tolerate some unpleasant worlds, but nothing would live here. Nothing could live here. That's your fate, Kelly thought. He sat down and stared at the walls of rock and metal all around. Your fate, Kelly. Your punishment. Your well-deserved hell. That was what it was. Retribution. And knowing that, he tried not to care. He tried to be glad and face what he deserved. If that were not the answer, then why had only Kelly been spared to face emptiness and silence and no life, all alone? The irony of it was that he would go on as long as possible, keeping himself alive in his own hell. There was food aplenty in the ship, enough to last as long as hell cared to have him. He turned and started walking back toward the ship that seemed some 5 miles away. At that instant, the ship disappeared in an abrupt explosion that twisted the rocks, and a mushroom cloud flowered gently above the lake as Kelly fell trembling on his belly and hugged the ground and pushed his face into the shale, while the wind tore and screamed about him and particles of flint ripped his clothes and slashed at his flesh. He did not bother walking much farther toward where the ship had been. There was only a crater there now which would offer him nothing in the way of sustaining his very personal and thoroughly private hell. He walked. The effort became more difficult, and finally he was on his hands and knees, crawling. The wind sucked at his ripped clothes, and felt like cold sharp steel in his raw wounds. But slowly and deliberately he continued to crawl. Kelly had always had the idea that a man should keep going, and so now he kept on going. Even if there was no place to go, and you could not remember particularly where you had been, you kept on moving, and fighting, and slugging along until you could no longer move. He lay there looking up at the hazy rust of the sky with the naked spires pointing up into it for no reason at all, because there was nothing up there. He had been there, and he knew. Nothing up there but space, black and without a beginning or end. He had not even checked the records of the ship, so that now, lying here, he did not even know how far away from Earth he was. At the speed they had traveled, a ship went a long way in 50 years. But the ship, the records, everything was lost. And no one would ever know now how far they had come. Or gone. What was the difference, anyway? But Kelly had no difficulty in remembering why they had come. They had come into space because that was how it was with those who fought their way up to being the dominant life form of whatever world they had lived on and grown and died on. If you were the kind who went into space, you went because space was there. Who needed a better reason than that? Q, he whispered. Lakrit, Nchub, Urtaz. Listen now. I thought I was doing the right thing. Maybe my idea was right, but I just made a mistake in the calculations. I just made a hell of a mistake. The wind sighed over the naked rock, and the rusted metal, and the rock, and the dead blue water. He turned and pushed his head against the rock, and his body curled up against the bitter wind. You've got to forgive me, he said. Has anybody here seen Kelly? Kelly? He shivered and kept his eyes closed. It was part of the wind. He did not want to go out that way, hearing crazy voices in the wind. Has anybody here seen Kelly? He raised his head and blinked, and the wind drove tears down his cheeks. Am I just hearing something that's going crazy inside my head? He peered around. There was nothing. Nothing anywhere, of course. Nothing where nothing had ever been, and nothing else but nothing could ever be. You're wrong, Kelly. Your crew's here. Kelly raised himself painfully to an elbow. Where? Where? Right here, Kelly. We had a difficult time locating you. Sure, we forgive you. You were trying to do what was right. We know that. There's nothing. Nothing, Kelly said. You're wrong. The crew's here, and we're waiting. He stared at the rock. He put his face against it and pushed his hands to it. There was a kind of dull glow in it, a faint hint of warmth in the rock. How can this be? Kelly said. This is the life here, Kelly. Perhaps there is life everywhere in the most impossible seeming places. And where life is, Kelly, we can live with it and be welcomed by it. Here the rock is life, and it has taken us in. It has been here a long time, and it will be here for a much longer time. Rock, Kelly said. But hurry and come back. But no one will ever know. How long? How long can we wait? Who can answer that, Kelly? But maybe they will find the crew some day. Kelly looked up once at the completely unfamiliar distances growing darker. Sometimes, he thought, they'll come from wherever Earth is and find the crew of the ship, find a rock here waiting the ages out. Hurry, Kelly. His head dropped against the rock. His hand slid down it, and a smile moved over his lips and froze there as the wind whispered over it. End of Has Anyone Here Seen Kelly by Bryce Walton, under the pseudonym Kenneth O'Hara.
Instinct. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Instinct by George O. Smith. You can keep a good man down if you've got enough head start, are alert and persistent, so long as he limits himself to acting like a good man. It was 047-63-10 when he opened the door. Before his superior could chew him for pre-punctuality, Huvane said as the chief looked up and opened his mouth to start, "Sorry, but you should know, Terra is at it again." Cheelan's jaw snapped shut. He passed a hand over his face and asked in a tone of pure exasperation, "The same?" And as Huvane nodded, Cheelan went on, "Why can't they make a mistake and blow themselves out of our hair? How far did they get this time?" "All the way." "And out?" Huvane sat down, shaking his head slowly. "Not yet, but they're over the hump, you know." Huvane's face brightened ever so slightly. "I can't be criticized for not counting them, Chief, but I'll estimate that there must be at least a couple of hundred atoms of 109 already. And you know that nobody could make 109 if they hadn't already evolved methods of measuring the properties of individual atoms. So as soon as they find that their boom sample doesn't behave like the standard mess out of a bombardment chamber, they won't rest until they find out why. They'll find out, and then it will be 109, 109, 109, until we're forced to clobber them again. Bitterly, Chelan looked up. I don't think I need the lecture. I admire their tenacity, I admire their ambition, I admire their blasphemous, consignatory obscenity attitude of acting as if the great Creator had concocted the whole glorious universe for their own playground. Yes, said the chief wearily. Singly, they aren't bad traits, boiled down into the self-esteem of a single race. I don't admire them anymore. I'm simply scared. Yeah, well, we've got time. Not much. What's their space potential this time? Still scragged on the mass inertia relativity barrier. Tailburners, chemical reaction engines, manned and unmanned orbital flights, half a dozen landings on their sister planet. No, said Huvane as he saw the chief's puzzlement, I don't mean number 2, the one they call Venus this time. I mean their co-orbital companion, the Moon. They still call it that. The chief looked up wonderingly. Do you suppose, he asked solemnly, that there is really something called a racial memory? It's against all the theory, objected Huvane, but there seems to be. His voice trailed off absently. It returned after some thought. I've tried to sort it out, just as if I were one of them. The recurrence of their, names of antiquity, as they call them, seem to recur and recur. Their planet 2, now called Venus, was called Astarte last time, and before that it was Ishtar. Other way around. No matter, the names are still being used, and, according to their belief, merely parallel names culled out of local pagan religious beliefs. The chief nodded. That's only part of the parallelism. The big thing is the way they follow the same pattern. Savage, agrarian, urban, right on up the ladder according to the rules of civic science, but squabbling and battling all the way right on up and out into space. Hell, Huvane, warfare and conflict I can both understand and cope with, but not the Terran flavor. They don't come out bent on conquest or stellar colonialism. They come out with their little private fight still going on, and each side lines up its volume of influence and pits one against the other until the whole section of that spiral arm is glittering like a sputtering spark along a train of black powder. I wish, he said savagely, that we could cut off that arm and fling it deep into extragalactic space. Huvane shook his head. And leave the problem for our children to solve? They'll have one to solve, I think. In another 20,000 years, the Terrans will be right back doing business at the same old stand, unless we can solve it once and for all right now. Huvane looked around as if he were seeking another door to the chief's office. How? He asked sarcastically. The first time we greeted them and they took both our welcome and us for everything they could before we pulled the rug out from under them. The second time, we boxed them off and they broke out after converting the isolation screen into an offensive weapon. The third time, we tried to avoid them and they ran wild, exploiting less ambitious races. The fourth time, we missed the boat and they were chewing at our back door before we knew about them. Containing them was almost a Nova job. The fifth time, we went in and tried to understand them. They traded us 2 for 1. 2 things they didn't want for 1 they did. Huvane's lips curled. And I'm not sure that they didn't trade us the other way around. 2 they needed for 1 they declared useless. 6th? That was the last time, and they just came out shooting as if the whole galaxy automatically objected. This time? Who knows? Huvane sat down again and put his hands between his knees. They don't operate like people. Sensible folk settle their own problems, then look for more. Terra? One half the globe is against the other half of the globe, fighting one another tooth and nail. They still find time to advent and cross space to other planets and continue their fight on unknown territory. Maybe we'd better just admit that we don't know the solution. Then we can clobber Terra back to the swamp, juggle the place into another ice age, put the details down in history, and hope that our remote progeny will be smarter than we. Like maybe we're smarter than our remote ancestors? Jeered Huvane. Got a better idea? Maybe. Has anybody taken a couple of them and analyzed them? It's inhumane. I agree, but... Get me a healthy, well-balanced specimen of somewhat better than average education and training. Can do? Can do. But how are you going to keep him? I don't intend to study him like I'd study a bug under a microscope. This one won't get away. Make it in 14 versaids, Huvane. Make it in 10 plus or minus a radite or two. So long. The beast at Cape Canaveral stood 315 feet tall, dwarfing her creators into microscopic proportions. Swarming up and down the gantry, bug-sized humans crawled in and out of checkports with instrument checks, hauling hoses, cables, lines. Some 1,000 feet away, a puff bomb of red smoke billowed out, and a habit-flattened voice announced, "At the mark, X minus 15 minutes." Mark, X minus 15 minutes. Jerry Markham said, "That's me." He looked up at the lofty porthole and almost lost his balance over backwards, sighting it. He was a healthy specimen, about 24 and full of life. He had spent the day going through 2 routines that were sometimes simultaneous and at other times serially. One restating his instructions letter by letter, including the various alternatives and contingencies that involved his making decisions if the conditions on Venus were according to this theory or that. The other a rigorous medical checkup. Neither of them showed that Jerry Markham had spent the previous night in activities not recommended by his superiors, but nothing that would bounce him if they knew. He could hardly be broken for living it up at a party. He shook hands with the boss and stepped into the elevator. It was not his idea of a proper send-off. There should be bands playing and girls throwing paper tape, flowers, and a few drinks. Sally should send him off with a proud smooch of lipstick and a tearful promise to wait. Instead, it was all very military and strict and serious, which is why he'd whooped it up the night before. He had his good night and goodbye with Sally Foreman, and now 18 hours later he was fit and raring for a return match. Jerry's mind was by no means concerned with this next half hour, which would be the most perilous part of his flight. Tomorrow would take care of itself. The possibility that 30 minutes from now he might be dead in a flaming pyre did not cross his mind. The chance that an hour from now he could be told that his bird was off course and his fate starvation if it obtained an untrue orbit, or abrupt destruction if it didn't orbit at all. Nothing bothered him. He sat there chanting the countdown with the official timer and braced himself when the call came. 0. Fire! Inwardly, Jerry Markham's mind said, "We're off," and he began to look forward to his landing on Venus. Not the problems of landing, but what he would find there when he soared down through the clouds. Determined to hold up through the high G even though nobody watched, he went on and up and up. His radio voiced the progress tinnily. Shock followed roaring pressure, release followed shock. Orientation was lost. Only logic and intellect told him where he was and which way he was going. Then he was free. Free to eat and drink and read and to smoke 1 cigarette every 3 hours and, in essence, behave in about the same way as a prisoner confined in solitary. The similarity did not bother Jerry Markham, for this was an honor, not punishment. Huvane collected him with the ease of a fisherman landing a netted crab. Easily, painlessly. Shockingly, for the crab doesn't exactly take to the net with docility. Huvane collected the whole shebang, man and machinery, then opened the spacecraft with the same attitude as a man peeling the lid from a can of sardines. He could have breached the airlock, but he wanted the Terran to understand the power behind the act. Jerry Markham came out blinking, very mildly wondering about the air. It was good. Without considering the rather high probability that nobody spoke the language, he blurted, "What gives?" He was not very much surprised when one of them in uniform said curtly, "This way and make it snappy, Terran." No, he was not surprised. He was too stunned to permit anything as simple as surprise. And through the shock and the stun, his months of training came through. Jerry Markham worried his first worry. How was he going to get the word back home? Confinement in the metal cell of his top stage hadn't bothered him. The concept of landing on a planet that couldn't come closer to home than some 27 million miles was mere peanuts. Isolation for a year was no more than a hiatus, a period of adventure that would be rewarded many-fold. Sally? So she might not wait, but there were others. He'd envisioned himself fighting them off with a club after his successful return. Hell, they'd swarmed him before his takeoff, starting with the moment his number came up as a possible candidate. No, the meeting with competence in space did not shock him greatly. What bothered him was his lack of control over the situation. Had he seen them and passed on about his business? He recounted the incident. As it was, his desire to tell someone about it was cut off. As he sat, alone and helpless, it occurred to him that he did not mind so much the dying, if that was to be his lot. What mattered was the unmarked grave. The mourning did not move him. The physical concept of grave and its fill of moldering organic substances was nothing. It was a mere symbol. So long as people knew how and where, it made little difference to Jerry Markham whether he was planted in a duridium casket guaranteed to preserve the dead flesh for 1,000 years, or whether he went out in a bright swift flame that glinted in its tongues of the color traces of incandescent elements of human organic chemistry. So long as people knew where and how, vague, mass volumized concept. Granite Tomb was one idea. Here was a place. Point a spread-fingered hand in a waving sweep across the sky that encompasses the plane of the ecliptic and say, it is there. And another place is identified. Lost on Venus is no more than a phrase. From Terre Haute or Times Square, Venus is a tiny point in the sky, smaller to the vision than the granite of Grant's tomb. Imagination breeds irritation. Would they call it pilot error, or equipment unreliability? Dying he could face. Goofing would be a disgrace that he would have to meet in fact or in symbol. Hardware crack-up was a matter of the laws of probability. Not only his duty demanded that he report, his essence cried out for a voice to let them know. Anybody. Just the chance to tell one other human soul. Chelan asked, "Who are you? Your name and rank?" He said sullenly, "Go to hell." "We have ways and means." He said, "Use 'em." "If we said that we mean you no harm, if we asked what could we do to prove it, what would be your reply?" "Take me back and let me go." "Who are you? Will you identify yourself?" "No." "Stubborn Terran." "I know my rights. We are not at war. I'll tell you nothing. Why did you capture me?" "We'll ask the questions, Terran." "You'll get no answers." He sneered at them angrily. "Torture me, and then wonder whether my screamings tell the truth. Dope me and wonder whether what I truly believe is fact or fantasy." "Please," said Chelan, "we only want to understand your kind, to know what makes you tick." "Then why didn't you ask?" "We've tried and we get no answers. Terran, the universe is a vastness beyond comprehension. Cooperate and give us what we want to know, and a piece of it is yours." "Nuts." "Terran, you have friends." "Who doesn't? Why can't we be your friends?" Angrily, resentfully, "Your way isn't friendly enough to convince me." Chelan shook his head. "Take him away," he directed in his own tongue. "Where, and how shall we keep him?" "To the place we've prepared, and keep him safe." Huvane asked, "Safe? Who knows what is safe? One bribed his guards. One seduced her guards. One dug his way out scratch by scratch. Disappeared, died, dead, gone, mingled off with the myriad of worlds. Did one get home, perhaps, to start their legend of the gods in the sky? The legend that never dies through the rise and fall of culture from savagery to element 109? Chelan looked at Jerry Markham. The Terran looked back defiantly as if he were guest instead of captive. "Cooperate," breathed Chelan. "I'll tell you nothing. Force me. I can't stop that." Chelan shook his head sorrowfully. "Extracting what you know would be less than the play of a child," he said. "No, Terran. We can know what you know in the turn of a dial. What we need is that which you do not know. Laugh? Or is that a sneer? No matter. What you know is worthless. Your problems and your ambitions, both racial and personal, are minor. We know them already. The pattern is repetitive. Only some of the names are changed. But why? Ah, that we must know. Why are you what you are? 7 times in history Terra has come up from the mud, 7 times along the same route, 7 times a history of 10,000 years from savage to savant, from beast to brilliance, and always with the same will to do. To do what? To die for what? To fight for what? Chelan waved Huvane to take the Terran away. Huvane said, "He's locked in airtight with guards who can be trusted. Now what do we do with him?" "He will cooperate." "By force?" "No, Huvane. By depriving him of the one thing that life cannot exist without." "Food? Safety?" Chelan shook his head. "More primitive than these." He lowered his voice. "He suffers now from being cut off from his kind. Life starts, complaining about the treatment it receives during the miracle of birth, and crying for its first breath of air. Life departs, gasping for air, with someone listening for the last words, the last message from the dying. Communication, Huvane, is the primary drive of all life, from plant to animal to man, and if such exists, Superman. Through communication, life goes on. Communication is the prime requisite to procreation. The firefly signals his mate by night. The human male entices his woman with honeyed words, and is not the gift of a jewel a crystalline endearing statement of his undying affection? Chelan dropped his flowery manner and went on in a more casual vein. "Huvane, boil it down to the least attractive form of simplification. No life stands alone, and no viable life goes on without communication. I shall shut off the Terran's communication. Then he will go stark, raving mad. No, for I shall offer him the alternative. Cooperate, or molder in utter blankness." Huvane shrugged. "It seems to me that any Terran locked in a Duralim cell so far from home the distance means nothing is already cut off from communication." "Deeper, deeper, Huvane. The brain lies prisoner within a cell of bone. Its contact with the outside world lies along 5 channels of sensory communication. Everything that the brain believes about the universe is the product of sensory information carried inward by sight, touch, sound, taste, and smell. From 5 basic bits of information, knowledge of the great truth is formed through logic and self-argument. Everything." "But—" "Oh, now stop. I am not expressing my own singular opinion. I believe a rather great proportion of the things that I was taught, and I was taught through the self-same 5 sensory channel." "Good. Just plain Now we shall shut off the Terran's channels of communication until he consents as an alternative. This, Huvane, hasn't been tried before. It may bring us the final important bit of information." Slowly the lights went out. Jerry Markham was prepared for dark isolation. He could do nothing about it, so he accepted it by the simple process of assuring himself that things were going to get worse before they got better. The darkness became absolute, utter, complete. Not even the dots and whorls and specks that are technically called visual noise occurred. A level of mental alertness niggled at him. For nearly 24 years it had been a busy little chunk of his mind. It was that section that inspected the data for important program material and decided which was trivial and which was worthy of the big boy's attention. Now it was out of a job because there wasn't even a faint background count of plateau noise to occupy its attention. The silence grew, vast. Brain said that the solid walls were no more than 10 feet from him. Ears said that he was in the precise middle of absolutely nowhere. Feeling said that the floor was under his feet. Ears said that the upward pressure touched his soles. Deeper grew the deadening of his ears, and orientation was lost. Feeling remained, and he felt his heart beating in a hunting rhythm because the sound feedback through the ear was gone, and the hortator had lost his audible beat. Feeling died, and he knew not whether he stood or sat or floated askew. Feeling died, and with it went the delicate motor control that directs the position of muscle and limb and enables a man to place his little finger on the tip of his nose with his eyes closed. Aside from the presence of foreign matter, the taste of a clean mouth is tasteless. The term is relative. Jerry Markham learned what real tastelessness was. It was flat and blank and nothingness. Chemists tell us that air is tasteless, colorless, and odorless. But when sense is gone abruptly, one realizes that the air does indeed have its aroma. In an unemployed body, the primitive sensors of the mind had nothing to do, and like a man trained to busyness, loafing was their hardest task. Gone was every sensory stimulus. His heart pumped from habit, not controlled by the feedback of sound or feeling. He breathed, but he did not hear the inrush of air. Brain told him to be careful of his mouth. The sharp teeth could bite the dead tongue and he could bleed to death, never feeling pain or even the swift flow of salty warmth. Habit-trained nerves caused a false tickle in his throat. He never knew whether he coughed or whether he thought he coughed. The sense of time deserted him when the metronome of heartbeat died. Determined brain compromised by assuming that crude time could be kept by the function of hunger, elimination, weariness. Logical brain pointed out that he could starve to death and feel nothing. Elimination was a sensory thing, no more. Weariness was of the body that brought no information anyway. And what, indeed, was sleep? Brain considered this question. Brain said, I am Jerry Markham, but is it true that no brain can think of nothing? Is it possible that sleep is the condition that obtains when the body stops conveying reliable information to the brain, and then says to hell with everything and decides to stop thinking? The brain called Jerry Markham did not stop thinking. It lost its time sense, but not completely. A period of time passed, a whirlwind of thoughts and dreamlike actions went on, and then calmness came for a while. Dreams? Now ponder the big question. Does the brain dream the dream as a sensory experience, or is a dream no more than a sequence of assorted memories? Would a dying brain expire in pleasure during a pleasant dream, or is the enjoyment of a pleasant dream only available to the after-awakened brain? What is man but his memories? In one very odd manner, the brain of Jerry Markham retained its intellectual orientation, and realized that its physical orientation was uncontrollable and undetectable and therefore of no importance. Like the lighthouse keeper who could not sleep when the diaphone did not ring hurrah for 5 seconds of each and every minute, Jerry Markham's brain was filled with a mild concern about the total lack of unimportant but habitual data. There was no speckle of light to classify and ignore, no susurrus of air molecules raining against the eardrum. Blankness replaced the smell and taste, and their absence was as disturbing as a pungence or a poison. And, of course, one should feel something if it is no more than the tonus of muscle against the mobile bones. Communication is the prime drive of life. Cut off from external communication entirely, Section A, Bay 6, Tier 9, Row 13 hollered over to Box Q, Line 23, Aisle F, and wanted to know what was going on. The gang on the upper deck hailed the boiler room, and the crew in the bleacher seats reported that the folks in charge of CIC, Communication Information Center, were sitting on their hands because they didn't have anything to do. One collection aboard brain cells stirred. They hadn't been called upon since Jerry Markham sang Adiste Fidelis in memorized Latin some 15 years earlier, and so they started the clack. Like an auditorium full of people impatient because the curtain had not gone up on time, bedlam broke loose. Bedlam is subject to the laws of periodicity, stochastic analysis, and with some rather brilliant manipulation it can be reduced to a Fourier series. Fourier says that Maxwell is right, and goes on to define exactly when, in a series of combined periodicities of apparently random motion, all the little particles will be moving in the same direction. Stochastic analysis says that if the letter U follows the letter Q in most cases, words beginning with Q will have a U for a second letter. Jerry Markham began to think. Isolated and alone, prisoner in the cell of bone, with absolutely nothing to distract him, the brain, by common consent, pounded a gavel, held a conference, appointed a chairman, and settled down to do the one job that the brain was assembled to do. In unison, 10 to the 16th storage cells turned butter side up at the single wave of a mental flag. He thought of his father and his mother, of his Sally. He thought of his commanding officer and of the fellows he liked and disliked. The primitive urge to communicate was upon him. Because he must first establish communication before he could rise from the stony mineral stage to the exalted level of a vegetable, bereft of his normal senses, undistracted by trivia such as noise and pain and the inestimable vastness of information bits that must be considered and evaluated, his brain called upon his memory and provided the background details. The measured tread of a company of marching soldiers can wreck a bridge. The cadence of 10 to the 16th brain cells, undivided by the distraction of incoming information, broke down a mental barrier. As vividly as the living truth, Jerry Markham envisioned himself sauntering down the sidewalk. The breeze was on his face, and the pavement was beneath his feet. The air was laden with its myriad of smells, and the flavor of a cigarette was on his tongue. His eyes saw Sally running toward him. Her cry of greeting was a welcome sound, and the pressure of her hug was strong and physical as the taste of her lips. Real. She hugged his arm and said, "Your folks are waiting." Jerry laughed. "Let the general wait a bit longer," he said. "I've got a lot to tell him." Huvane said, "Gone," and the sound of his voice re-echoed back and forth across the empty cell. "Gone?" repeated Chelan. "Utterly incomprehensible, but none the less a fact. But how? Isolated, alone, imprisoned, cut off from all communication? All communication!" "I'll get another specimen, Chief." Chelan shook his head. 7 times we've slapped them down. 7 times we've watched their rise and wondered how they did it. 7 times they would have surpassed us if we hadn't blocked them. Let them rise. Let them run the universe. They're determined to do that anyway. And now I think it's time for us to stop annoying our betters. I'd hate to face them if they were angry. "But Chief, he was cut off from all communication." "Obviously," said Chelan, "not." End of Instinct by George O. Smith.
Mex. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Swalhi. Mex by Lawrence M. Janifer. Perhaps it was just as well that I did not tell them what I was. What they called me, that was what started it. I'm as good an American as the next fellow, and maybe a little better than men like that. Big men drinking in a bar who can't find anything better to do than to spit on a man and call him Mex, as if a Mexican is something to hide or to be ashamed of. We have our own heroes and our own strength, and we don't have to bend down to men like that, or any other men. But when they called me that, I saw red and called them names back. "Mex kid," one of the men said, a big red-haired bully with his sleeves rolled back and muscles like ropes on the big hairy arms. Snot-nosed little Mex brat. I called him a name. He only laughed back at me and turned his back, waving a hand for the bartender. Maybe in a big city in the north it would be different, and probably it would not. This toleration we hear about is no more good than an open fight. There must be understanding instead. But here near the border, just on the American side of the border, a Mexican is called fair game, and a 17-year-old like me is less than nothing to them, to the white ones who go to the big bars. I thought carefully about what to do, and finally when I had made my mind up, I went for him and tried to hit him. But other men held me back, and I was kicking and shouting with my legs off the ground. When I stopped, they put me down. So I started for the big red-haired man again, and they had to stop me again. The red-haired man was laughing all this time. I wanted to run, back to my own family in their little house, and yet running would have been wrong. I was too angry to run, so I stayed. "My sister," I said. "My sister is a witch, and I will get her to put a curse on you." I was very angry, you must understand this. And, of course, they had no idea that my sister is a real witch, and her curses are real. And only last year Manuel Valdez had died from the effects of her curse. Of all people, sometimes I wish I were my sister most of all, to curse people and see them shrivel and sicken and choke and die. "Go ahead, half-pint," one of the other men yelled. "Get your sister to put a curse on me. I bet she knows who I am. I've been with every Mex girl this side of the border." This made me see red. My sister is pure and must be pure, since she is a witch. And she is not like some of the others even aside from that. I've heard her talk about them, and I know. I called him a name and ran up to him and hit him. My fist against his solid side felt good, but some other men pulled me off again. Yet it was impossible to leave. This was wrong for me, and I had to make it right. "I shall get my father to fight you, since he is a giant 10 feet tall." The men laughed at me, not knowing, of course, that my father is a giant 10 feet tall in truth, and my mother a sweet siren like those in the books, the old books, with spells in her eyes and a strange power. They did not know I was not a daydreaming child, but a man who told truth. And they laughed. I grew angry again and told them many things, calling them names in Spanish which they did not understand. That only made them laugh the more. Finally, I left. It was necessary for me to leave, since I was not wanted. But it was necessary, too, for me to make things right. Nights later they were dead for what they had said and done. For I tell the truth always, and I had told them about my sister and my father and my mother. But one thing I had not told them. I am sorry they could never know I was the winged thing that frightened and killed them, one by one. End of Mex by Lawrence M. Janifer. Recording by Swalhi.
The Nothing Equation by Tom Godwin. Read by Mark Nelson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Nothing Equation by Tom Godwin. The cruiser vanished back into hyperspace, and he was alone in the observation bubble, 10,000 light-years beyond the galaxy's outermost sun. He looked out the windows at the gigantic sea of emptiness around him, and wondered again what the danger had been that had so terrified the men before him. Of one thing he was already certain. He would find that nothing was waiting outside the bubble to kill him. The first bubble attendant had committed suicide, and the second was a mindless maniac on the earthbound cruiser. But it must have been something inside the bubble that had caused it, or else they had imagined it all. He went across the small room, his magnetized soles loud on the thin metal floor in the bubble's silence. He sat down in the single chair, his weight very slight in the feeble artificial gravity, and reviewed the known facts. The bubble was a project of the Earth's Galactic Observation Bureau, positioned there to gather data from observations that could not be made from within the galaxy. Since metallic mass affected the hypersensitive instruments, the bubble had been made as small and light as possible. It was for that reason that it could accommodate only one attendant. The Bureau had selected Horn as the bubble's first attendant, and the cruiser left him there for his 6 months' period of duty. When it made its scheduled return with his replacement, he was found dead from a tremendous overdose of sleeping pills. On the table was his daily report log and his last entry, made 3 months before. "I haven't attended to the instruments for a long time, because it hates us, and it doesn't want us here. It hates me the most of all, and keeps trying to get into the bubble to kill me. I can hear it whenever I stop and listen, and I know it won't be long. I'm afraid of it, and I want to be asleep when it comes. But I'll have to make it soon, because I have only 20 sleeping pills left, and if—" The sentence was never finished. According to the temperature recording instruments in the bubble, his body ceased radiating heat that same night. The bubble was cleaned, fumigated, and inspected inside and out. No sign of any inimical entity or force could be found. Silverman was Horn's replacement. When the cruiser returned 6 months later bringing him, Green, to be Silverman's replacement, Silverman was completely insane. He babbled about something that had been waiting outside the bubble to kill him, but his nearest to a rational statement was to say once, when asked for the 100th time what he had seen, "Nothing. You can't really see it, but you feel it watching you, and you hear it trying to get in to kill you. One time I bumped the wall and, for God's sake, take me away from it. Take me back to Earth." Then he had tried to hide under the captain's desk, and the ship's doctor had led him away. The bubble was minutely examined again, and the cruiser employed every detector device it possessed to search surrounding space for light years in all directions. Nothing was found. When it was time for the new replacement to be transferred to the bubble, he reported to Captain McDowell. "Everything is ready, Green," McDowell said. "You are the next one." His shaggy gray eyebrows met in a scowl. "It would be better if they would let me select the replacement instead of them." He flushed with a touch of resentment and said, "The Bureau found my intelligence and initiative of thought satisfactory." "I know the characteristics you don't need. What they ought to have is somebody like one of my engine room roustabouts, too ignorant to get scared and too dumb to go nuts. Then we could get a sane report 6 months from now instead of the ravings of a maniac." "I suggest," he said stiffly, "that you reserve judgment until that time comes, sir." And that was all he knew about the danger, real or imaginary, that had driven 2 men into insanity. He would have 6 months in which to find the answer. 6 months minus— he looked at the chronometer and saw that 20 minutes had passed since he left the cruiser. Somehow it seemed much longer. He moved to light a cigarette, and his metal sole scraped the floor with the same startling loudness he had noticed before. The bubble was as silent as a tomb. It was not much larger than a tomb. A sphere 18 feet in diameter, made of thin sheet metal and crisscrossed outside with narrow reinforcing girders to keep the internal air pressure from rupturing it. The floor under him was 6 feet up from the sphere's bottom, and the space beneath held the air regenerator and waste converter units, the storage batteries, and the food cabinets. The compartment in which he sat contained chair, table, a narrow cot, banks of dials, a remote control panel for operating the instruments mounted outside the hull, a microfilm projector, and a pair of exerciser springs attached to one wall. That was all. There was no means of communication, since a hyperspace communicator would have affected the delicate instruments with its radiations. But there was a small microfilm library to go with the projector, so that he should be able to pass away the time pleasantly enough. But it was not the fear of boredom that was behind the apprehension he could already feel touching at his mind. It had not been boredom that had turned Horn into a suicide, and Silverman into— Something cracked sharply behind him, like a gunshot in the stillness, and he leaped to his feet, whirling to face it. It was only a metal reel of data tape that had dropped out of the spectrum analyzer into the storage tray. His heart was thumping fast, and his attempt to laugh at his nervousness sounded hollow and mirthless. Something inside or outside the bubble had driven 2 men insane with its threat, and now that he was irrevocably exiled in the bubble himself, he could no longer dismiss their fear as products of their imagination. Both of them had been rational, intelligent men, as carefully selected by the Observation Bureau as he had been. He set in to search the bubble, overlooking nothing. When he crawled down into the lower compartment, he hesitated, then opened the longest blade of his knife before searching among the dark recesses down there. He found nothing, not even a speck of dust. Back in his chair again, he began to doubt his first conviction. Perhaps there really had been some kind of an invisible force or entity outside the bubble. Both Horn and Silverman had said that it had tried to get in to kill them. They had been very definite about that part. There were 6 windows around the bubble's walls, set there to enable the attendant to see all the outside-mounted instruments and dials. He went to them to look out, one by one, and from all of them he saw the same vast emptiness that surrounded him. The galaxy, his galaxy, was so far away that its stars were like dust. In the other directions, the empty gulf was so wide that galaxies and clusters of galaxies were tiny, feeble specks of light shining across it. All around him was a void so huge that galaxies were only specks in it. Who could know what forces or dangers might be waiting out there? A light blinked, reminding him it was time to attend to his duties. The job required an hour, and he was nervous and not yet hungry when he had finished. He went to the exerciser springs on the wall and performed a workout that left him tired and sweating, but which at least gave him a small appetite. The day passed, and the next. He made another search of the bubble's interior with the same results as before. He felt almost sure then that there was nothing in the bubble with him. He established a routine of work, pastime, and sleep that made the first week pass fairly comfortably, but for the gnawing worry in his mind that something invisible was lurking just outside the windows. Then one day, he accidentally kicked the wall with his metal shoe tip. It made a sound like that from kicking a tight-stretched section of tin, and it seemed to him it gave a little from the impact, as tin would do. He realized for the first time how thin it was, how deadly, dangerously thin. According to the specifications he had read, it was only 1/16 of an inch thick. It was as thin as cardboard. He sat down with pencil and paper and began calculating. The bubble had a surface area of 146,500 square inches, and the internal air pressure was 14 pounds to the square inch, which meant that the thin metal skin contained a total pressure of 2,051,000 pounds. 2,000,000 pounds. The bubble in which he sat was a bomb, waiting to explode the instant any section of the thin metal weakened. It was supposed to be an alloy so extremely strong that it had a high safety factor, but he could not believe that any metal so thin could be so strong. It was all right for engineers sitting safely on the Earth to speak of high safety factors, but his life depended upon the fragile wall not cracking. It made a lot of difference. The next day, he thought he felt the hook to which the exerciser spring was attached crack loose from where it was welded to the wall. He inspected the base of the hook closely, and there seemed to be a fine, hairline fracture appearing around it. He held his ear to it, listening for any sound of a leak. It was not leaking yet, but it could commence doing so at any time. He looked out the windows at the illimitable void that was waiting to absorb his pitiful little supply of air, and he thought of the days he had hauled and jerked at the springs with all his strength, not realizing the damage he was doing. There was a sick feeling in his stomach for the rest of the day, and he returned again and again to examine the hairline around the hook. The next day, he discovered an even more serious threat. The thin skin of the bubble had been spot-welded to the outside reinforcing girders. Such welding often created hard, brittle spots that would soon crystallize from continued movement, and there was a slight temperature difference in the bubble between his working and sleeping hours that would daily produce a contraction and expansion of the skin. Especially when he used the little cooking burner. He quit using the burner for any purpose, and began a daily inspection of every square inch of the bubble's walls, marking with a white chalk all the welding spots that appeared to be definitely weakened. Each day he found more to mark, and soon the little white circles were scattered across the walls wherever he looked. When he was not working at examining the walls, he could feel the windows watching him, like staring eyes. Out of self-defense, he would have to go to them and stare back at the emptiness. Space was alien, coldly, deadly alien. He was a tiny spark of life in a hostile sea of nothing, and there was no one to help him. The nothing outside was waiting day and night for the most infinitesimal leak or crack in the walls. The nothing that had been waiting out there since time without beginning and would wait for time without end. Sometimes he would touch his finger to the wall and think, "Death is out there, only 1/16th of an inch away." His first fears became a black and terrible conviction. The bubble could not continue to resist the attack for long. It had already lasted longer than it should have. 2,000,000 pounds of pressure wanted out, and all that sucking nothing of intergalactic space wanted in. And only a thin skin of metal, rotten with brittle welding spots, stood between them. It wanted in. The nothing wanted in. He knew then that Horn and Silverman had not been insane. It wanted in, and someday it would get in. When it did, it would explode him and jerk out his guts and lungs. Not until that happened, not until the nothing filled the bubble and enclosed his hideous, turned inside-out body, would it ever be content. He had long since quit wearing the magnetized shoes, afraid the vibration of them would weaken the bubble still more, and he began noticing sections where the bubble did not seem to be perfectly concave, as though the rolling mill had pressed the metal too thin in places and it was swelling out like an overinflated balloon. He could not remember when he had last attended to the instruments. Nothing was important but the danger that surrounded him. He knew the danger was rapidly increasing, because whenever he pressed his ear to the wall, he could hear the almost inaudible tickings and vibrations as the bubble's skin contracted or expanded, and the nothing tapped and searched with its empty fingers for a flaw or crack that it could tear into a leak. But the windows were far the worst, with nothing staring in at him day and night. There was no escape from it. He could feel it watching him, malignant and gloating, even when he hid his eyes in his hands. The time came when he could stand it no longer. The cot had a blanket, and he used that together with all his spare clothes to make a tent stretching from the table to the first instrument panel. When he crawled under it, he found that the lower half of one window could still see him. He used the clothes he was wearing to finish the job, and it was much better then, hiding there in the concealing darkness where the nothing could not see him. He did not mind going naked. The temperature regulators in the bubble never let it get too cold. He had no conception of time from then on. He emerged only when necessary to bring more food into his tent. He could still hear the nothing tapping and sucking in its ceaseless search for a flaw, and he made such emergences as brief as possible, wishing that he did not have to come out at all. Maybe, if he could hide in his tent for a long time and never make a sound, it would get tired and go away. Sometimes he thought of the cruiser and wished they would come for him, but most of the time he thought of the thing that was outside, trying to get in to kill him. When the strain became too great, he would draw himself up in the position he had once occupied in his mother's womb, and pretend he had never left Earth. It was easier there. But always, before very long, the bubble would tick or whisper, and he would freeze in terror, thinking, "This time, it's coming in." Then one day, suddenly, 2 men were peering under his tent at him. One of them said, "My God, again!" and he wondered what he meant. But they were very nice to him and helped him put on his clothes. Later in the cruiser, everything was hazy, and they kept asking him what he was afraid of. "What was it? What did you find?" He tried hard to think so he could explain it. It was nothing." "What were you and Horn and Silverman afraid of? What was it?" the voice demanded insistently. "I told you," he said. "Nothing." They stared at him, and the haziness cleared a little as he saw they did not understand. He wanted them to believe him, because what he told them was so very true. "It wanted to kill us. Please, can't you believe me? It was waiting outside the bubble to kill us." But they kept staring, and he knew they didn't believe him. They didn't want to believe him. Everything turned hazy again, and he started to cry. He was glad when the doctor took his hand to lead him away. The bubble was carefully inspected, inside and out, and nothing was found. When it was time for Green's replacement to be transferred to it, Larkin reported to Captain McDowell. "Everything is ready, Larkin," McDowell said. "You're the next one. I wish we knew what the danger is." He scowled. "I still think one of my roustabouts from the engine room might give us a sane report 6 months from now, instead of the babblings we'll get from you." He felt his face flush, and he said stiffly, "I suggest, sir, that you not jump to conclusions until that time comes." The cruiser vanished back into hyperspace, and he was alone inside the observation bubble, 10,000 light-years beyond the galaxy's outermost sun. He looked out the windows at the gigantic sea of emptiness around him, and wondered again what the danger had been that had so terrified the men before him. Of one thing he was already certain. He would find that nothing was waiting outside the bubble to kill him. The end of The Nothing Equation by Tom Godwin.
Scrimshaw by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Scrimshaw by Murray Leinster. The old man just wanted to get back to his memory, and the methods he used were gently hellish from the viewpoint of the others. Pop Young was the one known man who could stand life on the surface of the moon's far side, and therefore he occupied the shack on the big crack's edge above the mining colony there. Some people said that no normal man could do it, and mentioned the scar of a ghastly head wound to explain his ability. One man partly guessed the secret, but only partly. His name was Sattell, and he had reason not to talk. Pop Young alone knew the whole truth, and he kept his mouth shut too. It wasn't anybody else's business. The shack and the job he filled were located in the medieval notion of the physical appearance of hell. By day the environment was heat and torment. By night, lunar night of course, and lunar day, it was frigidity and horror. Once in 2 weeks, Earth time, a rocket ship came around the horizon from Lunar City with stores for the colony deep underground. Pop received the stores and took care of them. He handed over the product of the mine to be forwarded to Earth. The rocket went away again. Come nightfall, Pop lowered the supplies down the long cable into the big crack to the colony far down inside, and freshened up the landing field marks with magnesium marking powder if a rocket blast had blurred them. That was fundamentally all he had to do, but without him the mine down in the crack would have had to shut down. The crack, of course, was that gaping rocky fault which stretches 900 miles jaggedly over the side of the moon that Earth never sees. There is one stretch where it is a yawning gulf a full half-mile wide and unguessably deep. Where Pop Young's shack stood it was only 100 yards, but the colony was a full mile down in the wall. There's nothing like it on Earth, of course. When it was first found, scientists descended into it to examine the exposed rock strata and learned the history of the moon before its craters were made. But they found more than history. They found the reason for the colony, and the rocket landing field, and the shack. The reason for Pop was something else. The shack stood 100 feet from the big crack's edge. It looked like a dust heap 30 feet high, and it was. The outside was surface moon dust piled over a tiny dome to be insulation against the cold of night and shadow, and the furnace heat of day. Pop lived in it all alone, and in his spare time he worked industriously at recovering some missing portions of his life that Sattell had managed to take away from him. He thought often of Sattell, down in the colony underground. There were galleries and tunnels and living quarters down there. There were airtight bulkheads for safety and a hydroponic garden to keep the air fresh, and all sorts of things to make life possible for men on the moon. But it wasn't fun. Even underground, in the moon's slight gravity, a man is really adjusted to existence when he has a well-developed case of agoraphobia. With such an aid, a man can get into a tiny coffin-like cubbyhole and feel solidity above and below and around him, and happily tell himself that it feels delicious. Sometimes it does. But Sattell couldn't comfort himself so easily. He knew about Pop up on the surface. He'd shipped out, whimpering, to the moon to get far away from Pop, and Pop was just about a mile overhead, and there was no way to get around him. It was difficult to get away from the mine anyhow. It doesn't take too long for the low gravity to tear a man's nerves to shreds. He has to develop kinks in his head to survive, and those kinks... The first men to leave the colony had to be knocked cold and shipped out unconscious. They'd been underground and in low gravity long enough to be utterly unable to face the idea of open spaces. Even now there were some who had to be carried, but there were some tougher ones who were able to walk to the rocket ship if Pop put a tarpaulin over their heads so they didn't have to see the sky. In any case, Pop was essential, either for carrying or guidance. Sattell got the shakes when he thought of Pop, and Pop rather probably knew it. Of course, by the time he took the job tending the shack, he was pretty certain about Sattell. The facts spoke for themselves. Pop had come back to consciousness in a hospital with a great wound in his head and no memory of anything that had happened before that moment. It was not that his identity was in question. When he was stronger, the doctors told him who he was, and as gently as possible what had happened to his wife and children. They'd been murdered after he was seemingly killed defending them. But he didn't remember a thing. Not then. It was something of a blessing. But when he was physically recovered, he set about trying to pick up the threads of the life he could no longer remember. He met Sattell quite by accident. Sattell looked familiar. Pop eagerly tried to ask him questions, and Sattell turned gray and frantically denied that he'd ever seen Pop before. All of which happened back on Earth and a long time ago. It seemed to Pop that the sight of Sattell had brought back some vague and cloudy memories. They were not sharp, though, and he hunted up Sattell again to find out if he was right, and Sattell went into a panic when he returned. Nowadays, by the big crack, Pop wasn't so insistent on seeing Sattell, but he was deeply concerned with the recovery of the memories that Sattell helped bring back. Pop was a highly conscientious man. He took good care of his job. There was a warning bell in the shack, and when a rocket ship from Lunar City got above the horizon and could send a tight beam, the gong clanged loudly, and Pop got into a vacuum suit and went out of the airlock. He usually reached the moondozer about the time the ship began to break for landing, and he watched it come in. He saw the silver needle in the sky fighting momentum above a line of jagged crater walls. It slowed and curved down as it drew nearer. The pilot killed all forward motion just above the field and came steadily and smoothly down to land between the silvery triangles that marked the landing place. Instantly the rockets cut off, drums of fuel and air and food came out of the cargo hatch, and Pop swept forward with the dozer. It was a miniature tractor with a gigantic scoop in front. He pushed a great mound of talc-fine dust before him to cover up the cargo. It was necessary. With freight costing what it did, fuel and air and food came frozen solid, in containers barely thicker than foil. While they stayed at space shadow temperature, the foil would hold anything, and a cover of insulating moon dust with vacuum between the grains kept even air frozen solid, though in sunlight. At such times Pop hardly thought of Sattell. He knew he had plenty of time for that. He'd started to follow Sattell knowing what had happened to his wife and children, but it was hearsay only. He had no memory of them at all, but Sattell stirred the lost memories. At first Pop followed absorbedly from city to city to recover the years that had been wiped out by an axe blow. He did recover a good deal. When Sattell fled to another continent, Pop followed because he had some distinct memories of his wife, and the way he'd felt about her, and some fugitive mental images of his children. When Sattell frenziedly tried to deny knowledge of the murder in Tangier, Pop had come to remember both his children and some of the happiness of his married life. Even when Sattell, whimpering, signed up for Lunar City, Pop tracked him. By that time he was quite sure that Sattell was the man who'd killed his family. If so, Sattell had profited by less than 2 days' pay for wiping out everything that Pop possessed. But Pop wanted it back. He couldn't prove Sattell's guilt. There was no evidence. In any case, he didn't really want Sattell to die. If he did, there'd be no way to recover more lost memories. Sometimes in the shack on the far side of the moon, Pop Young had odd fancies about Sattell. There was the mine, for example. In each 2 Earth weeks of working, the mine colony nearly filled up a 3-gallon canister with greasy-seeming white crystals shaped like 2 pyramids base to base. The filled canister would weigh 100 pounds on Earth. Here it weighed 18. But on Earth its contents would be computed in carats, and 100 pounds was worth millions. Yet here on the moon, Pop kept a waiting canister on a shelf in his tiny dome behind the air apparatus. It rattled if he shook it, and it was worth no more than so many pebbles. But sometimes Pop wondered if Sattell ever thought of the value of the mine's production. If he would kill a woman and 2 children and think he'd killed a man for no more than $100, what enormity would he commit for a 3-gallon quantity of uncut diamonds? But he did not dwell on such speculation. The sun rose very, very slowly in what by convention was called the east. It took nearly 2 hours to urge its disk above the horizon, and it burned terribly in emptiness for 14 times 24 hours before sunset. Then there was night, and for 336 consecutive hours there were only stars overhead, and the sky was a hole so terrible that a man who looked up into it, what with the nagging sensation of 1/6 gravity, tended to lose all confidence in the stability of things. Most men immediately found it hysterically necessary to seize hold of something solid to keep from falling upward. But nothing felt solid. Everything fell too. Wherefore most men tended to scream. But not Pop. He'd come to the moon in the first place because Sattell was here. Near Sattell he found memories of times when he was a young man with a young wife who loved him extravagantly. Then pictures of his children came out of emptiness and grew sharp and clear. He found that he loved them very dearly, and when he was near Sattell he literally recovered them, in the sense that he came to know new things about them and had new memories of them every day. He hadn't yet remembered the crime which lost them to him. Until he did, and the fact possessed a certain grisly humor, Pop didn't even hate Sattell. He simply wanted to be near him because it enabled him to recover new and vivid parts of his youth that had been lost. Otherwise he was wholly matter-of-fact, certainly so for the far side of the moon. He was a rather fussy housekeeper. The shack above the Big Crack's rim was as tidy as any lighthouse or fur trapper's cabin. He tended his air apparatus with a fine precision. It was perfectly simple. In the shadow of the shack he had an unfailing source of extreme low temperature. Air from the shack flowed into a shadow-chilled pipe. Moisture condensed out of it here, and CO2 froze solidly out of it there, and on beyond it collected as restless, transparent liquid air. At the same time, liquid air from another tank evaporated to maintain the proper air pressure in the shack. Every so often Pop tapped the pipe where the moisture froze, and lumps of water ice clattered out to be returned to the humidifier. Less often he took out the CO2 snow and measured it, and dumped an equivalent quantity of pale blue liquid oxygen into the liquid air that had been purified by cold. The oxygen dissolved. Then the apparatus reversed itself and supplied fresh air from the now enriched fluid, while the depleted other tank began to fill up with cold, purified liquid air. Outside the shack, jagged stony pinnacles reared in the starlight, and craters complained of the bombardment from space that had made them. But outside, nothing ever happened. Inside, it was quite different. Working on his memories one day, Pop made a little sketch. It helped a great deal. He grew deeply interested. Writing material was scarce, but he spent most of the time between two particular rocket landings getting down on paper exactly how a child had looked while sleeping, some 15 years before. He remembered with astonishment that the child had really looked exactly like that. Later he began a sketch of his partly remembered wife. In time, he had plenty, it became a really truthful likeness. The sun rose and baked the abomination of desolation which was the moonscape. Pop Young meticulously touched up the glittering triangles which were landing guides for the Lunar City ships. They glittered from the thinnest conceivable layer of magnesium marking powder. He checked over the moondozer. He tended the air apparatus. He did everything that his job and survival required, ungrudgingly. Then he made more sketches. The images to be drawn came back more clearly when he thought of Sattell. So by keeping Sattell in mind, he recovered the memory of a chair that had been in his forgotten home. Then he drew his wife sitting in it, reading. It felt very good to see her again. And he speculated about whether Sattell ever thought of millions of dollars worth of new mined diamonds knocking about unguarded in the shack. And he suddenly recollected clearly the way one of his children had looked while playing with her doll. He made a quick sketch to keep from forgetting that. There was no purpose in the sketching, save that he'd lost all his young manhood through a senseless crime. He wanted his youth back. He was recovering it bit by bit. The occupation made it absurdly easy to live on the surface of the far side of the moon, whether anybody else could do it or not. Sattell had no such device for adjusting to the lunar state of things. Living on the moon was bad enough anyhow, then, but living 1 mile underground from Pop Young was much worse. Sattell clearly remembered the crime Pop Young hadn't yet recalled. He considered that Pop had made no overt attempt to revenge himself because he planned some retaliation so horrible and lingering that it was worth waiting for. He came to hate Pop with an intense ferocity and fear. In his mind, the need to escape became an obsession on top of the other psychotic states normal to a moon colonist. But he was helpless. He couldn't leave. There was Pop. He couldn't kill Pop. He had no chance. And he was afraid. The one absurd, irrelevant thing he could do was write letters back to Earth. He did that. He wrote with the desperate, impassioned, frantic blend of persuasion and information and genius-like invention of a prisoner in a high-security prison, trying to induce someone to help him to escape. He had friends, of a sort, but for a long time his letters produced nothing. The moon swung in vast circles about the Earth, and the Earth swung sedately about the sun. The other planets danced their saraband. The rest of humanity went about its own affairs with fascinated attention. But then an event occurred which bore directly upon Pop Young and Sattell, and Pop Young's missing years. Somebody back on Earth promoted a luxury passenger line of spaceships to ply between Earth and Moon. It looked like a perfect setup. 3 spacecraft capable of the journey came into being with attendant reams of publicity. They promised a thrill and a new distinction for the rich. Guided tours to Lunar. The most expensive and most thrilling trip in history. $100,000 for a 12-day cruise through space with views of the moon's far side and trips through Lunar City and a landing in Aristarchus. plus sound tapes of the journey and fame hitherto reserved for honest explorers. It didn't seem to have anything to do with Pop or Sattell, but it did. There were just 2 passenger tours. The first was fully booked, but the passengers who paid so highly expected to be pleasantly thrilled and shielded from all reasons for alarm, and they couldn't be. Something happens when a self-centered and complacent individual unsuspectingly looks out of a spaceship port and sees the cosmos unshielded by mists or clouds or other aids to blindness against reality. It is shattering. A millionaire cut his throat when he saw Earth dwindled to a mere blue-green ball in vastness. He could not endure his own smallness in the face of immensity. Not one passenger disembarked, even for Lunar City. Most of them cowered in their chairs, hiding their eyes. They were the simple cases of hysteria. But the richest girl on Earth, who'd had 5 husbands and believed that nothing could move her, she went into catatonic withdrawal and neither saw nor heard nor moved. 2 other passengers sobbed in improvised straitjackets. The first shipload started home. Fast. The second luxury liner took off with only 4 passengers and turned back before reaching the moon. Space pilots could take the strain of spaceflight because they had work to do. Workers for the lunar mines could make the trip under heavy sedation. But it was too early in the development of space travel for pleasure passengers. They weren't prepared for the more humbling facts of life. Pop heard of the quaint commercial enterprise through the microtapes put off at the shack for the men down in the mines. Sattell probably learned of it the same way. Pop didn't even think of it again. It seemed to have nothing to do with him. But Sattell undoubtedly dealt with it fully in his desperate writings back to Earth. Pop matter-of-factly tended the shack and the landing field and the stores for the Big Crack mine. Between times he made more drawings in pursuit of his own private objective. Quite accidentally he developed a certain talent professional artists might have approved. But he was not trying to communicate, but to discover. Drawing, especially with his mind on Sattell, he found fresh incidents popping up in his recollection. Times when he was happy. One day he remembered the puppy his children had owned and loved. He drew it painstakingly, and it was his again. Thereafter he could remember it any time he chose. He did actually recover a completely vanished past. He envisioned a way to increase that recovery, but there was a marked shortage of artists' materials on the moon. All freight had to be hauled from Earth on a voyage equal to rather more than 1,000 times around the equator of the Earth. Artists' supplies were not often included. Pop didn't even ask. He began to explore the area outside the shack for possible material no one would think of sending from Earth. He collected stones of various sorts, but when warmed up in the shack they were useless. He found no strictly lunar material which would serve for modeling or carving portraits in the ground. He found minerals which could be pulverized and used as pigments, but nothing suitable for this new adventure in the recovery of lost youth. He even considered blasting to aid his search. He could. Down in the mine, blasting was done by soaking carbon black from CO2 in liquid oxygen and then firing it with a spark. It exploded splendidly, and its fumes were merely more CO2, which an air apparatus handled easily. But he didn't do any blasting. He didn't find any signs of the sort of mineral he required. Marble would have been perfect, but there is no marble on the moon, naturally. Yet Pop continued to search absorbedly for material with which to capture memory. Sattell still seemed necessary, but... Early one lunar morning he was a good 2 miles from his shack when he saw rocket fumes in the sky. It was most unlikely. He wasn't looking for anything of the sort, but out of the corner of his eye he observed that something moved, which was impossible. He turned his head, and there were rocket fumes coming over the horizon, not in the direction of Lunar City, which was more impossible still. He stared. A tiny silver rocket to the westward poured out monstrous masses of vapor. It decelerated swiftly. It curved downward. The rockets checked for an instant, and flamed again more violently, and checked once more. This was not an expert approach. It was a faulty one. Curving surfaceward in a sharply changing parabola, the pilot overcorrected and had to wait to gather down speed, and then overcorrected again. It was an altogether clumsy landing. The ship was not even perfectly vertical when it settled, not quite in the landing area marked by silvery triangles. One of its tail fins crumpled slightly. It tilted a little when fully landed. Then nothing happened. Pop made his way toward it in the skittering, skating gait one uses in 1/6 gravity. When he was within half a mile, an airlock door opened in the ship's side, but nothing came out of the lock. No space-suited figure, no cargo came drifting down with the singular deliberation of falling objects on the moon. It was just barely past lunar sunrise on the far side of the moon. Incredibly long and utterly black shadows stretched across the plain, and half the rocket ship was dazzling white and half was blacker than blackness itself. The sun still hung low, indeed, in the black, star-speckled sky. Pop waded through moon dust, raising a trail of slowly settling powder. He knew only that the ship didn't come from Lunar City, but from Earth. He couldn't imagine why. He did not even wildly connect it with what, say, Sattell might have written with desperate plausibility about greasy-seeming white crystals out of the mine, knocking about Pop Young's shack in canisters containing 100 Earth-pounds weight of riches. Pop reached the rocket ship. He approached the big tail fins. On one of them there were welded ladder rungs going up to the opened airlock door. He climbed. The airlock was perfectly normal when he reached it. There was a glass port in the inner door, and he saw eyes looking through at him. He pulled the outer door shut and felt the whining vibration of admitted air. His vacuum suit went slack about him. The inner door began to open, and Pop reached up and gave his helmet the practiced twisting jerk which removed it. Then he blinked. There was a red-headed man in the open door. He grinned savagely at Pop. He held a very nasty hand weapon trained on Pop's middle. "Don't come in," he said mockingly, "and I don't give a damn about how you are. This isn't social. It's business." Pop simply gaped. He couldn't quite take it in. "This," snapped the red-headed man abruptly, "is a stick-up." Pop's eyes went through the inner lock door. He saw that the interior of the ship was stripped and bare, but a spiral stairway descended from some upper compartment. It had a handrail of pure transparent water-clear plastic. The walls were bare insulation, but that trace of luxury remained. Pop gazed at the plastic, fascinated. The red-headed man leaned forward, snarling. He slashed Pop across the face with the barrel of his weapon. It drew blood. It was wanton, savage brutality. "Pay attention," snarled the red-headed man. "A stick-up, I said. Get it? You go and get that can of stuff from the mine. The diamonds. Bring them here. Understand?" Pop said numbly, "What the hell?" The red-headed man hit him again. He was nerve-racked, and therefore he wanted to hurt. "Move," he rasped. "I want the diamonds you've got for the ship from Lunar City. Bring 'em." Pop licked blood from his lips, and the man with the weapon raged at him. "Then phone down to the mine. Tell Sattell I'm here and he can come on up. Tell him to bring any more diamonds they've dug up since the stuff you've got." He leaned forward. His face was only inches from Pop Young's. It was seamed and hard-bitten and nerve-racked, but any man would be quivering if he wasn't used to space or the feel of 1/6 gravity on the moon. He panted. "And get it straight. You try any tricks and we take off. We swing over your shack. The rocket blast smashes it. We burn you down. Then we swing over the cable down to the mine and the rocket flame melts it. You die and everybody in the mine dies. No tricks. We didn't come here for nothing." He twitched all over. Then he struck cruelly again at Pop Young's face. He seemed filled with fury, at least partly hysterical. It was the tension that space travel, then at its beginning, produced. It was meaningless savagery due to terror. But of course Pop was helpless to resent it. There were no weapons on the moon, and the mention of Sattell's name showed the uselessness of bluff. He'd pictured the complete setup by the edge of the big crack. Pop could do nothing. The red-headed man checked himself, panting. He drew back and slammed the inner lock door. There was the sound of pumping. Pop put his helmet back on and sealed it. The outer door opened. Outrushing air tugged at Pop. After a second or two he went out and climbed down the welded-on ladder bars to the ground. He headed back towards his shack. Somehow the mention of Sattell had made his mind work better. It always did. He began painstakingly to put things together. The red-headed man knew the routine here in every detail. He knew Sattell. That part was simple. Sattell had planned this multi-million-dollar coup as a man in prison might plan his break. The stripped interior of the ship identified it. It was one of the unsuccessful luxury liners sold for scrap, or perhaps it was stolen for the journey here. Sattell's associates had had to steal or somehow get the fuel and somehow find a pilot. But there were diamonds worth at least $5 million waiting for them, and the whole job might not have called for more than 2 men, with Sattell as a third. According to the economics of crime, it was feasible. Anyhow, it was being done. Pop reached the dust heap which was his shack and went in the airlock. Inside, he went to the vision phone and called the mine colony down in the crack. He gave the message he'd been told to pass on. Sattell to come up with what diamonds had been dug since the regular canister was sent up for the Lunar City ship that would be due presently. Otherwise, the ship on the landing strip would destroy Shack and Pop and the colony together. "I'd guess," said Pop painstakingly, "that Sattell figured it out. He's probably got some sort of gun to keep you from holding him down there. But he won't know his friends are here. Not right this minute, he won't." A shaking voice asked questions from the vision phone. "No," said Pop, "they'll do it anyhow. If we were able to tell about them, they'd be chased. But if I'm dead and the shack smashed and the cable burnt through, they'll be back on Earth long before a new cable's been got and let down to you. So they'll do all they can, no matter what I do." He added, "I wouldn't tell Sattell a thing about it, if I were you. It'll save trouble. Just let him keep on waiting for this to happen. It'll save you trouble." Another shaky question. "Me?" asked Pop. "Oh, I'm going to raise what hell I can. There's some stuff in that ship I want." He switched off the phone. He went over to his air apparatus. He took down the canister of diamonds, which were worth $5 million or more back on Earth. He found a bucket. He dumped the diamonds casually into it. They floated downward with great deliberation and surged from side to side like a liquid when they stopped. 1/6 gravity. Pop regarded his drawings meditatively. A sketch of his wife as he now remembered her. It was very good to remember. A drawing of his 2 children playing together. He looked forward to remembering much more about them. He grinned. "That stair rail," he said in deep satisfaction. "That'll do it." He tore bed linen from his bunk and worked on the emptied canister. It was a double container with a thermoware interior lining. Even on Earth, newly mined diamonds sometimes fly to pieces from internal stress. On the Moon, it was not desirable that diamonds be exposed to repeated violent changes of temperature, so a thermoware-lined canister kept them at mine temperature once they were warmed to touchability. Pop packed the cotton cloth in the container. He hurried a little because the men in the rocket were shaky and might not practice patience. He took a small emergency lamp from his spare spacesuit. He carefully cracked its bulb, exposing the filament within. He put the lamp on top of the cotton and sprinkled magnesium marking powder over everything. Then he went to the air apparatus and took out a flask of the liquid oxygen used to keep his breathing air in balance. He poured the frigid, pale blue stuff into the cotton. He saturated it. All the inside of the shack was foggy when he finished. Then he pushed the canister top down. He breathed a sigh of relief when it was in place. He'd arranged for it to break a frozen brittle switch as it descended. When it came off, the switch would light the lamp with its bare filament. There was powdered magnesium in contact with it and liquid oxygen all about. He went out of the shack by the airlock. On the way, thinking about Sattell, he suddenly recovered a completely new memory. On their first wedding anniversary so long ago, he and his wife had gone out to dinner to celebrate. He remembered how she looked, the almost smug joy they shared that they would be together for always, with one complete year for proof. Pop reflected hungrily that it was something else to be made permanent and inspected from time to time. But he wanted more than a drawing of this. He wanted to make the memory permanent, and to extend it. If it had not been for his vacuum suit and the canister he carried, Pop would have rubbed his hands. Tall, jagged crater walls rose from the lunar plain. Monstrous, extended, inky shadows stretched enormous distances, utterly black. The sun, like a glowing octopod, floated low at the edge of things and seemed to hate all creation. Pop reached the rocket. He climbed the welded ladder rungs to the airlock. He closed the door. Air whined. His suit sagged against his body. He took off his helmet. When the red-headed man opened the inner door, the hand weapon shook and trembled. Pop said calmly, "Now, I've got to go handle the hoist. If Sattell's coming up from the mine, if I don't do it, he don't come up." The red-headed man snarled, but his eyes were on the canister whose contents should weigh 100 pounds on Earth. "Any tricks," he rasped, "and you know what happens." "Yeah," said Pop. He stolidly put his helmet back on, but his eyes went past the red-headed man to the stair that wound down, inside the ship, from some compartment above. The stair rail was pure, clear, water-white plastic, not less than 3 inches thick. There was a lot of it. The inner door closed. Pop opened the outer. Air rushed out. He climbed painstakingly down to the ground. He started back toward the shack. There was the most luridly bright of all possible flashes. There was no sound, of course, but something flamed very brightly, and the ground thumped under Pop Young's vacuum boots. He turned. The rocket ship was still in the act of flying apart. It had been a splendid explosion. Of course, cotton sheeting in liquid oxygen is not quite as good an explosive as carbon black, which they use down in the mine. Even with magnesium powder to start the flame when a bare light filament ignited it, the canister bomb hadn't equaled, say, TNT. But the ship had fuel on board for the trip back to Earth, and it blew too. It would be minutes before all the fragments of the ship returned to the moon's surface. On the moon, things fall slowly. Pop didn't wait. He searched hopefully. Once a mass of steel plating fell only yards from him, but it did not interrupt his search. When he went back into the shack, he grinned to himself. The call light of the vision phone flickered wildly. When he took off his helmet, the bell clanged incessantly. He answered. A shaking voice from the mining colony panted. "We felt a shock. What happened? What do we do?" "Don't do a thing," advised Pop. "It's all right. I blew up the ship, and everything's all right. I wouldn't even mention it to Sattell if I were you." He grinned happily down at the section of plastic stair rail he'd found not too far from where the ship exploded. When the man down in the mine cut off, Pop got out of his vacuum suit in a hurry. He placed the plastic zestfully on the table where he'd been restricted to drawing pictures of his wife and children in order to recover memories of them. He began to plan, gloatingly, the thing he would carve out of a 4-inch section of the plastic. When it was carved, he'd paint it. While he worked, he'd think of Sattell, because that was the way to get back the missing portions of his life. The parts Sattell had managed to get away from him. He'd get back more than ever now. He didn't wonder what he'd do if he ever remembered the crime Sattell had committed. He felt somehow that he wouldn't get that back until he'd recovered all the rest. Gloating, it was amusing to remember what people used to call such artworks as he planned. When carved by other lonely men in other faraway places, they called those sculptures scrimshaw. But they were a lot more than that. End of Scrimshaw by Murray Leinster.
The Servant Problem. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tapathat. The Servant Problem by Robert J. Young. Selling a whole town and doing it inconspicuously can be a little difficult, either giving it away freely or in a more normal sense of selling. People don't quite believe it. If you have ever lived in a small town, you have seen Francis Pfleuger, and probably you have sent him after skyhooks, left-handed monkey wrenches, and pails of steam, and laughed uproariously behind his back when he set forth to do your bidding. The Francis Pfleugers of the world have inspired both fun and laughter for generations out of mind. The Francis Pfleuger we are concerned with here lived in a small town named Valley View, and in addition to suffering the distinction of being the village idiot, he also suffered the distinction of being the village inventor. These two distinctions frequently go hand in hand, and afford, in their incongruous togetherness, an even greater inspiration for fun and laughter. For in this advanced age of streamlined electric can openers and sleek pop-up toasters, who but the most naive among us can fail to be titillated by the thought of a buck-toothed, wall-eyed moron building Rube Goldberg contrivances in his basement? The Francis Pfleuger we are concerned with did his inventing in his kitchen rather than in his basement. Nevertheless, his machines were in the Rube Goldberg tradition. Take the one he was assembling now, for example. It stood on the kitchen table, and its various attachments jutted this way and that with no apparent rhyme or reason. In its centre there was a transparent globe that looked like an upside-down goldfish bowl, and in the centre of the bowl there was an object that startlingly resembled a goldfish, but which, of course, was nothing of the sort. Whatever it was, though, it kept growing brighter and brighter each time Francis added another attachment, and had already attained a degree of incandescence so intense that he had been forced to don cobalt-blue goggles in order to look at it. The date was the 1st of April, 1962, April Fool's Day. Actually, the idea for this particular machine had not originated in Francis' brain, nor had the parts for it originated in his kitchen workshop. When he had gone out to get the milk that morning, he had found a box on his doorstep, and in the box he had found the goldfish bowl in the attachments, plus a sheet of instructions entitled "Directions for Assembling a Multiple Möbius Knot Dynamo." Francis thought that a machine capable of tying knots would be pretty keen, and he had carried the box into the kitchen and set to work forthwith. He now had but one more part to go, and he proceeded to screw it into place. Then he stepped back to admire his handiwork. Simultaneously his handiwork went into action. The attachments began to quiver and to emit sparks, the globe glowed, and the goldfish-like object in its centre began to dart this way and that as though striking at flies. A blue halo formed above the machine and began to rotate. Faster and faster it rotated, until finally its gaseous components separated and flew off in 100 different directions. 3 things happened then in swift succession. Francis' back doorway took on a bluish cast, the sheet of instructions vanished, and the machine began to melt. A moment later he heard a whining sound on his back doorstep. Simultaneously, all of the residents of Valley View heard whining sounds on their back doorsteps. Naturally, everybody went to find out about the whining. The sign was a new one. At the most, it was no more than 6 months old. "You are entering the village of Valley View," it said. "Please drive carefully. We are fond of our dogs." Philip Miles drove carefully. He was fond of dogs, too. Night had tiptoed in over the October countryside quite some time ago, but the village of Valley View had not turned on so much as a single street light, nor apparently any other kind of light. All was in darkness, and not a soul was to be seen. Philip began to suspect that he had entered a ghost town, and when his headlights darted across a dark intersection and picked up the overgrown grass and unkempt shrubbery of the village park, he was convinced that he had. Then he saw the girl walking the dog. He kitty-cornered the intersection and pulled up alongside her. She was a blonde, tall and chic, in a grey fall suit. Her face was attractive, beautiful even, in a cold and classic way, but she would never see 25 again. But then Philip would never again see 30. When she paused, her dog paused too, although she did not have it on a leash. It was on the small side, tawny in hue, with golden-brown eyes, a slender white-tipped tail, and shaggy ears that hung down on either side of its face in a manner reminiscent of a cocker spaniel's. It wasn't a cocker spaniel, though. The ears were much too long for one thing, and the tail was much too delicate for another. It was a breed, or combination of breeds, that Philip had never seen before. He leaned across the seat and rolled down the right-hand window. "Could you direct me to number 23 Locust Street?" he asked. "It's the residence of Judith Darrow, the village attorney. Maybe you know her." The girl gave a start. "Are you the real estate man I sent for?" Philip gave a start too. Recovering himself, he said, "Then you're Judith Darrow. I'm afraid I'm a little late." The girl's eyes flashed. The radiant backwash of the headlights revealed them to be both green and grey. "I specified in my letter that you were supposed to be here at 9 o'clock this morning," she said. "Maybe you'll tell me how you're going to appraise property in the dark." "I'm sorry," Philip said. "My car broke down on the way, and I had to wait for it to be fixed. When I tried to call you, the operator told me that your phone had been disconnected. If you'll direct me to the hotel, I'll stay there overnight and appraise your property in the morning. There is a hotel, isn't there? There is, but it's closed. Zarathustra down. The dog had raised up on its hind legs and placed its forepaws on the door in an unsuccessful attempt to peer in the window. At the girl's command it sank obediently down on its haunches. "Except for Zarathustra and myself," she went on, "the village is empty. Everyone else has already moved out, and we'd have moved out too if I hadn't been entrusted with arranging for the sale of the business places and the houses. It makes for a rather awkward situation." She had leaned forward, and the light from the dash lay palely upon her face, softening its austerity. "I don't get this at all," Philip said. "From your letter I assumed that you had 2 or 3 places you wanted me to sell, but not a whole town. There must have been at least 1,000 people living here, and 1,000 people just don't pack up and move out all at once." When she volunteered no explanation, he added, "Where did they move to?" "To Pfleugersville. I know you've never heard of it, so save the observation." Then, "Do you have any identification?" she asked. He gave her his driver's license, his business card, and the letter she had written him. After glancing at them, she handed them back. She appeared to be undecided about something. "Why don't you let me stay at the hotel?" he suggested. "You must have the key if it's one of the places I'm supposed to appraise." She shook her head. "I have the key, but there's not a stick of furniture in the place. We had a village auction last week and got rid of everything that we didn't plan on taking with us." She sighed. "Well, there's nothing for it, I guess. The nearest motel is 30 miles away, so I'll have to put you up at my house. I have a few articles of furniture left, wedding gifts mostly, that I was too sentimental to part with." She got into the car. "Come on, Zarathustra." Zarathustra climbed in, leapt across her lap and sat down between them. Philip pulled away from the curb. "That's an odd name for a dog," he said. "I know. I guess the reason I gave it him is because he puts me in mind of a little old man sometimes. But the original Zarathustra isn't noted for his longevity." "Perhaps another association was at work then. Turn right at the next corner." A lonely light burned in one of number 23 Locust Street's 3 front windows. Its source, however, was not an incandescent bulb, but the mantle of a gasoline lantern. "The village's power supply was cut off yesterday," Judith Darrow explained, pumping the lantern into renewed brightness. She glanced at him sideways. "Did you have dinner?" "As a matter of fact, no, but please don't—" "Bother? I couldn't if I wanted to. My larder is on its last legs. But sit down and I'll make you some sandwiches. I'll make a pot of coffee too. The gas hasn't been turned off yet." The living room had precisely 3 articles of furniture to its name, 2 armchairs and a coffee table. After Judith left him, Philip set his briefcase on the floor and sat down in one of the chairs. He wondered idly how she expected to make the trip to Pfleugersville. He had seen no car in the driveway, and there was no garage on the property in which one could be concealed. Moreover, it was highly unlikely that buses serviced the village any more. Valleyview had been bypassed quite some time ago by one of the new super-duper highways. He shrugged. Getting to Pfleugersville was her problem, not his. He returned his attention to the living room. It was a large room. The house was large, too, large and Victorianesque. Judith, apparently, had opened the back door, for a breeze was wafting through the downstairs rooms, a breeze laden with the scent of flowers and the dew-damp breath of growing grass. He frowned. The month was October, not June, and since when did flowers bloom and grass grow in October? He concluded that the scent must be artificial. Zarathustra was regarding him with large golden eyes from the middle of the living-room floor. The animal did somehow bring to mind a little old man, though he could not have been more than 2 or 3 years old. "You're not very good company," Philip said. "Rough," said Zarathustra, and turning, trotted through an archway into a large room that, judging from the empty shelves lining its walls, had once been a library, and thence through another archway into another room, the dining-room undoubtedly, and out of sight. Philip leaned back wearily in the armchair he had chosen. He was beat. Take 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, and multiply by 52, and you get 312. 312 days a year, hunting down clients, talking, walking, driving, expounding, trying in his early 30s to build the foundation he should have begun building in his early 20s. The foundation for the family he had suddenly realized he wanted and some day hoped to have. Sometimes he wished that ambition had missed him altogether, instead of waiting for so long to strike. Sometimes he wished he could have gone right on being what he once had been. After all, there was nothing wrong in living in cheap hotels and even cheaper rooming houses. There was nothing wrong in being a lackadaisical door-to-door salesman with run-down heels. Nothing wrong, that is, except the aching want that comes over you sometimes, and the loneliness of long and empty evenings. Zarathustra had re-entered the room and was sitting in the middle of the floor again. He had not returned empty-handed, or rather empty-mouthed, although the object he had brought with him was not the sort of object dogs generally pick up. It was a rose. A green rose. Disbelievingly, Philip leaned forward and took it from the animal's mouth. Before he had a chance to examine it, however, footsteps sounded in the next room, and prompted by he knew not what, he thrust the rose into his suit-coat pocket. An instant later Judith Darrow came through the archway bearing a large tray. After setting it down on the coffee-table, she poured 2 cups of coffee from a little silver pot and indicated a plate of sandwiches. "Please help yourself," she said. She sat down in the other chair and sipped her coffee. He had one of the sandwiches, found that he didn't want any more. Somehow her proximity, coupled with her silence, made him feel uncomfortable. "Has your husband already left for Pfleugersville?" he asked politely. Her grey-green eyes grew cold. "Yes, he left quite some time ago," she said. "A year ago, as a matter of fact, but for parts unknown, not Pfleugersville. Pfleugersville wasn't accessible then, anyway. He had a brunette on one arm, a redhead on the other, and a pint of Cutty Sark in his hip pocket." Philip was distressed. "I didn't mean to pry," he said. "I'm—" "Sorry? Why should you be? Some men are born to settle down and raise children, and others are born to drink and philander. It's as simple as that." "Is it?" something made Philip ask. "Into which category would you say I fall?" "You're in a class by yourself." Tiny silver flecks had come into her eyes, and he realized to his astonishment that they were flecks of malevolence. "You've never married, but playing the field hasn't made you 100% cynical. You're still convinced that somewhere there is a woman worthy of your devotion, and you're quite right, the world is full of them." His face tingled as though she'd slapped it, and in a sense she had. He restrained his anger with difficulty. "I didn't know that my celibacy was that noticeable," he said. "It isn't. I took the liberty of having a private investigator check into your background. It proved to be unsavoury in some respects, as I implied before, but unlike the backgrounds of the other real estate agents I had checked, it contained not the slightest hint of dishonesty. The nature of my business is such that I need someone of maximum integrity to contract it with. I had to go far and wide to find you." "You're being unfair," Philip said, mollified despite himself. "Most real estate agents are honest. As a matter of fact, there's one in the same office building with me that I'd trust with the family jewels. If I had any family jewels." "Good," Judith Darrow said. "I gambled on you knowing someone like that." He waited for her to elaborate, and when she did not, he finished his coffee and stood up. "If you don't mind, I'll turn in," he said. "I've had a pretty hard day." "I'll show you to your room." She got 2 candles, lit them, and after placing them in gilt candlesticks, handed one of the candlesticks to him. The room was on the 3rd floor, in under the eaves, as far away from hers, probably, as the size of the house permitted. Philip did not mind. He liked to sleep in rooms under eaves. There was an enchantment about the rain on the roof that people who slept in less celestial bowers never got to know. After Judith left, he threw open the single window and undressed and climbed into bed. Remembering the rose, he got it out of his coat pocket and examined it by candlelight. It was green all right, even greener than he had at first thought. Its scent was reminiscent of the summer breeze that was blowing through the downstairs rooms, though not at all in keeping with the chill October air that was coming through his bedroom window. He laid it on the table beside the bed and blew out the candle. He would go looking for the bush tomorrow. Philip was an early riser, and dawn had not yet departed when, fully dressed, he left the room with the rose in his coat pocket and quietly descended the stairs. Entering the living room, he found Zarathustra curled up in one of the armchairs, and for a moment he had the eerie impression that the animal had extended one of his shaggy ears and was scratching his back with it. When Philip did a double take, however, the ear was back to normal size and reposing on its owner's tawny cheek. Rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, he said, "Come on, Zarathustra, we're going for a walk." He headed for the back door, Zarathustra at his heels. A double door leading off from the dining room barred his way and proved to be locked. Frowning, he returned to the living room. "All right," he said to Zarathustra, "we'll go out the front way then." He walked around the side of the house, his canine companion trotting beside him. The side yard turned out to be disappointing. It contained no roses, green ones or any other kind. About all it did contain that was worthy of notice was a dog-house, an ancient affair that was much too large for Zarathustra, and which probably dated from the days when Judith had owned a larger dog. The yard itself was a mess. The grass hadn't been cut all summer, the shrubbery was ragged, and dead leaves lay everywhere. A similar state of affairs existed next door, and glancing across lots he saw that the same desuetude prevailed throughout the entire neighbourhood. Obviously the good citizens of Valleyview had lost interest in their real estate long before they'd moved out. At length his explorations led him to the back door. If there were green roses anywhere, the trellis that adorned the small back porch was the logical place for them to be. He found nothing but bedraggled Virginia creeper and more dead leaves. He tried the back door, and finding it locked, circled the rest of the way around the house. Judith was waiting for him on the front porch. "How nice of you to walk, Zarathustra," she said icily. "I do hope you found the yard in order." The yellow dress she was wearing did not match the tone of her voice, and the frilly blue apron tied around her waist belied the frostiness of her grey-green eyes. Nevertheless, her rancour was real. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't know your backyard was out of bounds." Then, "If you'll give me a list of the places you want evaluated, I'll get started right away." "I'll take you around again personally, after we have breakfast." Again he was consigned to the living room while she performed the necessary culinary operations, and again she served him by tray. Clearly she did not want him in the kitchen or anywhere near it. He was not much of a one for mysteries, but this one was intriguing him more and more by the minute. Breakfast over, she told him to wait on the front porch while she did the dishes, and instructed Zarathustra to keep him company. She had two voices. The one she used in addressing Zarathustra contained overtones of summer, and the one she used in addressing Philip contained overtones of fall. "Some day," Philip told the little dog, "that chip she carries on her shoulder is going to fall off of its own accord, and by then it'll be too late. The way it was too late for me when I found out that the person I'd been running away from all my life was myself in wolf's clothing." "Rough," said Zarathustra, looking up at him with benign golden eyes. "Rough, rough." Presently Judith reappeared, sans apron, and the three of them set forth into the golden October day. It was Philip's first experience in evaluating an entire village, but he had a knack for estimating the worth of property, and by the time noon came around he had the job half done. "If you people had made even half an effort to keep your places up," he told Judith over cold-cut sandwiches and coffee in her living room, "we could have asked for a third again as much. Why in the world did you let everything go to pot just because you were moving someplace else?" She shrugged. "It's hard to get anyone to do housework these days, not to mention gardening. Besides, in addition to the servant problem, there's another consideration: human nature. When you've lived in a shack all your life and you suddenly acquire a palace, you cease caring very much what the shack looks like." "Shack?" Philip was indignant. "Why, this house is lovely. Practically every house you've shown me is lovely." "Old, yes, but oldness is an essential part of the loveliness of houses. If Pfleuger's villa's on the order of most housing developments I've seen, you and your neighbours are going to be good and sorry one of these fine days." "But Pfleugersville isn't on the order of most housing developments you've seen. In fact, it's not a housing development at all, but let's not go into that. Anyway, we're concerned with Valleyview, not Pfleugersville." "Very well," Philip said. "This afternoon should wind things up so far as the appraising goes." That evening, after a coffeeless supper — both the gas and the water had been turned off that afternoon — he totalled up his figures. They made quite a respectable sum. He looked across the coffee table, which he had commandeered as a desk, to where Judith, with the dubious help of Zarathustra, was sorting out a pile of manila envelopes which he had placed in the middle of the living-room floor. "I'll do my best to sell everything," he said, "but it's going to be difficult going until we get a few families living here. People are reluctant about moving into empty neighbourhoods, and businessmen aren't keen about opening up business places before the customers are available." But I think it'll work out all right. There's a plaza not far from here that will provide a place to shop until the local markets are functioning, and Valley View is part of a centralized school district. He slipped the paper he'd been figuring on into his briefcase, closed the case and stood up. "I'll keep in touch with you." Judith shook her head. "You'll do nothing of the sort. As soon as you leave, I'm moving to Pfleugersville. My business here is finished." "I'll keep in touch with you there, then. All you have to do is give me your address and phone number." She shook her head again. "I could give you both, but neither would do you any good. But that's beside the point. Valley View is your responsibility now, not mine." Philip sat back down again. "You can start explaining any time," he said. "It's very simple. The property owners of Valley View signed all of their houses and places of business over to me. I, in turn, have signed all of them over to you, with the qualification, of course, that after selling them, you'll be entitled to no more than your usual commission." She withdrew a paper from one of the manila envelopes. "After selling them," she went on, "you are to divide the proceeds equally among the 4 charities specified in this contract." She handed him the paper. "Do you understand now why I tried so hard to find a trustworthy agent?" Philip was staring at the paper, unable in his astonishment to read the words it contained. "Suppose," he said presently, "that circumstances should make it impossible for me to carry out my end of the agreement." "In case of illness, you will already have taken the necessary steps to transfer the property to another agent who, in your opinion, is as completely honest as you are. And in case of death, you will already have taken the necessary steps to bequeath the property to the same agent, and he, in both cases, will already have agreed to the terms laid down in the contract you're holding in your hands. Why don't you read it?" Now that his astonishment had abated somewhat, Philip found that he could do so. "But this still doesn't make sense," he said a short while later. "Obviously you and the rest of the owners have purchased new houses. Would it be presumptuous of me to ask how you're going to pay for them, when you're virtually giving your old houses away?" "I'm afraid it would be, Mr. Miles." She withdrew another paper from the envelope and handed it to him. "This is the other copy. If you'll kindly affix your signature to both, we can bring our business to a close. As you'll notice, I've already signed." "But if you're going to be incommunicado," Philip pointed out, anger building up in him despite all he could do to stop it, "what good will your copy do you?" Judith's countenance took on a glacial quality. So did her voice. "My copy will go into the hands of a trusted attorney, sealed in an envelope which I have already instructed him not to open until 5 years from this date. If, at the time it is opened, you have violated the terms of our agreement, he will institute legal proceedings at once. Fortunately, although the Valley View post office is closed, a mail truck passes through every weekday evening at 8. It's not that I don't trust you, Mr. Miles, but you are a man, you know." Philip was tempted to tear up the 2 copies then and there, and toss the pieces into the air. But he didn't, for the very good reason that he couldn't afford to. Instead, he bore down viciously on his pen and brought his name to life twice in large and angry letters. He handed Judith one copy, slipped the other into his breast pocket and got to his feet. "That," he said, "brings our official business to a close. Now I'd like to add an unofficial word of advice. It seems to me that you're exacting an exorbitant price from the world for your husband's having sold you out for a brunette and a redhead and a pint of Scotch. I've been sold out lots of times for less than that, but I found out long ago that the world doesn't pay its bills, even when you ask a fair price for the damages done to you. I suggest that you write the matter off as a bad debt and forget about it. Then maybe you'll become a human being again." She had risen to her feet and was standing stiffly before him. She put him in mind of an exquisite and fragile statue, and for a moment he had the feeling that if he were to reach out and touch her, she would shatter into a million pieces. She didn't move for some time, nor did he. Then she bent down, picked up 3 of the manila envelopes, straightened and handed them to him. "2 of these contain the deeds, maps and the other records you will need," she said in a dead voice. "The 3rd contains the keys to the houses and business places. Each key is tagged with the correct address. Goodbye, Mr. Miles." "Goodbye," Philip said. He looked around the room, intending to say goodbye to Zarathustra, but Zarathustra was nowhere to be seen. Finally he went into the hall, opened the front door and stepped out into the night. A full moon was rising in the east. He walked down the moonlit walk, climbed into his car, and threw his briefcase and the manila envelopes into the back seat. Soon Valley View was far behind him. But not as far as it should have been. He couldn't get the green rose out of his mind. He couldn't get Judith Darrow out of his mind either. Nor could he exorcise the summer breeze that kept wafting through the crevices in his common sense. A green rose, and a grass widow, and a breeze with a green breath. A whole town taking off for greener pastures. He reached into his coat pocket and touched the rose. It was no more than a stem and a handful of petals now, but its reality could not be denied. But roses do not bloom in autumn, and green roses do not bloom at all. Rough! It turned into the new highway some time ago and was driving along it at a brisk 65. Now, disbelievingly, he slowed and pulled over onto the shoulder. Sure enough, he had a stowaway in the back seat, a tawny-haired stowaway with golden eyes, oversized ears, and a restless white-tipped tail. "Zarathustra!" he gasped. "How in the dickens did you get in there?" "Rough," Zarathustra replied. Philip groaned. Now he would have to go all the way back to Valley View. Now he would have to see Judith Darrow again. Now he would have to... He paused in mid-thought, astonished at the abrupt acceleration of his heartbeat. "Well, I'll be damned," he said, and without further preamble transferred Zarathustra to the front seat, U-turned and started back. The gasoline lantern had been moved out of the living-room window, but a light still showed beyond the panes. He pulled over to the curb and turned off the ignition. He gave one of Zarathustra's oversized ears a playful tug, absently noting a series of small nodules along its lower extremity. "Come on, Zarathustra," he said. "I may as well deliver you personally while I'm at it." After locking the car, he started up the walk, Zarathustra at his heels. He knocked on the front door. Presently he knocked again. The door creaked, swung partially open. He frowned. Had she forgotten to latch it, he wondered, or had she deliberately left it unlatched so that Zarathustra could get in? Zarathustra himself lent plausibility to the latter conjecture by rising up on his hind legs and pushing the door the rest of the way open with his forepaws, after which he trotted into the hall and disappeared. Philip pounded on the panels. "Miss Darrow!" he called. "Judith!" No answer. He called again. Still no answer. A summer breeze came traipsing out of the house and engulfed him in the scent of roses. What kind of roses, he wondered. Green ones? He stepped into the hall and closed the door behind him. He made his way into the living room. The 2 chairs were gone, and so was the coffee table. He walked through the living room and into the library, through the library and into the dining room. The gasoline lantern burned brightly on the dining room table, its harsh white light bathing bare floors and naked walls. The breeze was stronger here, the scent of roses almost cloying. He saw then that the double door that had thwarted him that morning was open, and he moved towards it across the room. As he had suspected, it gave access to the kitchen. Pausing on the threshold, he peered inside. It was an ordinary enough kitchen. Some of the appliances were gone, but the stove and the refrigerator were still there. The back doorway had an odd bluish cast that caused the framework to shimmer. The door itself was open, and he could see starlight lying softly on fields and trees. Wonderingly, he walked across the room and stepped outside. There was a faint sputtering sound as though live wires had been crossed, and for a fleeting second the scene before him seemed to waver. Then abruptly it grew still. He grew still too, immobile in the strange yet peaceful summer night. He was standing on a grassy plain, and the plain spread out on either hand to promontories of little trees. Before him the land sloped gently upward and was covered with multicoloured flowers that twinkled like microcosmic stars. In the distance the lights of a village showed. To his right a riotous green rosebush bloomed, and beneath it Zarathustra sat, wagging his tail. Philip took 2 steps forward, stopped and looked up at the sky. It was wrong somehow. For one thing Cassiopeia had changed position, and for another Orion was awry. For still another, there were no clouds for the moon to hide behind, and yet the moon had disappeared. Zarathustra trotted over to where he was standing, gazed up at him with golden eyes, then headed in the direction of the lights. Philip took a deep breath and followed him. He would have visited the village anyway, Zarathustra or no Zarathustra. Was it Pfleugersville? He knew suddenly that it was. He had not gone far before he saw a highway. A pair of headlights appeared suddenly in the direction of the village, and resolved rapidly into a moving van. To his consternation, the van turned off the thoroughfare and headed in his direction. He ducked into a coppice, Zarathustra at his heels, and watched the heavy vehicle bounce by. There were 2 men in the cab, and painted on the panelling of the truck bed were the words Pfleugersville Movers Incorporated. The van continued on in the direction from which he had come, and presently he guessed its destination. Judith, clearly, was in the midst of moving out the furniture she had been too sentimental to sell. The only trouble was, her house had disappeared. So had the village of Valleyview. He stared at where the houses should have been, saw nothing at first except a continuation of the starlit plain. Then he noticed an upright rectangle of pale light hovering just above the ground, and presently he identified it as Judith's back doorway. He could see through it into the kitchen, and by straining his eyes he could even see the stove and the refrigerator. Gradually he made out other upright rectangles hovering just above the ground, some of them in a line with Judith's. All of them, however, while outlined in the same shimmering blue that outlined hers, lacked lighted interiors. As he stood there staring, the van came to a halt, turned around and backed up to the brightest rectangle, hiding it from view. The 2 men got out of the cab and walked around to the rear of the truck bed. "We'll put the stove in first," Philip heard one of them say, and then, "Wonder why she wants to hang on to junk like this." The other man's voice was fainter, but his words were unmistakable enough. "Grass widows who turn into old maids have funny notions sometimes." Judith Darrow wasn't really moving out of Valleyview after all. She only thought she was. Philip went on. The breeze was all around him. It blew through his hair, kissed his cheeks and caressed his forehead. The stars shone palely down. Some of the land was under cultivation, and he could see green things growing in the starlight, and the breeze carried their green breath to his nostrils. He reached the highway and began walking along it. He saw no further signs of vehicles until he came opposite a large brick building with bright lights spilling through its windows. In front of it were parked a dozen automobiles, of a make that he was unfamiliar with. He heard the whir of machinery and the pounding of hammers, and he went over and peered through one of the windows. The building proved to be a furniture factory. Most of the work was being done by machines, but there were enough tasks left over to keep the owners of the parked cars busily occupied. The main manual task was upholstering. The machines cut and sewed and trimmed and planed and dowelled and assembled, but apparently none of them was up to the fine art of spitting tacks. Philip returned to the highway and went on. He came to other buildings and peered into each. One was a small automobile assembly plant, another was a dairy, a third was a long greenhouse. In the first 2 the preponderance of the work was being performed by machines. In the third, however, machines were conspicuously absent. Clearly it was one thing to build a machine with a superhuman work potential, but quite another to build one with a green thumb. He passed a pasture and saw animals that looked like cows sleeping in the starlight. He passed a field of newly sprouted corn. He passed a power plant and heard the whine of a generator. Finally he came to the outskirts of Pfleugersville. There was a big illuminated sign by the side of the road. It stopped him in his tracks, and he stood there staring at its embossed letters. Pfleugersville, Sirius 21, discovered April 1st, 1962, incorporated September 11th, 1962. Philip wiped his forehead. Zarathustra had trotted on ahead. Now he stopped and looked back. "Come on," he seemed to say. "Now that you've seen this much, you might as well see the rest." So Philip entered Pfleugersville and fell in love. Fell in love with the lovely houses and the darling trees in summer bloom, with the parterres of twinkling starflowers and the expanses of verdant lawns, with the trellised green roses that tapestried every porch, with the hydrangea-like blooms that garnished every corner, with Pfleugersville itself. Obviously the hour was late, for, other than himself, there was no one on the streets, although lights burned in the windows of some of the houses, and dogs of the same breed and size as Zarathustra occasionally trotted by. And yet, according to his watch, the time was 10:51. Maybe, though, Pfleugersville was on a different time. Maybe here in Pfleugersville it was the middle of the night. The further he progressed into the village, the more enchanted he became. He simply couldn't get over the houses. The difference between them and the houses he was familiar with was subtle, but it was there. It was the difference that exists between good and not quite good taste. Here were no standardized patios, but little marble aprons that were as much a part of the overall architecture as a glen is a part of a woods. Here were no stereotyped picture windows, but walls that blended imperceptibly into pleasing patterns of transparency. Here were no foursquare backyards, but rambling, star-flowered playgrounds with swings and seesaws and shaded swimming holes, with exquisite dog-houses good enough for little girls' dolls to live in. He passed a school that seemed to grow out of the very ground it stood on. He passed a library that had been built around a huge tree, the branches of which had intertwined their foliage into a living roof. He passed a block-long supermarket built of tinted glass. Finally he came to the park. He gasped then, gasped at the delicate trees and the little blue-eyed lakes, at the fairy fountains and the winding pebbled paths. Starflowers shed their multicoloured radiance everywhere, and starlight poured prodigally down from the sky. He chose a path at random and walked along it in the twofold radiance until he came to the cynosure. The cynosure was a statue of a buck-toothed, wall-eyed youth gazing steadfastly up into the heavens. In one hand the youth held a Phillips screwdriver, and in the other a 6-inch crescent wrench. Standing several yards away and staring raptly up into the statue's face was the youth himself, and so immobile was he that if it hadn't been for the pedestal on which the statue rested, Philip would have been unable to distinguish one from the other. There was an inscription on the pedestal. He walked over and read it in the light cast by a nearby parterre of starflowers. Francis Farnsworth Pfleuger, discoverer of Pfleugersville, born May 5th, 1941, died blank. Profession inventor. On the 1st day of April of the year of our Lord 1962, Francis Farnsworth Pfleuger brought into being a Mobius coincidence field and established multiple contact with the 21st satellite of the star Sirius, thereby giving the people of Valleyview access, via their back doorways, to a new world. Here we have come to live. Here we have come to raise our children. Here, in this idyllic village, which the noble race that once inhabited this fair planet left behind them when they migrated to the greater Magellanic Cloud, we have settled down to create a new and better way of life. Here, thanks to Francis Farnsworth Pfleuger, we shall know happiness, prosperity and freedom from fear. Francis Farnsworth Pfleuger, we, the new inhabitants of Sirius 21, salute you. Philip wiped his forehead again. Presently he noticed that the flesh-and-blood Francis Pfleuger was looking in his direction. "Me," the flesh-and-blood Francis Pfleuger said, pointing proudly at the statue. "Me." "So I gather," Philip said dryly. And then, "Zarathustra, come back here." The little dog had started down one of the paths that converged on the statue. At Philip's command he stopped but did not turn. Instead he remained where he was, as though waiting for someone to come down the path. After a moment someone did. Judith Darrow. She was wearing a simple white dress reminiscent both in design and decor of a Grecian tunic. A wide gilt belt augmented the effect, and her delicate sandals did nothing to mar it. In the radiance of the starflowers her eyes were more grey than green. There were shadows under them, Philip noticed, and the lids were faintly red. She halted a few feet from him and looked at him without saying a word. I brought your dog back," he said lamely. "I found him in the back seat of my car." "Thank you. I've been looking all over Pfleugersville for him. I left my Valleyview doors open, hoping he'd come home of his own accord. But I guess he had other ideas. Now that you've discovered our secret, Mr. Miles, what do you think of our brave new world?" "I think it's lovely," Philip said. "But I don't believe it's where you seem to think it is." "Don't you?" she asked. "Then suppose you show me the full moon that rose over Valleyview tonight. Or better yet, suppose I show you something else." She pointed to a region of the heavens just to the left of the statue's turned-up nose. "You can't see them from here," she said, "but around that insignificant yellow star 9 planets are in orbit. One of them is Earth." "But that's impossible," he objected. "Consider the—" "Distance? In the sort of space we're dealing with, Mr. Miles, distance is not a factor. In Mobius space, as we have come to call it for lack of a better term, any two given points are coincidental regardless of how far apart they may be in non-Mobius space. But this becomes manifest only when a Mobius coincidence field is established. As you probably know by now, Francis Pfleuger created such a field. At the mention of his name, Francis Pfleuger came hurrying over to where they were standing. "E," he declared, "equals mc². "Thank you, Francis," Judith said. Then to Philip, "Shall we walk?" They started down one of the converging paths, Zarathustra bringing up the rear. Behind them, Francis returned to his narcissistic study of himself in stone. "We were neighbours back in Valleyview," Judith said, "but I never dreamed he thought quite so much of himself. Ever since we put up that statue last week, he's been staring at it night and day. Sometimes he even brings his lunch with him." "He seems to be familiar with Einstein." "He's not really, though. He memorized the energy-mass equation in an attempt to justify his new status in life. But he hasn't the remotest notion of what it means. It's ironic, in a way, that Pfleugersville should have been discovered by someone with an IQ of less than 75. "No one with an IQ of less than 75 could create the sort of field you were talking about." "He didn't create it deliberately. He brought it into being accidentally by means of a machine he was building to tie knots with. Or at least that's what he says. But we do know that there was such a machine because we saw its fused parts in his kitchen, and there's no question but what it was the source of the field. Francis, though, can't remember how he made the parts or how he put them together. As a matter of fact, to this day, he still doesn't understand what happens, though I have a feeling he knows more than he lets on." "What did happen?" Philip asked. For a while Judith was silent. Then, "All of us promised solemnly not to divulge our secret to an outsider unless he was first accepted by the group as a whole," she said. "But thanks to my negligence, you know most of it already, so I suppose you're entitled to know the rest." She sighed. "Very well. I'll try to explain. When Francis Pfleuger's field had come into being, something had happened at the back doors of Valleyview that caused them to open upon a planet which one of the local stargazers promptly identified as Sirius 21. The good folk of Valleyview had no idea of how such a state of affairs could exist, to say nothing of how it could have come about, until one of the scientists whom they asked to join them as part of the plan which they presently devised to make their forthcoming utopia self-sufficient, came up with the theory that explained everything. According to his theory, the round-trip distance between any planetary or squared stellar bodies was curved in the manner of a Mobius strip, i.e., a strip of paper given a half-twist before bringing the two ends together. In this case, the strip represented the round-trip distance from Earth to Sirius 21. Earth was represented on the strip by one dot and Sirius 21 by another, and quite naturally the two dots were an equal distance, or approximately 8.8 light-years apart. This brought them directly opposite one another, one on one side of the strip and the other on the other side. But since a Mobius strip has only one surface, or side, the two dots were actually occupying the same space at the same time. In Mobius space, then, Earth and Sirius 21 were coincidental. Philip looked over his shoulder at the little yellow sun twinkling in the sky. "Common sense," he said, "tells me differently." "Common sense is a liar of the first magnitude," Judith said. "It has misled man ever since he first climbed down from the trees. It was common sense that inspired Ptolemy's theory of cosmogony. It was common sense that inspired the burning of Giordano Bruno." The fact that common sense indicated that 8.8 light-years separated Earth and Sirius 21 in common sense reality didn't prove that 8.8 light-years separated them in a form of reality that was outside common sense's dominion, i.e., Mobius space. And Francis Pfleuger's field had demonstrated as much. The backdoor nodal areas, which it had established, however, were merely limited manifestations of that reality. In other words, the field had merely provided limited access to a form of space that had been in existence all along. Though why, Judith concluded, our back doors should have been affected rather than our front doors, for example, is inexplicable, unless it was because Francis built the machine in his kitchen. At any event, when they did become nodal areas, they manifested themselves on Sirius 21, and the dogs in the immediate vicinity associated them with the doorways of their departed masters and began whining to be let in. "Their departed masters?" "The race that built this village. the race that built the factories and developed the encompassing farms. A year ago, according to the records they left behind them, they migrated to the Greater Magellanic Cloud. Philip was indignant. Why didn't they take their dogs with them? They couldn't. After all, they had to leave their cars and their furniture behind them too, not to mention almost unbelievable stockpiles of every metal imaginable that will last us for centuries. The logistics of space travel make taking even an extra handkerchief along a calculated risk. Anyway, when their dogs found us, they were overjoyed, and as for us, we fell in love with them at first sight. Our own dogs, though, didn't take to them at all, and every one of them ran away. "This can't be the only village," Philip said. "There must be others somewhere." "Undoubtedly there are. All we know is that the people who built this one were the last to leave." The park was behind them now, and they were walking down a pleasant street. "And when you and your neighbours discovered the village, did you decide to become expatriates right then and there?" Philip asked. She nodded. "Do you blame us? You've seen for yourself what a lovely place it is. But it's far more than that. In Valley View we had unemployment. Here there's work for everyone, and a corresponding feeling of wantedness and togetherness. True, most of the work is farm work, but what of that? We have every conceivable kind of machine to help us in our tasks. Indeed, I think that the only machine the Sirians lacked was one that could manufacture food out of whole cloth. But consider the most important advantage of all. When we go to bed at night, we can do so without being afraid that sometime during our sleep a thermonuclear missile will descend out of the sky and devour us in one huge incandescent bite. If we've made a culture hero out of our village idiot, it's no more than right, for unwittingly or not, he opened up the gates of paradise." "And you immediately saw to it that no one besides yourselves and a chosen few would pass through them?" Judith paused beside a white gate. "Yes, that's true," she said. "To keep our secret, we lived in our old houses while we were settling our affairs, closing down our few industries and setting up a new monetary system. In fact, we even kept the children in the dark for fear that they would talk at school. Suppose, however, we had publicized our utopia. Can't you imagine the mockery opportunists would have made out of it? The village we found was large enough to accommodate ourselves and the few friends, relatives and specialists we asked to join us, but no larger. And we did, after all, find it in our own backyard." She placed her hand on the white gate. "This is where I live." He looked at the house, and it was enchanting. Slightly less enchanting, but delightful in its own right, was the much smaller house beside it. Judith pointed toward the latter dwelling and looked at Zarathustra. "It's almost morning, Zarathustra," she said sternly. "Go to bed this minute." She opened the gate so that the little dog could pass through, and raised her eyes to Philip. "Our time is different here," she explained, and then, "I'm afraid you'll have to hurry if you expect to make it to my back door before the field dies out." He felt suddenly empty. "Dies out," he repeated numbly. "Yes, we don't know why. It's been diminishing in strength ever since it first came into being, and our Mobius strip scientist has predicted that it will cease to exist during the next 24 hours. I guess I don't need to remind you that you have important business on Earth." "No," he said, "I guess you don't." His emptiness bowed out before a wave of bitterness. He had rested his hand on the gate as close to hers as he had dared. Now he saw that while it was inches away from hers in one sense, it was light years away in another. He removed it angrily. "Business always comes first with you, doesn't it?" "Yes, business never let you down." "Do you know what I think?" Philip said. "I think that you were the one who did the selling out, not your husband. I think you sold him out for a law practice." Her face turned white as though he had slapped it, and in a sense he had. "Goodbye," she said, and this time he was certain that if he were to reach out and touch her, she would shatter into a million pieces. "Give my love to the planet Earth," she added icily. "Goodbye," Philip said, his anger gone now, and the emptiness rushing back. "Don't sell us short, though. We'll make a big splash in your sky one of these days when we blow ourselves up." He turned and walked away. Walked out of the enchanting village and down the highway, and across the flower-pulsing plain to Judith's back doorway. It was unlighted now, and he had trouble distinguishing it from the others. Its shimmering blue framework was flickering. Judith had not lied then. The field was dying out. He locked the back door behind him, walked sadly through the dark and empty house, and let himself out the front door. He locked the front door behind him too, and went down the walk and climbed into his car. He'd thought he'd locked it, but apparently he hadn't. He drove out of town and down the road to the highway, and down the highway toward the big bright bonfire of the city. Dawn was exploring the eastern sky with pale pink fingers when at last he parked his car in the garage behind his apartment building. He reached into the back seat for his briefcase and the manila envelopes. His briefcase had hair on it. It was warm and soft. "Ruff," it barked. "Ruff, ruff." He knew then that everything was all right. Just because no one had invited him to the party didn't mean that he couldn't invite himself. He would have to hurry, though. He had a lot of things to do and time was running out. Noon found him on the highway again, his business transacted, his affairs settled. Zarathustra sitting beside him on the seat. 1 o'clock found him driving into Valleyview. 2:05 found him turning down a familiar street. He would have to leave his car behind him, but that was all right. Leaving it to rust away in a ghost town was better than selling it to some opportunistic dealer for a sum he would have no use for anyway. He parked it by the curb and, after getting his suitcase out of the trunk, walked up to the front door of number 23. He unlocked and opened the door, and after Zarathustra followed him inside, closed and locked it behind him. He strode through the house to the kitchen. He unlocked and opened the back door. He stepped eagerly across the threshold and stopped dead still. There were boards beneath his feet instead of grass. Instead of a flower-pied plain, he saw a series of unkempt backyards. Beside him, on an unpainted trellis, Virginia creeper rattled in an October wind. Zarathustra came out behind him, descended the back porch steps and ran around the side of the house, looking for the green rosebush, probably. Ruff! Zarathustra had returned and was looking up at him from the bottom step. On the top step he had placed an offering. The offering was a green rose. Philip bent down and picked it up. It was fresh, and its fragrance epitomized the very essence of Sirius 21. "Zarathustra," he gasped, "where did you get it?" "Ruff," said Zarathustra, and ran around the side of the house. Philip followed, rounded the corner just in time to see the white-tipped tail disappear into the ancient dog-house. Disappointment numbed him. That was where the rose had been then, stored away for safe-keeping like an old and worthless bone. But the rose was fresh, he reminded himself. Did dog-houses have back doorways? This one did, he saw, kneeling down and peering inside. A lovely back doorway, rimmed with shimmering blue. It framed a familiar vista, in the foreground of which a familiar green rosebush stood. Beneath the rosebush Zarathustra sat, wagging his tail. It was a tight squeeze, but Philip made it. He even managed to get his suitcase through. And just in time, too, for hardly had he done so when the doorway began to flicker. Now it was on its way out, and as he watched it faded into transparency and disappeared. He crawled from beneath the rosebush and stood up. The day was bright and warm, and the position of the sun indicated early morning or late afternoon. No, not sun, suns. One of them was a brilliant blue-white orb, the other a twinkling point of light. He set off across the plain in Zarathustra's wake. He had a speech already prepared, and when Judith met him at the gate with wide and wondering eyes, he delivered it without preamble. "Judith," he said, "I am contemptuous of the notion that some things are meant to be and others aren't, and I firmly believe in my own free will. But when your dog stows away in the back seat of my car 2 times running, and makes it impossible for me not to see you again, then there must be something afoot which neither you nor I can do a thing about. Whatever it is, I have given in to it, and have transferred your real estate to an agent more trustworthy than myself. I know you haven't known me long, and I know I'm not an accepted member of your group. But maybe somebody will give me a job raking lawns, or washing windows, or hoeing corn, long enough for me to prove that I am not in the least antisocial, and maybe in time you yourself will get to know me well enough to realize that while I have a weakness for blondes who look like Grecian goddesses, I have no taste whatever for redheads, brunettes, or Cutty Sark. In any event, I have burned my bridges behind me, and whether I ever become a resident of Pfleugersville or not, I have already become a resident of Sirius 21. Judith Darrow was silent for some time. Then, "This morning," she said, "I wanted to ask you to join us, but I couldn't for 2 reasons. The first was your commitment to sell our houses. The second was my bitterness towards men. You have eliminated the first, and the second seems suddenly inane." She raised her eyes. "Philip, please join us. I want you to." Zarathustra, whose real name was Sidanon Fenfonderil, left them standing there in each other's arms and trotted down the street and out of town. He covered the ground in easy lopes that belied his 325 years, and soon he arrived at the meeting place. The mayors of the other villages had been awaiting him since early morning, and were shifting impatiently on their haunches. When he clambered up on the rostrum, they extended their audio appendages and retractile fingers, and accorded him a round of applause. He extended his own hands and held them up for silence. Then, retracting them again, he seated himself before the little lectern and began his report, the idiomatic translation of which follows forthwith. Gentlemen, my apologies for my late arrival. I will touch upon the circumstances that were responsible for it presently. To get down to the matter uppermost in your minds, yes, the experiment was a success, and if you will use your psychotransmutative powers to remodel your villages along the lines my constituents and I remodelled ours, and to build enough factories to give your masters that sense of self-sufficiency so essential to their well-being, and if you will plant your disassembled multiple Mobius knot dynamos in such a way that the resultant fields will be ascribed to accidental causes, you will have no more trouble attracting personnel than we did. Just make sure that your masters' quarters are superior to your own, and that you behave like dogs in their presence. And when you fabricate your records concerning your mythical departed masters, see to it that they do not conflict with the records we fabricated concerning ours. It would be desirable indeed if our Sirian human society could be based on less deceitful grounds than these, but the very human attitude we are exploiting renders this impossible at the moment. I hate to think of the resentment we would incur were we to reveal that, far from being the mere dogs we seem to be, we are capable of mentally transmuting natural resources into virtually anything, from a key to a concert hall. And I hate even more to think of the resentment we would incur were we to reveal that, for all our ability in the inanimate field, we have never been able to materialize so much as a single blade of grass in the animate field, and that our reason for coincidentalizing the planet Earth and creating our irresistible little utopias stems not from a need for companionship, but from a need for gardeners. However, you will find that all of this can be ironed out eventually through the human children with whom you will be thrown into daily contact, and whom you will find to possess all of their parents' abiding love for us, and none of their parents' superior attitude towards us. To a little child, a dog is a companion, not a pet, an equal, not an inferior, and the little children of today will be the grown-ups of tomorrow. To return to the circumstances that occasioned my late arrival, I must confess, gentlemen, that I became quite attached to the mistress into whose house I sought entry when we first established our field, and who subsequently adopted me when I convinced her real dog that he would find greener pastures elsewhere. So greatly attached did I become, in fact, that when the opportunity of ostracizing her loneliness presented itself, I could not refrain from taking advantage of it. The person to whom she was most suited, and who was most suited to her, appeared virtually upon her very doorstep. But in her stubbornness and in her pride she aggravated rather than encouraged him, causing him to rebel against the natural attraction he felt towards her. I am happy to report that by means of a number of subterfuges, the final one of which necessitated the use of our original doorway, I was able to set this matter right, and that these two once lonely people are about to embark upon a relationship which in their folklore is oftentimes quaintly alluded to by the words, "They lived happily ever after." And now, gentlemen, the best of luck to you and your constituents, and may you end up with servants as excellent as ours. I hereby declare this meeting adjourned. End of the servant problem.
Von Kempelen and His Discovery by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Von Kempelen and His Discovery by Edgar Allan Poe. After the very minute and elaborate paper by Arago, to say nothing of the summary in Stillman's journal, with the detailed statement just published by Lieutenant Maury, It will not be supposed, of course, that in offering a few hurried remarks in reference to Von Kempelen's discovery I have any design to look at the subject in a scientific point of view. My object is simply, in the first place, to say a few words of Von Kempelen himself, with whom some years ago I had the honor of a slight personal acquaintance, since everything which concerns him must necessarily at this moment be of interest, and in the second place to look in a general way and speculatively at the results of the discovery. It may be as well, however, to premise the cursory observations which I have to offer by denying very decidedly what seems to be a general impression, gleaned as usual in the case of this kind from the newspapers, viz., that this discovery, astounding as it unquestionably is unanticipated. By reference to the Diary of Sir Humphrey Davy, Cottle and Munro, London, pages 150, it will be seen at pages 53 and 82 that this illustrious chemist had not only conceived the idea now in question, but had actually made no inconsiderable progress, experimentally, in the very identical analysis now so triumphantly brought to an issue by Von Kempelen, who, although he makes not the slightest allusion to it, is, without doubt, I say it unhesitatingly and can prove it if required, indebted to the Diary for at least the first hint of his own undertaking. The paragraph from the Courier and Enquirer, which is now going the rounds of the press, and which purports to claim the invention for a Mr. Kissam, of Brunswick, Maine, appears to me, I confess, a little apocryphal, for several reasons, although there is nothing either impossible or very improbable in the statement made. I need not go into details. My opinion of the paragraph is founded principally upon its manner. It does not look true. Persons who are narrating facts are seldom so particular as Mr. Kissam seems to be about day and date and precise location. Besides, if Mr. Kissam actually did come upon the discovery he says he did at the period designated, nearly 8 years ago, how happens it that he took no steps on the instant to reap the immense benefits which the merest bumpkin must have known would have resulted to him individually, if not to the world at large, from the discovery? It seems to me quite incredible that any man of common understanding could have discovered what Mr. Kissam says he did, and yet have subsequently acted so like a baby, so like an owl, as Mr. Kissam admits that he did. By the way, who is Mr. Kissam? And is not the whole paragraph of the Courier and Enquirer a fabrication got up to make a talk? It must be confessed that it has an amazingly moon-hoaxy air. Very little dependence is to be placed upon it, in my humble opinion. And if I were not well aware from experience how very easily men of science are mystified on points out of their usual range of inquiry, I should be profoundly astonished at finding so eminent a chemist as Professor Draper discussing Mr. Kissam's, or is it Mr. Quizzem's, pretensions to the discovery in so serious a tone. But to return to the Diary of Sir Humphrey Davy. This pamphlet was not designed for the public eye, even upon the decease of the writer, as any person at all conversant with authorship may satisfy himself at once by the slightest inspection of the style. At page 13, for example, near the middle, we read in reference to his researches about protoxide azote. In less than half a minute, the respirations being continued diminished gradually and were succeeded by analogous to gentle pressure on all the muscles. That the respiration was not diminished is not only clear by the subsequent context, but by the use of the plural were. The sentence, no doubt, was thus intended: in less than half a minute, the respiration being continued, these feelings diminished gradually and were succeeded by a sensation analogous to gentle pressure on all the muscles. 100 similar instances go to show that the manuscript so inconsiderately published was merely a rough notebook meant only for the writer's own eye. But an inspection of the pamphlet will convince almost any thinking person of the truth of my suggestion. The fact is, Sir Humphrey Davy was about the last man in the world to commit himself on scientific topics. Not only had he a more than ordinary dislike to quackery, but he was morbidly afraid of appearing empirical, so that, however fully he might have been convinced that he was on the right track in the matter now in question, he would never have spoken out until he had everything ready for the most practical demonstration. I verily believe that his last moments would have been rendered wretched could he have suspected that his wishes in regard to burning this diary, full of crude speculations, would have been unattended to, as it seems they were. I say his wishes, for that he meant to include this notebook among the miscellaneous papers directed to be burnt, I think there can be no manner of doubt. Whether it escaped the flames by good fortune or bad yet remains to be seen. That the passages quoted above, with the other similar ones referred to, gave Von Kempelen the hint, I do not in the slightest question. But I repeat, it yet remains to be seen whether this momentous discovery itself, momentous under any circumstances, will be of service or disservice to mankind at large. That Von Kempelen and his immediate friends will reap a rich harvest it would be folly to doubt for a moment. They will scarcely be so weak as not to realize in time by large purchases of houses and land, with other property of intrinsic value. In the brief account of Von Kempelen, which appeared in the Home Journal and has since been extensively copied, several misapprehensions of the German original seem to have been made by the translator, who professes to have taken the passage from a late number of the Pressburg Schnellpost. Villa has evidently been misconceived, as it often is, and what the translator renders by sorrows is probably Leiden, which, in its true version, sufferings, would give a totally different complexion to the whole account. But of course much of this is merely guess on my part. Von Kempelen, however, is by no means a misanthrope in appearance, at least whatever he may be in fact. My acquaintance with him was casual altogether, and I am scarcely warranted in saying that I know him at all, but to have seen and conversed with a man of so prodigious a notoriety as he has attained, or will attain in a few days, is not a small matter as times go. The literary world speaks of him confidently as a native of Pressburg, misled perhaps by the account in the Home Journal. But I am pleased in being able to state positively, since I have it from his own lips, that he was born in Utica, in the state of New York, although both his parents, I believe, are of Pressburg descent. The family is connected in some way with Maelzel, of automaton chess player memory. In person he is short and stout, with large fat blue eyes, sandy hair and whiskers, a wide but pleasing mouth, fine teeth, and, I think, a Roman nose. There is some defect in one of his feet. His address is frank, and his whole manner noticeable for bon ami. Altogether he looks, speaks, and acts a little like a misanthrope as any man I ever saw. We were fellow sojourners for a week about 6 years ago at Earl's Hotel in Providence, Rhode Island, and I presume that I conversed with him at various times, for some 3 or 4 hours altogether. His principal topics were those of the day, and nothing that fell from him led me to suspect his scientific attainments. He left the hotel before me, intending to go to New York and thence to Bremen. It was in the latter city that his great discovery was first made public, or rather it was there that he was first suspected of having made it. This is about all that I personally know of the now immortal Von Kempelen, but I have thought that even these few details would have interest for the public. There can be little question that most of the marvelous rumors afloat about this affair are pure inventions, entitled to about as much credit as the story of Aladdin's lamp. And yet, in a case of this kind, as in the case of the discoveries in California, it is clear that the truth may be stranger than fiction. The following anecdote, at least, is so well authenticated that we may receive it implicitly. Von Kempelen had never been even tolerably well off during his residence at Bremen, and often, it was well known, he had been put to extreme shifts in order to raise trifling sums. When the great excitement occurred about the forgery on the house of Gutsmuth & Co., suspicion was directed toward Von Kempelen, on account of his having purchased a considerable property in Gasperitch Lane, and his refusing, when questioned, to explain how he became possessed of the purchase money. He was at length arrested, but nothing decisive appeared against him, and was in the end set at liberty. The police, however, kept a strict watch upon his movements, and thus discovered that he left home frequently, taking always the same road, and invariably giving his watchers the slip in the neighborhood of that labyrinth of narrow and crooked passages known by the flash name of the Dondergat. Finally, by dint of great perseverance, they traced him to a garret in an old house of 7 stories in an alley called Flotzplatz, and coming upon him suddenly, found him, as they imagined, in the midst of his counterfeiting operations. His agitation is represented as so excessive that the officers had not the slightest doubt of his guilt. After handcuffing him, they searched his room, or rather rooms, for it appears he occupied all the mansard. Opening into the garret where they caught him was a closet 10 feet by 8 feet, fitted up with some chemical apparatus, of which the object has not yet been ascertained. In one corner of the closet was a very small furnace, with a glowing fire in it, and on the fire a kind of duplicate crucible, 2 crucibles connected by a tube. One of these crucibles was nearly full of lead in a state of fusion, but not reaching up to the aperture of the tube, which was close to the brim. The other crucible had some liquid in it, which, as the officers entered, seemed to be furiously dissipating in vapor. They relate that on finding himself taken, Kempelen seized the crucibles with both hands, which were encased in gloves that afterwards turned out to be asbestic, and threw the contents on the tiled floor. It was now that they handcuffed him, and before proceeding to ransack the premises they searched his person, but nothing unusual was found about him, excepting a paper parcel in his coat pocket containing what was afterward ascertained to be a mixture of antimony and some unknown substance in nearly but not quite equal proportions. All attempts at analyzing the unknown substance have so far failed, but that it will ultimately be analyzed is not to be doubted. Passing out of the closet with their prisoner, the officers went through a sort of antechamber, in which nothing material was found, to the chemist's sleeping room. They here rummaged some drawers and boxes, but discovered only a few papers of no importance, and some good coin, silver and gold. At length, looking under the bed, they saw a large common hair trunk, without hinges, hasp, or lock, and with the top lying carelessly across the bottom portion. Upon attempting to draw this trunk out from under the bed, they found that with their united strength (there were 3 of them, all powerful men) they could not stir it 1 inch. Much astonished at this, one of them crawled under the bed, and looking into the trunk said, "No wonder we couldn't move it. Why, it's full to the brim of old bits of brass." Putting his feet now against the wall so as to get a good purchase, and pushing with all his force, while his companions pulled with theirs, the trunk with much difficulty was slid out from under the bed, and its contents examined. The supposed brass with which it was filled was all in small smooth pieces, varying from the size of a pea to that of a dollar, but the pieces were irregular in shape, although more or less flat looking upon the whole, very much as lead looks when thrown upon the ground in a molten state, and there suffered to grow cool. Now, not one of these officers for a moment suspected this metal to be anything but brass. The idea of it being gold never entered their brains, of course. How could such a wild fancy have entered it? And their astonishment may be well conceived, when the next day it became known all over Bremen that the lot of brass which they had carted so contemptuously to the police office, without putting themselves to the trouble of pocketing the smallest scrap, was not only gold, real gold, but gold far finer than any employed in coinage gold, in fact, absolutely pure, virgin, without the slightest appreciable alloy. I need not go over the details of Von Kempelen's confession, as far as it went, and release, for these are familiar to the public. That he has actually realized in spirit and in effect, if not to the letter, the old chimera of the philosopher's stone, no sane person is at liberty to doubt. The opinions of Arago are, of course, entitled to the greatest consideration, but he is by no means infallible, and what he says of Bismuth in his report to the Academy must be taken cum grano salis. The simple truth is that up to this period all analysis has failed, and until Von Kempelen chooses to let us have the key to his own published enigma, it is more than probable that the matter will remain for years in status quo. All that as yet can fairly be said to be known is that pure gold can be made at will and very readily from lead in connection with certain other substances in kind and in proportions unknown. Speculation, of course, is busy as to the immediate and ultimate results of this discovery, a discovery which few thinking persons will hesitate in referring to in an increased interest in the matter of gold generally by the late developments in California. And this reflection brings us inevitably to another, the exceeding inopportuneness of Von Kempelen's analysis. If many were prevented from adventuring to California by the mere apprehension that gold would so materially diminish in value on account of its plentifulness in the mines there, as to render the speculation of going so far in search of it a doubtful one, what impression will be wrought now upon the minds of those about to emigrate, and especially upon the minds of those actually in the mineral region, by the announcement of this astounding discovery of Von Kempelen? A discovery which declares in so many words that beyond its intrinsic worth for manufacturing purposes, whatever that worth may be, gold now is, or at least soon will be, for it cannot be supposed that Von Kempelen can long retain his secret, of no greater value than lead, and of far inferior value to silver. It is indeed exceedingly difficult to speculate prospectively upon the consequences of the discovery, but one thing may be positively maintained, that the announcement of the discovery 6 months ago would have had material influence in regard to the settlement of California. In Europe as yet the most noticeable results have been a rise of 200% in the price of lead, and nearly 25% that of silver. End of Von Kempelen and His Discovery by Edgar Allan Poe.